Northeast China. Twin Horse Ridge. Shaolin. Shaolin. I opened my eyes. A woman in her 30s was bent over me, calling my name. Filthy padded coat, yellow headscarf, two streaks of tears down her face. Sister-in-law? I shot upright. No, that couldn't be right. My sister-in-law had been gone for over 40 years. A mud-walled room, maybe 100 square feet. A heated brick bed, a Kong, right inside the door. A dead kerosene lamp leaning against a pinewood chest, and on the chest, a New Year's poster of a chubby baby clutching a red carp. This was my brother's house. 1 second ago, I'd been kneeling at my brother and sister-in-law's grave, grief crushing my chest. One breath that wouldn't come, and then I was gone. The next second, it was 1980. I'd been reborn. My hands were shaking. Your brother wants you, Chen Yanfang said, wiping the corner of her eye, and turned to leave. My brother? The word jolted through me. My brother's still alive. I jammed my feet into a pair of cotton shoes and ran. The man lying on the Kong in the East Room was wasted down to nothing but bones. Fong Deming. My brother. Shaolin, he said, his voice so thin it might dissolve. I need you to do something for me. You lost your job. There's no money in this house. Yuan's father will never let her marry into a family like ours. And my body, I don't think I'll live to see you settle down. My heart sank, inch by inch. I knew this day. Late autumn, 1980. My brother went paralyzed. I'd been on the county construction crew less than 3 months before they fired me. The household collapsed overnight. The grain bin scraped bottom. My brother refused to be a burden on us, entrusted his wife to my care, and that very night, he was gone. And the worthless fool I'd been agreed to it, half in a daze. By the following spring, my sister-in-law had worked herself sick and followed him. 2 lives, both ended in my hands. Brother, I gripped his hand, cutting him off. This can be cured. Come spring, I'll get you some good food to build you back up. Trust me. Shaolin, listen to me. This won't get better. Staying alive only drags you all. Stop. I set my face hard and bit off every word. I'll find my own wife. Firewood, food, I'll handle it. You dare go anywhere. And tomorrow, I'm leaving for our old hometown. Your wife, your kids, I won't lift a finger for any of them. Fong Deming glared at me, too furious to speak. He didn't know I meant every single word. The door creaked open. My little nephew, Fong Xiqing, poked his head in. Ma, I'm hungry. Chen Yanfang wiped her tears, broke a coarse flour flatbread into 4 pieces, and gave the 2 kids 1 each. Ma, I want meat. You look like meat to me. Something twisted in my chest. Brother, what happened to the pig we had? Your sister-in-law sold it. Paid back the 30 yuan we owed the captain. What was left she didn't store right, and a wolf made off with it. My brother closed his eyes, sold the pig to clear a debt, and never let himself eat a single bite of it. I stood, pushed through the door curtain into the outer room. Sister-in-law, burn more wood in the East Room. My brother can't catch a chill. And put a pot of water on. I'm going out to get some meat. I'll stew it when I'm back. Meat? Both kids' eyes lit up instantly. In cold like this, where are you going to find meat? Chen Yanfang grabbed at me. Don't worry about it. I'll be quick. I bundled into my padded coat, dug a dip net out of the back room, and grabbed the cleaver by the door. West of Twin Horse Ridge stood a mountain shaped like a Saddle Mountain. In my last life, after my brother and sister-in-law died and the kids went to live with their grandfather, the captain took pity on me for old time's sake and got me a job as a forest ranger up on Saddle Mountain. I scraped and hunted my way through those woods for more than a decade. Hunting, foraging for herbs, doctoring, trading. I learned all of it. And it was only later that I figured out the truth. My brother's paralysis came from years of backbreaking labor and poor nutrition, his muscles slowly wasting away. It was never a death sentence. But in that life, he gave everything good to us and burned himself out alive. Heaven had given me a second chance. This was the Northeast, where you could knock a roe deer flat with a stick and scoop fish out with a ladle. Meat in every hill, every stream. In my last life, I'd had all the skill in the world and still couldn't save this family. This time, I'd be the one to feed them. Knock, knock, knock. Someone at the door. I pulled it open. Zhao Shuang stood there, the dimwit from the street 1 block over, the smoothest talker of that whole pack of drinking buddies from my last life. Bro this, bro that, smiling till he had me dizzy, borrowing money over and over and never once paying a cent back. I remembered it crystal clear. It was this very night he'd come to borrow again. Last time, a few honeyed words, and I handed over the last of the household's food money and drove my sister-in-law out into 30 below cold to beg grain off the neighbors. Well now, if it isn't my buddy Fong. Borrow this. I slammed the door in his face. This time, anyone who wanted to peel another layer off this family could answer to the cleaver in my hand first. Zhao Shuang wasn't done. He came stumbling after me. Hey bro, hold on. Lend me 10 yuan. My ma set me up with a girl. I need the cash. I'll pay you back double. He reached for my pocket. I slapped his hand away and kicked him so hard he nearly went into the ditch. Did I say I'd lend you anything? Get lost. Don't bother me again. Fongan. He clawed his way out of the snow, face gone the color of liver. You won't lend me money, and you hit me? You wanted to tell Chun Yuan you and you got canned by the construction crew. I didn't look back. Let him. In my last life, that threat terrified me. This time, I couldn't wait to be done with Chun Yuan. The 30 below wind cut at my face like a knife. But I was burning hot all over, light on my feet, walking faster and faster. A body in its early 20s runs hot. The old frame I died in, that last life. I wouldn't have dared even try. Being young, it really was something. I'd set my sights on the woodpile by the road. Heavy snow had sealed the mountains. The lazy critters that never stored food had to come down to scavenge. Pheasants loved burrowing into woodpiles, out of the wind, out of the snow. Snow had just fallen the night before. At the base of the western pile, a fresh scratched track marked the surface. There was something in there. But pheasants are cunning. They fly, and one fright, and they're gone. Wire snares, baited traps, a bright flashlight to blind them. I had none of that. What I had was a trick I'd honed over more than 10 years in those mountains. I pursed my lips. Ju-ju. A pheasant's call, dead on. There's nothing the bird can't resist like the sound of its own kind. Under the woodpile, a little head poked out, glanced left and right, wings just starting to spread. Too late. The net was already in my hand. I lined up the angle and snapped it down. A frantic beating of wings. Caught. I pinned the pole under my foot, snatched up the cleaver, hauled the bird out, one stroke. It thrashed twice in the snow and went still. A good 3 pounds. I dangled it by the neck, kicked snow over the blood, and headed home grinning. A few steps in, that punchable face crowded up to me again. Oh ho, catching pheasants? Zhao Shuang rubbed his frostbitten ears, eyes glued to the bird, swallowing hard. That's a decent one. Half for me, since we ran into each other. Want some, catch your own. I went around him. Fongan. He got frantic. You don't share, I can't keep my mouth shut. Once Chin Yuan you and here's you got fired. You think she'll still marry you? I stopped and made a show of frowning like I was torn. You've got a point. So do me a favor. Go tell her, fast. Zhao Shuang froze on the spot. Are you out of your mind? Go on, I said helpfully. It's getting dark. Watch out for wolves. I turned and walked off. Fongan, you said it yourself. Don't come crying. He cursed at my back and stomped off north, muttering. Useless. Trying to scare me. Broad daylight. Where's a wolf gonna come fr? A woo. A wolf's howl. Not far, not near. Zhao Shuang flinched, lost his footing, and went face first into the snow. He scrambled up and bolted, half running, half crawling, straight for the nearest house, Chun Yuan's. I sneered. In my last life, I let a man like that con me for half my life and still believed his nonsense. That my brother only took me in because he wanted free labor for the household. Idiot. Thump. In the snow, a hair bounced twice and vanished. My eyes lit up. The meat you eat, the pelt you sell. Set 2 snares, bring them back. Let my sister-in-law make Ying and Siching a pair of mittens each. Her handiwork was every bit as good as a county tailor's. This trip was already worth it. First thing tomorrow morning, I'd let these 2 kids eat a hare their own family had caught for the first time in their lives. Uncle's back. In the yard, Ying and Siching came rushing at me. Qin Yanfang saw what I was carrying through the window and went still. On a normal night when I went out drinking, there was no telling whether I'd even make it home before dawn. Inside, it's cold out here. I handed the pheasant to Ying. We'll stew it. Meat? We've got meat. Siching jumped sky high. Inside, the pot of water was already boiling. I plucked, gutted, quick and clean. I sliced open the gizzard, peeled off the yellowish inner lining, and set it aside separately. Uncle, you don't want this? This is called Janijan, gizzard lining. I laid it out to dry. Dry it, grind it to powder, mix it in water for a kid with a stomachache, and it'll settle them. It even breaks up stones. It's worth money. Chen Yanfang watched me, transfixed. All this know-how I'd only learned as a ranger in my last life. Now it came to my hands like nothing. I threw out the intestines, too dirty inside. Kids eat that, and they get sick. I chopped the bird into pieces and handed the rest off to my sister-in-law. I'd cooked plenty in my last life too, but 10 of me couldn't match one of her at the stove. Stew it or fry it. Your call. Stew it then. A bowl of hot soup warms you up. I nodded, picked out a few of the nicest feathers, and dug up 2 copper coins. Trim the feathers, square them off, pad the base, set the quills, stitch it down. I hadn't touched this in over 40 years and my hands were rusty, but I got it done. 2 jinzi, feather kick shuttlecocks. These days, every household had a few copper coins. All of them waded into kick shuttles to play with. I only learned from an antiques show in my last life that the coins would be worth real money someday. But right now, you couldn't give them away on the street. Here, I held them out. Both kids broke into huge grins. The chicken came to the table. Chen Yanfang ladled out a bowl of soup first, shredded the meat, and spoon-fed my brother one mouthful at a time. Try it. Shaoan just caught it. Shaoan, where'd you learn this? My brother had smelled it long ago. A guy on the construction crew. His dad hunted, picked up a couple tricks from him. I lied without missing a beat. My brother and sister-in-law knew nothing about my time on the crew. A lot of lies down the road would have to be squared with this one. A bowl of chicken soup down, and the deathly pallor eased off my brother's face. He even had the strength to talk. Chen Yanfang turned away and wiped at tears on the sly. Her husband had been bedridden all this time, and this was the first time he'd shown any sign of improvement. 1 big bowl of stewed chicken. My brother ate 2 pieces of breast meat. My sister-in-law gnawed only on the head and the tail. For once in my life, I didn't fight the kids for any of it. I gnawed a single neck and pushed all the rest to Ying and Siqing. But a 3-pound bird, boned out, didn't leave much. The kids finished the meat, drank the soup, drank it dry, and sucked their fingers. My throat tightened. In my last life, on the construction crew, I'd buy meat skewers every month on payday to satisfy a craving. Whatever was left went to Zhao Shuang for booze, or to Chun Yuan for presents. These 2 kids, I never once thought of them. Not even human. After dinner, the kids went to wash the dishes. I dug 22 yuan out of my pocket. Sister-in-law, this month's pay? Take the 20. I'll keep the 2. Shaoan, this, you keep it. She kept pushing it back. I came home out of nowhere. There's not enough firewood. The kids need to go to school. Money's needed everywhere. I tucked the cash into her pocket. Take it for now. She looked to my brother, like she was asking for help. Shaoan's giving it to you, so take it. My brother smiled. Shaoan, you. That promise still stands. I cut him off fast, terrified he'd hand his wife off to me again and then go do something rash. You dare go, I go. That night, I lay on the Kong and couldn't sleep, no matter what. My head was full of the 2 kids sucking their fingers. Enough. I got up, pulled on my coat, and went to the back room to dig out wire. Wire was precious in those days. You took it apart to use, used it, and took it apart again. I picked out a few rusty lengths, made do with a few crude snares, and pushed out the door, heading west, set them under cover of dark, and tomorrow there'd be more coming in. What's that noise? In the east room, my brother, just drifting off, jerked awake. Shaoan went out again. Chen Yanfang came back, pulling her coat on, frowning. He's not gone drinking again, is he? Let him go. My brother sighed. At least he knows to bring food home for the kids now. He'll change, bit by bit. Chen Yanfang sat on the edge of the Kong and didn't move for a long while. She'd thought her brother-in-law might hold out a couple more days. She never expected it to last all of one meal. Go to sleep first, she said quietly. A wolf came through the team's land these past couple days. I'll wait up for Shaoan. I don't want anything happening. She didn't know. This time, I would never let anything happen to a single person in this family again. Even a wolf would have to get past me first. In the night, I walked west alone over the snow, a dozen-plus wire snares clenched in my hand. Setting snares is all about picking the right spot. A string of little prints along the road. Oval, shallow in front and deep behind, small front paws and big back paws. Always in pairs, the back paws landing right ahead of the front. A hare, moving in bounds. A northeast fox, a leopard cat, a wildcat. Their tracks all look about the same. You can't tell at night. But the hop and leap pattern of a hare that you can't mistake. I followed the prints. A single line of tracks meant just one hare passing back and forth, setting a snare. There was a waste. Until the western bend, 5 or 6 rows of prints at the base of the fence, and heaps of droppings. Right here, hares passed every day. One is hard to catch. With a lot of hares, the odds go up. The snare is simple. Bend the wire into a loop, a slip knot that cinches shut, and the moment the hare brushes it, it's caught fast. The hard part is getting it to brush against one. I crouched, anchored the snare, and tugged it twice to make sure it wouldn't pull loose. I worked west, set all 13, and only then started home. No need to read the tracks on the way back. Wind under my feet. Home in a blink. I barred the gate and trotted into the room. Xiaoan, you're back. Chen Yanfang's voice nearly made me jump. Sister-in-law? You're still up? I saw you go out. Wanted to tell you. A wolf came through the team's land these past couple days. It's too dangerous at night. When there's nothing to do, turn in early. She smiled, turned, and went back to the east room without waiting for me to explain. I stood frozen in the doorway. In my last life, drinking with Zhao Shuang, I'd come weaving home only after midnight. My brother and sister-in-law would say a word or two. I'd agree nicely that night and go right back to borrowing money for booze the next day. Later they didn't dare say anything, didn't dare ask, afraid I'd go borrow again. But they still waited up every night until I was home before they'd sleep. My brother especially. With our parents gone, I was the only kin he had left. A full day breaking his back in the fields, and at night, he couldn't rest easy waiting for me, then did it all again the next day. That his illness had been dragged out to this state. Part of that credit was mine. I locked the door, went into the room, and slapped myself, hard, backhanded. If I hadn't been such a mess back then, my brother wouldn't have gotten so sick, my sister-in-law wouldn't have died so young, and Ying and Xiqing wouldn't have ended up orphans. In my last life, I owed this family far too much. But this time, not only would I stop being a burden, I'd pay back everything I owed, one debt at a time. I was up before dawn. I just bundled into my coat when there was a scraping sound out in the yard. Sister-in-law, why are you up so early? Chen Yanfang was sweeping snow with a big broom. Snowed a little last night. Couldn't sleep. You heading out? Set some snares last night, for hares. Stop sweeping. I'm worried somebody'll take them if I'm late. Uncle, you set snares for hares? Xiqing had sharp ears. He came tearing over from the outhouse. I'm coming too. Hares are fast. You can't catch one. Who chases a hare? I flicked his nose. Fine. Dress warm. Yay. Catching hares. Fong Xiqing. You haven't folded your quilt. Ying came after him, waving a feather duster. Then saw me nod, and her eyes lit up. Uncle, can I come? Come on, get dressed. I shouldered a basket, took one kid in each hand, and headed west. Chen Yanfang stood in the doorway, not coming to for a long moment. Did Xiaoan really go set snares last night? He knows how to do that too? The first snare at the fork was empty. Not even a print in the snow. Uncle, didn't catch anything? Xiqing squatted down, cheeks puffed. They're not that easy to catch. Ying gave him a kick. We had meat yesterday. It's fine if we don't get one. I rubbed her head. Keep looking. There's more up ahead. 4 or 5 in a row, all empty. Xiqing went from leading the pack to dragging along slowly at the back. Xiqing tired? Not tired. Who said I was tired? He talked tough and dashed back out front. I walked to the base of the woodpile and pulled in another empty snare. Uncle, did somebody take them? Ying stared at the empty wire. No. A snare tightens once it's been used. This hasn't moved. I smiled. I said I'd bring you 2 to catch one, so we'll catch one for sure. Uncle, a hare. I see a hare. Xiqing's shout hadn't even finished before Ying saw it too. Under the woodpile, a gray hare struggled in a snare, that ball of gray stark against the snow. Uncle, there really is a hare. I ran over, dropped it into the basket, and gathered the snare back into my hand. From now on, I said, rubbing both kids' heads, it's not just meat today. There'll be meat every single day. Really? Xiqing jumped sky high. Keep it down, don't let anyone hear. The snares weren't all pulled yet. If someone got to them first, that'd be bad. In a few minutes I had all 13 back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of them. Xiqing leaned over the basket counting. 2 dead, 3 alive. Of the last 7 snares, only 2 came up empty. A shame those 2 had old, brittle wire that snapped and didn't hold, or we'd have had 2 more. Let's go home to stew some meat. In the yard, I grabbed the cleaver and bled the hairs one by one. Chen Yanfang came out and stood staring blankly at the heap of wire and the 5 hairs, looking at me like she was looking at a stranger. Sister-in-law, do we have a small, sharp knife at home? For skinning. She turned and went inside, then came out and handed me one. The handle was wrapped in cloth, the edge unbent. A quick wet, and it'd do. Skin them while they're warm. Skin first, then gut. Once you gut them, the body goes slack, and it's hard to skin. This skill hadn't gone rusty. The first one took 10 minutes, the second 5, faster and faster after that. 5 pelts off, then gutted one by one. Shaolin, how'd you catch these? In the east room, my brother propped himself up trying to sit and see, strained at it forever, broke a sweat, and still couldn't sit up. Set a few snares. My coworker's dad taught me. It's easy. I picked right back up with the excuse my brother had unwittingly handed me yesterday. I scraped the pelts clean, spread them flat, rubbed them with salt, and hung them on the wooden rack behind the house to dry. I chopped up the 2 biggest hairs and was about to start on the 3rd. Shaolin, 2's enough. That's more than yesterday already. Chen Yanfang pointed at the basin, meat practically spilling over the edge. Ying and Siqing are growing. Let them eat plenty. When it's gone, I'll catch more. I chopped a small one anyway, buried the last 2 in the snowbank to freeze, and saved them for another meal. The hare meat went in the pot with plenty of scallion and garlic to cut the gaminess, stewed until the whole house smelled of it. When the meat came to the table, the kids and I gnawed away with grease all over our mouths, and my sister-in-law shredded hers as usual and fed it to my brother. She'd only fed him 2 bites when she caught sight of someone coming into the yard. Yuan? Here to see Shaolin, I'd guess. I set down my chopsticks and let out a cold laugh. Perfect timing. This rotten account from my last life, I'd settle it to her face today. Chen Yuan came in wrapped in a brand new flowered padded coat. Slim-cut pants, white gloves printed with 2 little rabbits, all the latest county fashions. Her father drove the 4-wheel tractor for the production team. The family had money, and this whole outfit spelled it out. She caught one look at the basin of hare meat on the table, and her throat moved without her meaning it to. Yuan, sit on the Kong, it's warm. Shaolin just caught a hare this morning. You haven't eaten yet, have you? My brother greeted her with a smile, leaning hard on Shaolin caught it. In his eyes, I wasn't good enough for Chen Yuan. Poor family, just fired on top of it. Her father would never agree to the match. But here I was catching pheasants and hares, no small skill, so maybe there was still room to turn it around. Not yet. Chen Yuan demurred. I stuck on the hare meat. Then it's perfect, have a couple bites, fresh out of the pot. My sister-in-law bustled over to drag up a chair. I stood in the doorway and laid it out plain. No need for a bowl. Chen Yuan, didn't you come to break it off with me? Don't let it hold up your real business. The smiles around the room froze. Only Ying and Siqing didn't look up, eyes on nothing but that basin of meat. Chen Yuan stood there stunned. She'd meant to eat first and say it after. Zhao Shuang found you last night. He should have told you I got fired. He did. She looked a little awkward, not expecting me to already know. My dad knows too. You don't just get canned by a construction crew for nothing. You must have done something. I don't want to get dragged down by it, so… Fine, I agree. I cut her off. From here on, we've got nothing to do with each other. Just don't go around telling people I'm your guy. There's not much food in the house, so I won't see you out. Chen Yuan's eyes went wide. Wasn't this all the stuff she was about to say? Shaolin, what's all this about breaking up? My sister-in-law rushed to smooth it over. Yuan, have a bite. Then Shaolin can walk you home and talk to your dad properly. There's 2 more hares out back. Take them. The hares stay for the kids. I looked at Chen Yuan. What are you still standing around for? Too scared to leave in broad daylight. You need me to walk you? I don't need anything. She shot to her feet, threw me a glare, and started out, then doubled back after a couple steps. Fong'an, I'll say this right here. I'm the one who broke it off. From now on, you're the one who doesn't get to tell people I'm your girl. You're overthinking it. I was worried you wouldn't admit to it. You should take a good look at yourself. She was so angry she was panting. With your family's situation, you think you can put up a 200 yuan bride price? Even without getting fired, 20, 30 yuan a month, a bicycle, a watch, a sewing machine, a radio. Which of those can you afford? These days, to take a wife, you couldn't be short a single one of those things. Putting them all together ran 500 at least. My sister-in-law quietly lowered her head. My brother sighed too. But she just made me laugh. If you know all that, why'd you say yes in the first place? Looking around for someone better and not finding them. Were you? I said slow and easy. 200 for a bride price isn't really worth it. 2 yuan's more like it. Now that you mention it, I've actually got 2 yuan in my pocket. But marrying you, I'll pass. You'll see. Chen Yuan flung out her threat and stormed off with long strides. I went back to the table, picked up my brother's bowl, and ladled him some soup. Shawan, take this 20. My sister-in-law dug out yesterday's 20 yuan and stuffed it into my hand. Buy Yuan something to win her back, and think of a way. In my last life, my sister-in-law never said anything like that. The day my brother died, she'd cried herself half to death and had no idea Chen Yuan had ever come to break things off. Sister-in-law, take the money back. I pushed it back to her. She came to kick me while I was down. A wife like that, even if I could marry her, I wouldn't. Better off split. I'll find someone else later. My brother and sister-in-law exchanged a glance, faces full of surprise. I used to dream of marrying Chen Yuan. So what kind are you looking for, then? My brother asked offhand. Have your sister-in-law keep an eye out for you. Someone like my sister-in-law. The homemaker type. I took up the bowl, blew the soup cool, and fed it to my brother a spoonful at a time. Look how well she takes care of you. Sister-in-law, you eat first, I'll feed him. Chen Yanfang's eyes went red all at once. My brother only went paralyzed after I left for the county. But in my last life, every time I came home on break, I'd wipe my mouth and leave the second I finished eating. Never once fed him a bite, never once spelled my sister-in-law. My brother sipped the soup and grinned wide. This trip out, Shawan had finally grown up. As for Chen Yuan, I figured she wouldn't let it go. I only learned later that she'd spent the whole walk home being clever with herself. Back when she fretted she couldn't scrape the bride price together, I'd once tossed out a bad idea. Fake a breakup to pressure my brother and sister-in-law into coughing up the money. She was convinced my hair catching was the same play, convinced that before long I'd come hauling hairs to win her back. She even went home and boiled a pot of salt water, just waiting for those hairs to go into it. Too bad. This time, she wasn't getting so much as a single hair off me. Chen Yuan was probably still sitting by the window, watching over that pot of salt water, waiting for me to show up with hairs and grovel. Too bad. I didn't even think of her once. Some rotten business from over 40 years ago, who remembers it clearly. And even if I did, I'd never do it again. Inside, the family sat over the hare meat and talked until around 8 before breaking up. Siqing had stuffed himself, hiccuping, holding onto a chair, then waddled to the open floor of the outer room and walked circle after circle, exactly like a little donkey at a millstone. Siqing ate too much? Hick, can't eat anymore. The whole room laughed. I wiped the table clean and picked up the bowl of bones to take outside. Plenty of households on the team kept dogs, but my brother's family barely had enough for people. How could they feed a dog? I had to dump the bones in the trash, then turn back to help wash dishes. Shawan, stop fussing. You came home so late last night. Up so early this morning. Go get some sleep. My sister-in-law smiled and waved me off. In the old days, she'd have been glad of a hand. But these past couple days, what with me catching pheasants and snaring hares, running out into the bitter cold, she felt for me for real. I'm not tired. That was the truth. This early 20s body since my rebirth ran hot. I didn't even feel the cold going out at night. I couldn't out-argue her, so I didn't wash dishes, but I didn't go back to sleep either. I bundled into my coat, grabbed the big broom, and swept the snow in the yard. That morning my sister-in-law had only swept a single path from the door to the gate. Not because she was lazy, running a household alone. She had to budget the money, budget the grain, even budget her own strength. Sweep clean the parts you walk often, and the strength left over could go to something else. Through the window, she saw it and smiled. Halfway through sweeping, I heard the two of them talking low in the east room. Shawan, this trip out, he really is wised up. The boy's finally grown up. That 30 yuan wasn't spent for nothing. At the mention of the 30 yuan, my sister-in-law suddenly paused. But if he's gotten this sensible, How could the construction crew have fired him? Yuan says he did something bad. What bad thing could he do? A little drinking, a little card playing, that's not enough to get fired. What did Old Yang say? Old Yang says he doesn't know either. Ask the crew, and they won't answer. The room went quiet for a moment. Never mind. If he could tell us, he'd have told us by now. Leave it for now. Right now he's sensible. He can help you with the work, and there's hope for better days. My brother's voice was very soft, but I could hear it. That little thought. He hadn't fully let go of it. Yesterday he'd been dead set on going. Save a mouthful of grain. Hope for the team's spring work to start, and with my sister-in-law and me doing more, life could slowly come back up. It was my line. You dare die and I'm gone. That pinned him in place. I gripped the broom tighter. Snow swept clean, I went into the east room. My sister-in-law had her back turned, wiping tears, and my brother was staring blankly at the newspaper-papered ceiling. Brother, I sat on the edge of the Kong. I want to borrow a cart from the team and go up the mountain tomorrow to get some firewood. You're not going. He refused flat out. Heavy snows sealed the mountain. You've never walked these nearby hills once. You don't come back. Who's going to look for you? There's everything up there. What if you run into a wolf? I wouldn't have dared go in even when my legs were good. I said nothing. Stubborn old mule, there's no talking him around. Better to get the household on its feet first, and once there's no shortage of grain or money, circle back and deal with this little notion of his. My brother had to be muttering to himself. The boy's gotten sensible, sure, but how'd he get so reckless? He'll go anywhere. He didn't know that in my last life I'd lived in those mountains for more than 10 years. A wolf came alone. I killed it. Came in a pair. I killed the pair. I was never afraid. But back then, I had a gun in my hand. Now, with 2 empty hands, I really didn't dare get cocky. If only I had a gun. Creak. The door. Uncle Yen. Ying's voice came from the outer room. My eyes lit up. Wasn't this the team's old hunter, Yen the Gimp? Yen Jinshan came into the east room leaning on a cane, his daughter, Yen Xiaowei, with him. Came to see Deming. He eased himself down beside my brother, taking his time. Auntie Fong, the hens laid eggs at home. My dad had me bring some to help build Uncle Fong back up. Yen Xiaowei, bundled in a black padded coat, hair in a ponytail, a faint smile on her clean, fair face, pulled 2 eggs from each of her 2 pockets. In the dead of winter, the hens hardly lay. Just take them. Yen Jinshan waved it off and turned to my brother. How about it? Able to move yet? Come spring, I'm still counting on you to go scoop fish in the river with me. Like this, what fish am I scooping? My brother smiled bitterly. East of Twin Horse Ridge ran Lynx River, shallow water, plenty of fish. Before he went paralyzed, my brother would go down to the river with Yen Jinshan and a few of the old guys in the slow farming season, and come back to drink a couple rounds after. Last year they even pulled out a big carp, 5 or 6 pounds. Can't scoop, can't you still eat? You don't go. I'll toss you in the river, scoop the fish, then fish you back out. You owe you. The 2 old men joked back and forth. Shaoan, what are you standing there for? Say hello. My brother turned and grumbled at me. It wasn't that I didn't want to greet him. I was busy working out how to get my hands on that gun of Uncle Yan's. Uncle Yen. Yen Jinshan only gave a nod, barely paying me any mind. He knew exactly what kind I was. In more than 10 years on Twin Horse Ridge, I'd never touched drinking, cards, or a lick of housework. When he walked in just now, he'd even seen Ying washing dishes while I sat there idle. That uncle, if it weren't for my brother's sake, he wouldn't have cared to accept it. Old Yen, can you still get up West Mountain these days? My brother was fretting over me going up. With legs like yours, you're climbing a mountain? Not me. We're short on firewood at home. Shaoan wants to go up and get some. Yen Jinshan looked me up and down. You? Up the mountain. Coal's expensive to buy? Thought I'd gather some dry branches. That's not right, Deming. Before winter, didn't old Lou say he'd spare you some of the firewood his family gathered? How come you didn't take it? Old Lou was the team captain. He had brought it up when winter came, and, worried my brother wouldn't accept, he'd even said to pay it back once he was well. It was just that, back then, no one had any idea I'd be coming home. That's old Lou's own. How could I take it? My brother trailed off and didn't go on. But I picked it up. Mainly it's because I got fired by the construction crew. Coming home, that's one more body on the Kong, and the firewood doesn't stretch. Shaoan, my sister-in-law shot me a look, but her eyes were fixed on Yin Xiaoyi's face, watching for her reaction. Yin Jinshan's face darkened a shade. These days, who gets canned by a construction crew for no reason? He must have broken some rule. But on second thought, the boy was willing to own up to it to your face, so at least he stood behind what he did. Still, what was there to own up to with a thing like that? But he was an outsider. It wasn't his place to say much. The mountains snowed in. You know the way. Sure, you can get up there, but there's a lot of livestock up in those hills. How about, Uncle Yin, lend me your gun, would you? I cut in ahead of him. I bag a wolf. I'll give you half when I'm back. Every household was short on meat these days. Yin Jinshan was the team's old hunter. 3 generations of his family had hunted. In his younger days, he ran into a tiger up on the mountain, got off a shot, and turned to run, stepped wrong and fell into a gully, snapped his leg. After that, he was done with hunting and earned work points like everyone else. After his daughter Xiaoyi was born, everybody assumed she'd take up the family trade. But Yin Jinshan flat out refused to let her touch a gun. Wouldn't even let her go up the mountain to dig wild greens, afraid something would happen to her up there. In my last life, once I'd settled on Saddle Mountain, I heard from folks heading into the hills that Yin Jinshan had fallen ill, and that Xiaoyi, to pay for her father's treatment, shouldered a gun and went into the mountains for the first time. She didn't get far before a wolf killed her. If old Lu hadn't taken people out to look in time, there wouldn't have been a body left. That one, I remembered. But just then, the second Yin Jinshan heard "Lend me the gun," his face fell on the spot. Lend you what gun? What's a kid doing hunting wolves? Run into one and it eats you. No deal. Uncle Yin, it's meat. Half of it. Go on. Go on. Borrow one wherever you like. Deming, mind your own boy. He turned his head, wouldn't even look at me. Uncle Yin. Shaoan. My brother stopped me. Yin Jinshan grabbed his cane and left, pulling Xiaoyi along, not looking back. Xiaoyi, come play again sometime. My sister-in-law called from the doorway, watching the two of them go before she went back inside. What do you want to borrow his gun for? My brother gave a wry smile. Old Yan's a straight shooter, but you had to go and ask for that. He's got 2 treasures in this world, a daughter and a gun. He hasn't been able to get up the mountain in years with that bad leg, but he still cleans that gun every day. Nobody's allowed to touch it. A thought turned over in my mind. Brother, I didn't say I was going alone. That co-worker of mine lives over behind West Mountain, in the Xiaohu Brigade. Tomorrow I'll go with him. His dad's an old hunter too. He's got a gun. We won't be afraid of any wolf. Then why are you borrowing a gun? I was thinking I'd bag a little something for myself too. I can't expect them to just hand over what they shoot. My brother nodded, then added a reminder. The team's carts are hard to borrow. Old Lu and I go way back, but you can't show up empty-handed. Take those 2 hares with you. That won't work. The hares are for the kids. I looked out the window. I needed to get my hands on Uncle Yan's gun, and soon. Left in his hands, it was a real waste. And worse, it could cost a life. Shaoan, listen to your brother. Take the hares over. My sister-in-law urged too. We've had meat 2 days running. We can't eat it every single day. She said it, but she probably couldn't bear to part with them either. What mother doesn't want her kids to eat a little more? Still, borrowing a cart to haul firewood was real business. You couldn't go through the dead of winter with nothing to burn. I promised they were for the kids. Let me look around. I'll bring something else. I went to the back room to dig through the tools. My brother was still going on. The team had 3 vehicles total, 1 4-wheel tractor, 2 horse carts, plus 2 mules and a donkey. To haul firewood, you'd want a mule at the least. But these past few years, the team had a lot of land. Spring planting and fall harvest all rode on the animals, and dozens of pairs of eyes were on them. If you didn't bring something decent, you'd put Captain Lu in a tough spot too. The carts belonged to the team, not to him. At the edge of the calm, my sister-in-law turned my brother over, wiped his back, and kneaded it. A technique she'd learned from Dr. Shin on the team to keep him from getting bed sores. I circled the back room a few times. Apart from the wire, the dip net, and the cleaver, it was all picks, hoes, and 4-pronged forks, digging tools. Use those to get food? Ridiculous. I went out to take a leak, and out of the corner of my eye I caught the iron pry bar standing by the outhouse. Forged iron, fine sharp point, made for breaking ice. Every household in the Northeast kept one. The pit latrine freezes rock hard in winter, and you use the bar to chip it open and clear it out. One good clearing lasts the year. I pulled up my pants and grinned. I grabbed the pry bar, a pick, the dip net, picked up a bamboo basket, and jogged off toward East Big River. When Uncle Yin had mentioned scooping fish, I'd been so fixated on the gun, I'd almost forgotten there was a river east of Twin Horse Ridge. Its headwaters were the Songhua, the famous, named Fish of the Songhua. This river had most of them. In my last life, running wild with Zhao Shuang and that crowd, I'd come to the river in summer to swim and grab fish, but every time I'd just roast them on the spot and eat them. Never once brought one home. Thinking about it now, it was a real sin. Later the river died too. 2 villages upstream turned the bank into a dump. The water went foul, and the fish all died off. I picked a deep stretch, brushed away the snow, and first checked for cracks and for any spots that were too thin. 2 things you can't risk: fall through, and 9 times out of 10 you don't come back up. Sure, the ice under me was solid. I swung the pry bar down. I knocked out a hole, then chipped it wider bit by bit, and netted the broken ice out clean. One ice hole took me over 40 minutes. By the time I'd cleared the ice chunks, I was drenched in sweat, leaning against a tree trunk and panting. Only in the 80s, this. In a later age, a few hundred yuan buys you an ice auger that drills a dozen holes in 40 minutes, and you'd still complain it was slow. Sweated clean through, my undershirt soaked. In weather like this, if you didn't build a fire, you'd catch a chill for sure. Your body is your capital. You don't dare push it too hard. I gathered some dry grass and twigs, lit them, warmed up for 10-odd minutes, and got the feeling back. Once the ice seals the river, the water runs low on oxygen and the fish crowd toward the hole. But fish aren't gods. You have to give it some time. Net in hand, I crept softly to the edge of the hole. Below the surface, a dark shape swam over. I gripped the net pole in both hands, lowered it slowly, and the moment the rim sank under, I gave it a hard swirl and scooped up along the motion. The net was heavy enough to drag at my arms. I leaned back and hauled up on the weight. Splash! The instant the net cleared the water, I landed flat on my backside on the ice. But I had no time to rub it. I scrambled up to look. On the ice lay 5 crucian carp, scattered, palm length, just decent enough to fry. But those 5 couldn't account for that weight in the net. I jerked my head up. In a snowy hollow not far off, a dark shape was thrashing and flapping. I went closer. A carp, over a foot long. Huh. I hooked my fingers into its gills and flipped it backhand into the basket. A big one on the very first cast. But one wasn't enough. I needed 2 at least. I crouched on the ice watching the hole. Scooping the second, a dark shape appeared. Before long, the basket held a dozen-plus crucian carp, a few of those little bullhead-type fish, plus the foot-long carp and a big grass carp. I was on a roll. No time to sort the odd fish, scoop them up, and dump them in. An hour flew by. The fire on the bank had gone out, but I only got more into it. The old saying that fish carry fire in them isn't wrong. Once your hand starts working the net, you can't stop. The same reason anglers will sit all day. The basket gained another carp, near a foot, plus white minnows, crucian carp, yellow catfish, too many to count. For giving away, for eating at home, it was plenty. Achoo! A sneeze snapped me back to my senses. Only then did I feel the cold. I quickly packed up the net. Before leaving, I didn't hurry to fill the hole. I scooped up snow and buried the ice hole, a trick I'd picked up off the internet in a later life. Covered with snow, it won't freeze solid, and next time you just knock it open with a couple taps. Whether it worked, I'd find out next time. Basket on my back, I headed home, already running the numbers in my head. There was still a basin of hare meat in the pot, enough for lunch. Tonight we'd stew fish. From today on, this household would go from 2 meals to 3. Even with no work in winter, you've got to eat your fill. I couldn't have the 2 kids going hungry. By the time I got to the door, I was shivering hard. Shaowen, what happened to you? My sister-in-law rushed up in alarm. There was already 1 person laid up in this house. We couldn't have another freezing sick. Got some fish. I set down the basket. Fish. The 2 kids crowded over, took one look in the basket, and froze. Oh my, how'd you get this many? Get on the con, quick. My sister-in-law shoved and steered me into the east room, and she and the kids hauled the basket in. Where'd you get them? My brother pressed. East Big River. Knocked out an ice hole. I curled up at the head of the con, closer to the fire. I hadn't felt it while scooping, but on the whole walk back my soaked undershirt clung to my skin, and the wind cut clean through me. You crazy kid, You'll poke at anything. Do you know how dangerous an ice hole is? Old Yang from the east and fell into 1-2 winters back. They still haven't found him. My sister-in-law scolded, but her hands were already grabbing firewood to stoke the calm. It's fine. I'm careful. I stayed well back. I grinned foolishly, but inside I was warm. In my last life, after I left Twin Horse Ridge, I made money up on Saddle Mountain and moved into the city, but I never started a family. I lived alone most of my life, and the day I died there wasn't a soul in the room to talk to. Now there was someone to scold me, someone to fuss over me. It was good. Once I'd recovered, I set up at the table to clean the fish, scaled them, gutted them, dug out the innards clean. I kept the swim bladders and the fish fat. The intestines I figured were too dirty and threw them all out. Why throw all that out? You can boil the scales into aspic, and the intestines are edible too. My sister-in-law said, sorry to see it go. There's so much meat here, and the ice hole's still there. When it's gone, I'll go scoop more. Skip the intestines, they've got worms, they'll make you sick. My brother tilted his head and looked at the basket of fish. East Big River's got this many fish? How about we send those 2 big carp over to someone? That's what I was thinking. We'll eat ours. I'll go scoop more this afternoon. I'll go with you this afternoon. My sister-in-law was picking through scales. Scoop a lot and freeze it. Then we won't have to worry about food. Ma, I'm coming too. Siching darted over. Fall in the river and nobody's saving you. My sister-in-law glared. Siching wilted and slunk off to the basket to look at the fish. Talking back after getting chewed out, this kid. Sister-in-law, let's cook a proper meal at midday. The riverbank's cold. Go on a hot stomach. The kids can come if they want. Just keep them away from the edge. Both kids' eyes lit up in a flash. My brother lay there unable to move, watching us bustle around, looking at that table full of fish, dazed like he was dreaming. Yesterday this house was short on grain and short on firewood, and he'd been so worried he wanted to give up. But it was only one day later. The table was piled with fish, and hair was stewing in the pot. This life of theirs was looking more and more like it had something to look forward to. Cleaning the basket of fish took over half an hour. Wild fish are lean. The swim bladders and fat came to barely half a bowl altogether. Uncle, what about those 2? Siching wiped the grimy water off his face and pointed at the 2 big carp on the ground. Those are for giving away. Clean them up and they don't look as good. My brother was startled again. When did I ever understand things like this? Back in the day, if there was anything good in the house, all I knew was to gorge on it. Give some away? He'd have to remind me a dozen times just to make me run the errand. I buried the 2 big carp in the snowbank to freeze. I'd take them to the captain that evening. Winter days are short, dark by 5 or 6. The ice is slick, and scooping fish after dark is too risky. You have to do it in daylight. It had just passed noon. Eat early and head out, and we could scoop a good while longer. Lunch was reheated hare, steamed coarse flour flatbread, and meat broth. In the bitter cold, a bite of bread and a sip of soup. Blissful. I fed my brother a few mouthfuls first. Siching had learned his lesson this time. That morning he'd stuffed himself so full he could barely waddle a circle, and there was fish to scoop in the afternoon. He didn't dare overdo it again. After eating, the 4 of us headed for East Big River. The ice hole had only frozen over a thin skin. 1 tap, and it opened. I lit a fire. The 2 kids kept sneaking toward the edge of the hole to see the fish, and my sister-in-law yanked them back by the scruff. The hole was over half a meter deep. 2 scrawny monkeys falling in would be no joke. My sister-in-law took the first watch with the net, staring a long while with no movement. Let me. You watch the fire. Warm up when you're cold. I took the net, and after 5 or 6 minutes a dark shape finally came under the water. Uncle, there's a fish. Smack. Inging clapped him on the back of the head. Keep it down, you'll scare it off. Siching held his head and shut up, but his eyes stayed locked on the hole. First cast, 3 crucian carp and 5 little minnows. Once I'd opened the account, I couldn't stop. The second cast, 5 bullheads and 2 white minnows. The third, a dozen plus, all small. Where'd the big fish go? What do you need big fish for? The little ones make just as good as soup, my sister-in-law laughed. But I wasn't satisfied. These little fish wouldn't fetch a price. If I could land more big ones, more than we could eat, I could take them to the county black market, 7 or 8 mao a pound. A big carp like the ones for the captain went for a yuan and a half each, and that was on the cheap side. I held the net steady and waited, nothing for a long while, until the pole took a knock. I swirled it around and heaved up hard. This time the net wouldn't budge. Huh? Sister-in-law, stand back. I grinned and leaned back, retreating. A net this heavy. There had to be something big down there. What is it? Can't pull it up. My sister-in-law moved to help. Don't. Two people can't get the leverage. I gritted my teeth. Splash. The net came out, and I sat down hard on the ice again, hissing through my teeth. Keep landing like this, and my backside would split in four. Ma? Uncle? Fish. A huge fish. I followed Seeching's pointing hand. A carp over a foot long, a foot and a bit whitefish beside it, and 7 or 8 little nailfish besides. My sister-in-law scooped up the big carp, so taken with it she couldn't bear to let go, putting it in the basket first before coming back for the rest. I got fired up too and kept scooping. Partway through, my sister-in-law took over from me and chased me off to the fire. Don't go freezing yourself sick over a bite of food. The four of us scooped in shifts, gathered in shifts, until the sun went down behind the hills, and only then packed up. I buried the ice hole, put out the fire, and reached for the basket, and couldn't lift it one-handed. Haha, Uncle can't lift it. The two kids snickered. I looked, half a basket. When did all this get in here? I'd been so focused on scooping I hadn't even glanced at the basket. While you swapped out, Sis wouldn't let us tell. She wanted to surprise you. Seeching rushed to claim the credit. This time we really can eat meat every day. I rubbed both their heads, crouched into the carry straps, and hoisted the basket up. Back home, once I'd recovered, my sister-in-law hurried me along. Take the fish over before dark. Hey, not that one. Swap it for 2 big ones. She was digging through the basket. No need. Keep the big ones for home. I'm going to borrow a cart. Not to admire the captain. 2's enough. I picked up the 2 frozen carp and went out. The captain's house was at the far west end of the production team, 1 street over from ours. I went into the yard and called out, Captain, if it isn't Shawan, your brother looking for me. Captain Lou came out of the outhouse in a dog fur hat, bundled in a padded coat. No, caught some fish today, came to drop off a couple. Old Lou took one look at the fish and his face fell on the spot. What are you giving me fish for? Take it back and build your brother up, go on. And he started pushing me out. No need to ask, he figured my sister-in-law had caught them and, too busy to come herself, had sent me to deliver. Captain, hear me out. There's plenty at home set aside for my brother. These 2 are for you, because I've got a favor to ask. A favor for me? Old Lou paused. What is it? I want to borrow a horse cart to haul some firewood from the mountain. Are you out of your mind? Old Lou said, sour. The mountain snowed in. Where are you going to haul firewood? We don't have enough to burn at home. The construction crew let me go. I just got back yesterday, and one more body on the Kong, and it's not enough. I didn't hide it. Fired. Old Lou frowned. Your brother borrowed money and begged people all over for that job of yours, and you'd only been there a few days. It's complicated. I scratched my head. It really wasn't my fault. It was mostly old Yang's doing. Never mind, I won't ask. Now that you're back, help out more at home. Your brother's sick. Your sister-in-law has it hard. Old Lou had said as much plenty of times before, and I'd never taken a word of it to heart. You're right, Captain. With no firewood at home. That's why I figured I'd go get some. I smiled and agreed. Old Lou stared, taken aback. Had the boy finally come around? All right. Good that there's real business. Don't go into the mountains in cold like this. Come grab some firewood from me first, and I'll figure something out for you another day. He moved to lead me to the backyard. That won't do. I know a co-worker from up in the hills. We agreed to go together tomorrow, and I'll haul a whole cartload while I'm at it. Your co-worker? Going into the mountains is no game. Wolves all over, and tigers too. Old Yin over east. Didn't he run into a tiger and break his leg? Your family's counting on you. It's fine. His dad's an old hunter, several of us together. Nothing will go wrong. His place is in the Xiaohu Brigade, over by West Mountain. At Xiaohu Brigade, old Lu believed it. That area had a lot of hunters, men who knew the mountains. With someone leading you, it's all right, but you've still got to be careful. And one more thing, this cart belongs to the team. Even if your brother came, it'd cost. I know business is business. How many work points? Old Lu was startled again. Was this still the Fong and he knew? All right, come inside, let me tally it up. And take this fish back. Leave it outside. Take it with you when you go. I just smiled and let it pass, carrying the fish in after him. He could say what he liked, but a gift still had to be given. However thick the friendship, there comes a day it runs out. While I was settling accounts at the captain's, back home my brother and sister-in-law were putting their heads together over my marriage prospects. I only heard about it later from my sister-in-law. She'd taken a liking to Uncle Yan's daughter, shall we? Lost her mother at 6 or 7. Kept the household running in good order with just her father, pretty too. Only she didn't care to dress up. Cleaned up properly, she'd be no less than Chun Yuan. My brother balked at first, afraid Uncle Yin would hold all my old nonsense against me. But my sister-in-law was firm. The past was the past. Hadn't I turned over a new leaf? What they didn't know was that what I had my eye on at Uncle Yan's wasn't just the match. There was also that gun, the one that would someday save a life. Old Lu led me inside. By the stove pit in the outer room crouched his wife, Zhang Xiuhong, feeding the fire. Sister Lu, caught some fish today, brought you a couple. I handed over the carp. What did you bring this for? She refused with her mouth, but her hands had already taken them. Good timing. I hadn't made dinner yet. Old Lu, pour some hot water, I'll clean the fish. Old Lu shot her a look, then with a dark face led me into the east room, spread out paper and pen, and figured the account. In summer, 1 person 1 day counts as 1 work point. In winter, double. A mule's precious, reckon it at 10 times, 20 work points. The harvest's been poor these last couple years, a work point's worth about 7 fun. Comes to 1 yuan 40. He muttered along. Given your family's situation, I'll knock off 1 point for you, 1 yuan 33. How's that? Don't. I pulled out 1 yuan 40 and set it down. Charge me the normal rate. You cut me a deal, then what do you do when somebody else comes to borrow? The cart belonged to the team, not to old Lu. That he'd lend it at all was already plenty. I couldn't have him eating the cost on top. Old Lu held the 1 yuan 40, and there was something like approval in his eyes. Not bad, Shaoan. 1 trip out, and you've grown up. He scribbled out a slip and handed it to me. From now on, don't call me captain. It's too distant. Same as your brother. Call me brother. Thanks, Brother Lu. I tucked the slip away and headed home. Later I'd learn. The moment I stepped out the door, Sister Lu curled her lip and insisted I must have gone off running with the dimwit again. Old Lu defended me out loud, but deep down a knot stayed put, and he made up his mind to go ask my brother straight the next day. Home again, my sister-in-law and the kids had already cleaned most of a basin of fish. Any big ones left in the basket? There are. My sister-in-law dug out a big carp, as big as the 2 I'd given old Lu. Not one that big. I picked out a foot-long whitefish. I'm going to the stable. I'll fetch the mule early tomorrow morning. Have Uncle Yang feed it some grass first, so it doesn't run out of pull up the mountain. The stable was at the far west end, with a big open yard, handy for storing fodder. The 2 mules and the donkey were penned on the north side, 3 walls and an iron rail on the 4th, no stove, so the animals wouldn't get soft and lose their cold hardiness. Uncle Yang. Out of the little flat-roofed shack on the north end came a small, white-haired old man, squinting at me. This old man had no children, all alone in the world. Old Lu took pity on him and kept him at the stable tending the animals so he'd never go hungry. Well, if it isn't Shaoan. You're about the only one who'd think of this old man. Just caught these. Brought you 1. I handed over the fish and the slip. Sorry to trouble you. Give it a feeding early tomorrow morning. This little thing. I'd feed it without the fish. That's my job. He thumped his chest, then added a warning. Knocking ice holes in the dead of winter is dangerous business. You take it easy. I know, Uncle Yang. The cart business settled. I could finally head home and rest. But a few steps in. Well now, Brother Fong caught fish today? Got any big ones for me, couple of them? Zhao Shuang sidled out of nowhere and reached to sling an arm over my shoulder. Get lost. I shoved him off. I didn't hold back, and he went straight over backward. Damn it, Fongan. You really think I won't fight you? He scrambled up and rolled up his sleeves. Rolling up sleeves, striking a pose. Northeast men fight. You play that empty showy game? I lunged in, grabbed his collar, and landed a punch, a black eye. Hell, you're actually. Believe this. I drove a kick straight into his chest. He staggered back, lost his footing, and pitched headfirst into the ditch by the road. With a man like that, talk is useless. Beat him into submission, scare him, and he won't dare swagger up to you again. Fongan, You believe I'll blow it up between you and Chen Yuan? Hit me again, and I'll go make a scene at your house. Make your crippled brother pay my medical bills. Cripple. I grabbed a thick wooden stick off the woodpile, wound up full, and swung it at his head. Holy! Zhao Shuang froze in terror and threw up an arm to block. He blocked, so I held back. Crack! He went flying into the snowbank, clutching his arm and gasping. My brother, that's something you get to say too? I hauled him up and raised the stick again. Brother Fong, don't. I was wrong. Shaoan, what are you doing? Yang the Fifth came running and wrapped me up tight. The second someone was holding me back, Zhao Shuang got brave again. Your brother's just a cripple. You can forget about marrying Chen Yuan in this life. I wound up to swing. He turned tail and ran. I couldn't break free of Uncle Yang, so I didn't chase. I wound up and let the stick fly from my hand. Smack! Square in the back of his calf. Zhao Shuang went face first into the snow, scrambled and crawled, and limped off out of sight. Shaoan, why get into it with a man like that? You really hurt him, and you'll be the one paying. Uncle Yang panted. He'd seen that swing, and it had spooked him plenty. Uncle Yang, I know my limits. I tossed the stick aside. If he hadn't thrown up that arm, I'd have pulled it myself. Life at home was just starting to brighten. I wasn't fool enough to land in jail over Zhao Shuang. But a man like that, you can't just shoo away. Uncle Yang didn't deal with him, so he didn't know what kind of goods he was. That night, Zhao Shuang limped off to Chen Yuan's, and the joke that came of it spread across the whole team later. He laid it on thick, said I'd handed fish out to the whole village and given her none. Chen Yuan half believed it. Had I saved the hares for my sister-in-law, planning to bring them by to win her back once the fishing was done? She even thought again of that pot of plain salt water she'd boiled. When her parents got home from playing cards, they asked if she'd straighten things out with me. She got petulant and demanded hare meat, just like that. Where do you catch a hare in the dead of winter? Her father was baffled. Fong Yin's family is eating hare. He caught it, so I want it. What's he going to catch? Pure dumb luck, her mother said, holding up a frozen slab of pork. We'll stew it with glass noodles tonight. Delicious. I won't eat pork. I want hare. Her father couldn't out-argue her, so he grabbed a dip net and took her out. They knocked around for half an hour. His hands went numb, and they didn't scoop up a single hare, and they slunk home empty. Meanwhile, back at my place, I didn't mention Zhao Shuang. I washed my hands and went to help my sister-in-law with the fish. I forgot to give you the money for the cart. How much? My sister-in-law went to dig out cash. No need. The 2 yuan I kept last time. The cart cost 140. That's all used up. Half a basket of fish cleaned out to 3 big basins. My sister-in-law stewed a big carp and 2 bowls of swim bladder. I hung the rest in the back room to freeze. At the table, I fed my brother soup first. My arms still work. If only I could sit up, he sighed. Lying down, he spilled easily, and propping him up was a strain. His back couldn't take much handling either. A thought stirred in me. I had an idea. After dinner, I called Ying over. Got any paper and a pencil you're not using? Find me a couple sheets. Ying dug out half a workbook and a pencil. I tore off 3 or 4 unused back pages and went to my little room. That night, by the kerosene lamp, I sketched and drew, fussing over it for an hour. My brother wanted to sit up, so I'd build him a frame he could lean against. I woke before dawn. I folded the drawings, tucked them inside my coat, bundled into my padded coat, and made to leave. Shaoan, you're up? By the stove, my sister-in-law was already at work. She lifted the pot lid and steam rolled out, wrapped in the smell of fish. You're going out to haul firewood. How can you not eat? It's cold in the mountains. Have something hot before you go. I stood frozen in the doorway, my eyes stinging. In my last life, when I came home falling down drunk, it was she who bustled about brewing soup. When I threw up, it was she who cleaned it. My elder sister-in-law treated me no different from a real mother. But in that life, not only did I never repay her, in the end, I dragged her to her death. Shaoan? Worn out? Don't go today, then. No, just woke up, still groggy. I turned away and swallowed the tears into the soup. 2 bowls of hot soup down, I tucked away the saw and cleaver and headed for the stable. It was still dark, the wind like a knife. Uncle Yang was feeding the mule. He started when he saw me. Folks who used the animals usually waited until the sun was up and it had warmed before coming. He crammed grass into the trough, all but cursing at the mule to hurry up and eat. I went inside and warmed by the fire, and only once it was fed did I lead it out and hitch the cart. Why aren't you wearing a hat? He dug out a dog fur hat and jammed it on me anyway. I had a cotton hat and cotton gloves already. My sister-in-law had pressed them on me, the gloves my brother's from before, but I couldn't refuse him. I thanked Uncle Yang and drove the mule onto North Big Road. Every village road and mountain track for tens of miles around was loaded in my head. Of the dozens of forks, only 3 or 5 led up the mountain. I picked the nearest and turned in. The sun had just edged up red when I reached the foot of Saddle Mountain. I knew the road, took no wrong turns, and wasn't tired at all. The mule, though, plodded along behind, and when it saw me lean against a tree to catch my breath, it even rolled its eyes at me. I ignored it, caught my breath, and headed straight for the pine forest on the north slope. While I drove the mule up the mountain, back home the house had erupted. All of this my sister-in-law would later recount to me, point by point. First, old Lou came through the door with a sack of apples, said his brother-in-law had sent them, sweets for the kids, since he thought the two of them looked thin. But he hadn't even gotten settled before he changed the subject. Deming, you're Shawan. Did he really go up the mountain to haul wood? He went with that co-worker from the Xiaohu Brigade. My brother glanced at the big sun out the window. He's probably up the mountain by now. That co-worker. Neither of you has ever met him. Old Lou rubbed his hands and finally shook loose the knot in his heart. This morning I went to the little shop for salt and didn't see the dimwit. He's usually got a card game going by now. This Shawan, he isn't fooling you too and off playing with the dimwit, is he? My brother and sister-in-law exchanged a look. The dimwit camped at the little shop the moment day broke, rain or shine. For him to vanish this morning was odd. But these past few days Shawan had been finding new ways to get the kids meat. Not a trace left of how he used to be. Brother, the way I see it, Shawan. Creak. The door opened again. Bundled in a padded coat, in came Yang the Fifth, who hardly ever left the stable. Uncle Five, what brings you here? My brother was surprised. Shawan's gone out, hasn't he? I thought I'd come have a look. Uncle Yang sat on the edge of the Kong. The dimwit. He hasn't come to make trouble at your place? The dimwit. Trouble about what? The whole room was baffled. Uncle Yang smacked his lips. Shawan didn't tell you? Last night, he beat the dimwit up. All of this my sister-in-law would later recount to me, word for word. Beat him up? When? Old Lou grabbed Uncle Yang and pressed him. Last night I had him feed the grass, and the second he stepped out he ran into the dimwit. A few words, and they came to blows. Uncle Yang said, that coward took his beating and ran off north. From the sound of it, he means to shake you folks down, so I hurried over to check. Why would Shawan beat him for no reason? My sister-in-law's heart clenched, with the dimwit's knack for making endless trouble. If he really came to shake them down, no amount of money in the house would cover it. This one's not on Shawan. Uncle Yang paused. The dimwit, right to Shawan's face, called Deming a cripple. My sister-in-law's face went dark on the spot. Screw him. Old Lou slapped the Kong. Trash like that deserves a beating, deserves to die. Yanfang, if he dares come make trouble, have the kids holler for me. I'll go find him right now. Brother, don't. My brother grabbed hold of him. I'll ask Shawan when he's back. If the dimwit doesn't bring it up, we won't either. If it blows up big, it's bad for Shawan. What's bad about it? You've been on this team 20-some years. You'd let someone push you around? If it weren't for you back then, you think this team could have gotten off the ground. Old Lou craned his neck, set to go anyway. My brother called out again, Yanfang. My sister-in-law caught his meaning and didn't argue further, just shot old Lou a look. She had a belly full of fury too, but her husband had been heavy in his head lately. She'd only just talked him down from doing something rash, and she didn't want to put him in a hard spot again. Even in the right, even taking a loss, he didn't want to add the slightest trouble to anyone. In the end, old Lou couldn't out-stubborn him, and left a parting word. That little punk dares come shake you down for money. I'll snap his legs. Seeing him to the door, he lowered his voice and asked my sister-in-law, what's gotten into Deming? He never had this temper before. He's been this way since he got sick. Day before yesterday, if Shawan hadn't stopped him, My sister-in-law didn't finish. Old Lou stared at the window of the east room, silent a long while. Keep a closer eye on him. Shawan knows how to work now. Things you'll get better. Uncle Yang came out behind him too, waving a hand. I've lived at the stable near 10 years, and only your Shawan ever brought me a fish. But this team couldn't stand a moment's peace. Old Lu had barely gotten home before he ran into his own wife, Zhang Xiaohong, leaning on a neighbor's doorframe cracking sunflower seeds, gossiping with a pack of old wives. That Fong and from the Fong family got canned by the construction crew for screwing up. Borrow a horse cart? That thing's dirt expensive. Hauling wood up the mountain in the dead of winter? What's he thinking? Mud that won't stick to a wall, that one. His brother's better off without him. And his sister-in-law too. If it were me, I'd have thrown him out long ago. Keeping a dog would beat that. Hey, isn't his brother paralyzed now? Maybe his sister-in-law's got other ideas in mind. Get home, old Lu barked, and the women flinched and scattered like startled birds. Can't even chat for a bit? Zhang Xiaohong muttered under her breath. You go yammering with that crowd again. You can go back to your mother's. Old Lu kicked the yard gate so hard it banged. But the words were already out. In under 2 hours, most of the team knew the Fong family's good-for-nothing got fired and was paying over a yuan to borrow a horse cart to go haul wood up a snowed-in mountain. Winter had no work and idle people aplenty, and this became the team's biggest excitement. Whether he'd come back with a load was anyone's guess. The way he was, whether he could even find the way up the mountain was anyone's guess. He might just feed himself to the wolves halfway. Even by Shuzhen from the west yard next to my brothers came calling, wrapped in a yellow headscarf. Yanfang, your Shaoan's famous now. Hauling wood up the mountain in the dead of winter. He going to get any? Don't let the money go to waste, and his life along with it. She sat on the edge of the Kong, smirking. Shaoan knows what he's doing. Nothing will go wrong. My sister-in-law sat at the foot of the Kong mending clothes, not even lifting her head. And the money? Your family earns a few coins a month, and he spends over a yuan in one day. It's money Shaoan earned. He spends it however he likes. Earned it, you say? If you two didn't line up work for him, could he earn anything? The way I see it, that money ought to be yours. Sister you, that's not right. My sister-in-law's stitches didn't stop. It's a wage Shaoan earned with his own sweat. What claim do we have on it? And even if it were our money, we'd still let Shaoan go. The mountain's so big. If he doesn't get a load this time, there's the next. As long as he's willing to go, sooner or later he'll bring it back. Half of what my sister-in-law said was to shut by Shuzhen up. The other half was for my brother. Old Lu had a point. Nobody had ever met this co-worker, true or false. Who could say? If I came back empty-handed this trip, and my brother stewed himself into a fury again, his thoughts might drift back down that dark road. By Shuzhen, snubbed, went home sulking, and the moment she was in the door, she slapped the neck of the man lying on her own Kong. Look at that boy in the east yard. Knows to go get firewood even in this cold. Now look at you, sleeping all day. While she scolded her husband over there. Over here my brother stared at the gate a long time and didn't see me. It's barely past noon, the mountain's far. My sister-in-law eased his mind. His co-worker's family hunts. They're sure to have a gun. She said it, but when she looked down, the stitches she'd just sewn were all crooked. Meanwhile, on my end, having rested, I worked north along the mid-slope. This time of day there's more game up at the peak, so hugging the mid-slope as I went was the safer bet. I'd gone over half an hour when the mule got winded. I looked for a thick tree to tie it to and let it rest, and just as I drew near, a track underfoot stopped me cold. Long and narrow, for inches long, 2.5 wide, for toes clear, in a straight line. Wolf. I gripped the cleaver and scanned around. The woods were quiet enough, the odd bird call. Let's go. Can't stay here. I led the mule north, deliberately keeping to the open stretches where nothing could hide. Wolves are pack-hunting fiends. Once they've fixed on prey, they're in no rush to bite, lurking in the dark waiting for you to let your guard down, then rushing in all at once. Snow had fallen 2 days back and buried the old prints, so this string was fresh from the last day or two. This area was right in the pack's range. In my last life, I'd had plenty of dealings with wolf packs. Even with a gun in hand, I'd never dare go head-on against a pack. I could only circle behind and first make out the alpha. Kill the alpha and the pack scatters, leaderless. Leave the alpha alive, and even 2 or 3 of them are enough to tear a grown man apart. And right now, I didn't even have a gun. Get marked by them, and you're dead. I quickened my pace and pushed on another half hour, and finally the pine forest came into view ahead. I tied the mule at the edge of the woods and scattered the dry grass Uncle Yang had packed. We're here. Take a rest. Saw and cleaver in hand, I went into the woods. This pine forest stretched beyond sight. What I was after wasn't the old pines you couldn't get your arms around. Too heavy, the mule couldn't pull them, and you couldn't load many. I went specifically for windfall. After a big wind, there are always a few trees toppled over in the woods. No work to saw them. Just shoulder them out, cut them short, and burn them. There was a mound in the snow. I kicked the snow off, and sure enough, there were 2 windfall logs underneath. I loaded them onto the cart, then turned and found 3 or 4 more. Once the nearby ground was cleared, I pulled out the saw and went to work on the pines beside the cart. There's a trick to sawing trees too. First saw halfway in at the base, then saw halfway from the other side a little higher, give it a kick, or wait for it to fall on its own. I just sawed through this side and was rising to move on. Under a pine 2 meters off, a pale gray head, topped with 2 short antlers, round eyes wide, stared straight at me. A roe deer, a real dimwit of an animal. Meat, delivered to my door. 3 feet long, 30 or 40 pounds. Dressed out, it'd be a good 20 pounds at least, enough to eat for half a month. I didn't have time to hesitate. I wound up and hurled the cleaver. A shame, the blade missed, driving straight into the snow under its head. The roe deer jolted and bolted east, gone in a blink. I picked the cleaver back up, in no hurry. This animal's famous for being dim, heavy on curiosity. It'd be back to see what the deal was. I found a pine with plenty of branches, climbed up, and crouched on a thick fork to wait. 10 odd minutes, and sure enough, that pale gray appeared again in the east, ambling over to the tree, big innocent eyes glancing all around, like it was puzzling over what just happened. I picked my moment, leapt down, and threw an arm around its neck. It sensed something wrong, struggling to run, a shrill cry coming from its throat, like it was calling for its kind. My right hand drew the cleaver across. The cry cut off. Before the blood had even drained, I hoisted it onto the cart and tossed it on. The smell of blood spreads fast, and noses in the mountains are sharp. The swift ones come running at the scent. If a few really showed up, not only would I lose the deer, I'd lose myself in the bargain. When it came down to it, it was all because I didn't have a gun. I grabbed the saw, dropped the half-cut pine with a few strokes, knocked off the branches, shouldered it onto the cart, untied the rope, jumped on, and drove the mule east. Get clear of this forest first. But with a cart of pine bearing down on it, the mule couldn't run fast. I jumped down, grabbed another rope, and pulled alongside it. Brother, run faster. Too late, and it's our lives on the line. The mule turned its head and looked at me, like that brother really got to it, threw itself into the pull, and took off. Damn it, wrong way, this way. I tugged the reins. Going down was a slope, and a cart of wood actually made it easier. With me pulling too, the mule ran faster and faster, harder even than on the climb up. But it was rough on me, pulling the cart and reading the way at the same time. Before long, my undershirt was soaked through. Worn out, I'd hop on the cart to sit a moment, catch my breath, then get back down to pull. The whole way I ran into no game. Didn't have to circle the hiding spots, and made better time. What I didn't know was that 3 minutes after the cart left, a dozen-plus wolves came pouring into that pine forest, gathered at the spot where the roe deer had been killed, licking the blood off the snow. 40-odd minutes later, the cart finally cleared Saddle Mountain and reached the big gully on the mountain's north side. I propped myself against the cart wheel and panted. The mule hung its head too. This spot was far from any den, and by day little came around, safe enough to rest. I caught my breath for 10-odd minutes. The sun had tilted west. I figured it was near too. I drove the mule north, walked over 20 minutes, and finally got onto North Big Road. North Big Road ran all the way to Tong County in the far west. I was now at the northwest of Saddle Mountain. Following the road east, I could get home. Rope in my left hand, cleaver gripped in my right, I leaned against the pine logs and walked. Passing Little Poplar Gully, I let the mule rest by the roadside. But I'd stopped not to rest. In Little Poplar Gully lived Carpenter Zhang. Folks for 10 villages around called on him to build houses and make furniture. I went in, said hello, and handed over the drawing I'd kept tucked in my coat. What it showed was a wheelchair. Yesterday my brother had said he wanted to sit up to spare someone the feeding. But the wheelchairs of this era could only sit, not recline, and his back couldn't take being forced upright. So, from my memory of the last life, I'd drawn one that could both recline and sit, with an adjustable back when my brother wanted to eat. He could shift onto it and raise the back and feed himself. When there was nothing doing, you could even push him out for some air. I'd marked every part's dimensions clearly. Carpenter Zhang had never seen the thing, but the drawing was detailed enough, and he took it on. We agreed I'd pay when I picked it up. I dropped off 2 logs and led the mule on toward home. While I was heading back, at home my sister-in-law could no longer sit still. She'd run to North Big Road 2 or 3 times without seeing me. So she left the kids waiting at the road junction and went back to report to my brother. "Your Shaoan still not back? I told you he wouldn't get a load, and you had to make him go. Regretting it now?" Bai Shuzhen leaned on the fence, smirking, and a few visiting women chimed in beside her. My sister-in-law ignored them and walked briskly back inside. "Still not back?" My brother looked up. "Wood's hard to haul in the mountains. He's probably on his way." She eased him, though she didn't believe it herself. "I never should have let him go this morning. There's everything in those mountains. Didn't old Yin get hurt up there?" My brother lowered his head, awash in regret. After Bai Shuzhen left, a few more rounds of people came to nose around, either saying he'd get no load, or that the mountains were full of wolves and bears. The more people came, the more talk there was, and the couple, already wrung with worry, grew more restless. If my brother could move, he'd have thrown on his clothes and gone looking long ago. "Yanfang is Shaoan back." Old Lu pushed the door open. He'd seen my sister-in-law running back and forth with the kids, and worried my brother would stew himself into a fury, came specially to check. "Not yet. He's probably on his way." "All right, you two don't fret. I'll go find old Yin right now. Take a few men and look out west. Shaoan's a sharp kid. He can dodge whatever he runs into. Nothing will go wrong." Old Lu waved a big hand and turned to leave. Creak. Fong Xiqing came tumbling and scrambling into the room, clutching the door frame and gasping, pointing at the gate. "Uncle. Uncle's back." A full cart of pine, logs thick as a bull's mouth. Ying sitting prim on top. I led the mule into the yard. My sister-in-law ran out with her coat hanging open. "Shaoan, all this? It's all ours." "Of course it's ours." I lifted Ying down from the cart and tied up the mule. "Didn't you go with your coworker? How come you didn't split him a share?" she asked quietly. My hands paused on the rope. I'd nearly forgotten that detail. They drove carts too, hauled 2 big loads each. "This cart's all ours. Enough to burn all winter." Ying stared at the wood, grinning foolishly. "Shaoan, where'd you get it?" The onlookers at the gate cut in. "West Mountain." I waved Ying back a ways and started unloading. "We're on West Mountain." I didn't answer. I'd said West Mountain. If they wanted to haul their own, they could go find it. "Sister-in-law, don't trouble yourself. Go inside and boil water. I'll deal with this in a bit." I lifted aside the dry branches and dragged out the roe deer from underneath. Before getting on North Big Road, I deliberately covered it with branches to mask the blood smell, so as not to draw wolves. A chorus of gasps at the gate. "Is that a roe deer?" Ran into it before hauling the wood. I shouldered a pine log and headed for the back of the house, paying them little mind. Old Lu came out of the house, saw the deer, and pointedly didn't mention it. "Your sister-in-law went looking for you a few times. Any later, and I'd have taken men out to search. Good that you're back." With that, he tucked away the flicker of envy in his eyes and went home. I'd meant to cut him a leg. My brother had been paralyzed all this time, and old Lu had helped out plenty, and in the last life it was him who'd gotten me the ranger job. But with so many eyes watching, it was awkward to bring it up. I'd send it over once I'd finished dressing it. The onlookers' eyes were all glued to the deer. "Shaoan, how'd you bag this roe deer?" a few young men asked. "Someone shot it with a gun, split me a share." I answered offhand. My sister-in-law worried about me having no one along, so I might as well nail this story down, and then my brother and sister-in-law could rest easy about me going into the mountains down the road. "Oh, so someone gave it to him." Bai Shuzhen leaned on the fence, curling her lip. "Someone gave it to you. What's there to strut about? Poor folks showing off." Wang Baixiang rolled her eyes, and a few women beside her chimed in. "My uncle brought it back. You got the guts. Go get your own." Crouched by the cart, Xiqing shot to his feet and threw it right back. "Xiqing, watch your mouth." My sister-in-law scolded with her mouth, but a smile sat at the bottom of her eyes. The women, abashed, made excuses about having things to do and dispersed. The onlookers at the gate flushed red with shame and went home one by one. I rubbed Siching's head. This nephew. I hadn't doted on him for nothing. The cart of wood unloaded. The water inside still wasn't boiling, so I went to return the cart first. You're back. Didn't get a small haul, did you? At the stable, Yang the Fifth set down the grass and came to meet me. Got a fair bit. The mule's worn out too. Uncle Yang, give it extra grass. I'll go to the county for some feed another day. Why spend that money? There's a whole pile of grass in the storeroom. He took the mule, then sighed again. Only you. Plenty of people borrow the mule, but nobody's ever said to feed it more on bringing it back. I went to return the hat, and he jammed it back on me. It's yours now. I've got several more. Don't go freezing. Home again, my sister-in-law was still breaking up dry branches. I went to help and got chased back inside. I can handle this bit. Don't you still have the deer to deal with? I had Ying carry it indoors so it wouldn't freeze. Inside, Siching crouched by the stove pit helping Ying feed the fire. I just set to work when there was a knock at the door. Yanfang, you home? Bai Shujing glanced at the stack of pine at the end of the house, ducked her neck, and came in. Sister, you. It's so late. Something you need? My sister-in-law asked, knowing full well. Shaoan hauled all that firewood. I figured I'd ask where he got it, so his brother can get some too. Someone else took him along. He doesn't know the spot. My sister-in-law cut in to answer. Yanfang, we're family. What's there to hide? Bai Shujin turned to me. Shaoan, I've talked it over with your brother. I won't ask for nothing. Whatever you bag, split half to my family. How's that sound? Catching a wolf with empty hands. If mountain game were that easy to get, the whole team would be eating meat already. Her bag it and split half sounded almost reasonable, but why should I tell her? Because her face was thicker than a shoehorn? Sister, you've really asked the wrong person. I crouched back by the stove pit. Someone took me along. All I know is West Mountain. Where exactly, I honestly don't know. What's the harm in saying? Your brother's third uncle's younger uncle and Ying's grandmother's sister are one family. Reckon it up, and we're all relatives. I nearly laughed out loud. There were only so many people across 10 villages. Reckon it up, and everyone's kin to everyone. But the relation she dragged out was so distant it couldn't be measured with 8 poles, and she had the nerve to parade it. How about tomorrow you take your husband along? More people, and if you run into something you can split more. Whatever you bag goes to your family. Your brother and I just want some firewood. Sister, you. The water boiled and I stood, cutting her off. The firewood's on West Mountain. You want to go? Go yourself. I can't take you. There's a pile of work in here. I'll get to it first. I scooped half a bucket of hot water and carried it into the east room. My sister-in-law followed me in, leaving her out there. What's so great about it? Bai Shujin went out sulking, leaving a parting line. It's just some firewood. I don't believe you're the only ones who can find it. And muttered her way toward the front street to find Old Yin. Old Yin was the team's hunter. In his younger days, he'd run all over West Mountain and was sure to know where to go. She gone. My sister-in-law pulled the door tight behind her. That woman. This morning she cursed you'd never make it back, and now she's here asking. Eaten up with envy. My brother put in from where he lay. Shaoan, you didn't run into wolves on the road, did you? No. Saw tracks. My co-worker's dad wanted to bag a couple, but couldn't find them. I worked that non-existent man in again. That scar on Old Yan's arm is from a wolf bite. When they hunt wolves, don't you go along. My brother couldn't rest easy. I didn't even go when they got the deer. Right? Didn't you say the deer was shot? How come there's no bullet hole? This one wasn't shot. It had run off. And while I was sawing wood, it came back, and I caught it. What did it come back for? My sister-in-law pressed. Wanted to see what was going on. I said it half in jest and got the whole room laughing. No wonder they call it the dim-wit deer. Siching tugged at the deer's ear. Eat it, and you'll be just as dim. Ying spooked him. Siching yanked his hand back. Uncle, then let's not eat it. Another round of laughter through the room. The truth is the roe deer isn't dim. It came back not to watch the fun, but because it's fiercely territorial and won't tolerate another creature in its turf. I didn't say that, and let Siching tug at its ear for fun. I took the small knife and skinned it. The blade runs between hide and flesh, taking no fat. Take fat, and it won't fetch a price. The skill hadn't gone rusty. I skinned it clean and fast, looking like I was just peeling it off. Skinned, then gutted, then cut up the meat, the forelegs first, then slicing along the bone seams. never once using the cleaver to chop. My brother and sister-in-law watched, transfixed. In the blink of an eye, the whole roe deer was broken down clean. Shawan, where'd you learn this? My sister-in-law stared at the heap of meat. Even the butchers at the state-run diner weren't this slick. My co-worker's dad taught me. I lied again. Every time I told it, I had to admire my own foresight. Without that man, I really wouldn't know how to square all this. Most of a basin of chopped ribs. Sister-in-law, stew the ribs. I'll send the captain a leg and borrow the cart again tomorrow. Borrow it again? My brother worried anew. One cart's not enough to burn. They're going again tomorrow. Good timing to haul more. Get Shawan some money. My brother gave the word. I had 6 mao left in my pocket. The cart cost 1 yuan 40. My sister-in-law dug out 2 yuan. I took one, picked up a deer leg, and headed for Old Lu's. The county seat was far to the north. A round trip took most of a day. Tong County was at the west end of North Big Road, too far to make it back the same day. Had I known the route ran by it, I'd have sold those hair pelts and not been so pinched. Once I'd hauled enough firewood, I really ought to think about making money. My brother's illness had to be treated fast. But I just rounded the corner when I saw a dozen some people come streaming out of Old Lu's. From the sound of it, all there to borrow the horse cart. The team's cart's this expensive? Over a yuan a day, same as working half a month. Fine if you get a load. If you don't, that's just burning money. 5 men in their 40s came out of Old Lu's, muttering as they walked. The one in front, Chong Yushan, was wrapped in an army greatcoat, his right hand bound in bandages. Let's wait and see. Old Lu says a lot of folks came to borrow. See what they bring back. If it's worth it, we'll borrow tomorrow. Chong Yushan rallied the group and led them east. The team had 2 carts total. Best not let people borrow them all out. I was still muttering to myself when the east gate of Old Lu's yard banged. Zhou Daqiang shot out without even his padded coat on, his wife Wang Baixiang chasing and swatting at him with half a log. How long since this house had meat? Look how the kids are dying for it. How is it everybody else can get some? That Fongan on the back street's a dozen years younger than you, and he hauled a roe deer home. Hearing the words roe deer, Zhang Xiaohong, who was carrying firewood, dropped it and ran inside. I had no time to listen to them carry on and quickened my step into Old Lu's. Brother Lu, Shawan's here. Old Lu shot Zhang Xiaohong a glare and came to meet me. Just dressed the deer, brought you a leg. What are you bringing it here for? Before Old Lu finished, Zhang Xiaohong had already snatched it. Deming needs building up with that illness. They don't have enough for themselves. Give it back to them. Old Lu's face was dark. There's plenty left at home. It's just one hind leg. If I weren't borrowing your cart, I couldn't have bagged this thing. Zhang Xiaohong shot Old Lu a sidelong look and carried the meat off to the stove. Old Lu wanted to smack her a couple of times, but with the meat already taken, he had to let it go. Shawan, stop sending things over from now on. You've paid the cart fee in full. He showed me into the east room. How come you want to borrow again? 1 cart's not enough. 2 kong and a stove. It'd only burn half the winter. You eat firewood? Old Lu laughed and scolded, but seeing I still meant to haul more home, he was gratified too. Fine, I'll write you another slip. Nobody's borrowing the team's carts. From now on, when you need one, just come to me for a slip. I just saw Uncle Chong and them coming out. They'll all clear off once they ask the price. I laughed. That lot had no confidence and wouldn't part with the money. Had I known, I'd have spared myself the worry just now. Go if you're going, but be careful coming back. Old Lu put the money away. Tell your sister-in-law, so she doesn't fret. She ran back and forth with the kids 4 or 5 times this afternoon. I know. On the road home, my heart sat heavy. I'd come to Twin Horse Ridge at 10. Ying was only 2.5 that year. In my sister-in-law's eyes, I wasn't a brother-in-law at all. I was plainly another one of her children. How could she not fret? And this half-son of hers, in the last life, not only did I never show her a single day of filial care, I dragged her to her death instead. At the door, I ran right into my sister-in-law seeing someone out. Old Zhang from the front yard also came to ask where the firewood came from. I sent him off. She lowered her voice. These next couple days, don't tell anyone who asks. Your co-worker's willing to take you along. Word leaks out, and he might not take you anymore. What would I tell them for? Back inside, I didn't rest. I cut off a slab of breast meat and took it to Yang the Fifth too. The old man was gnawing an unleavened flatbread with his tea. Bringing meat again. Bagged a roe deer on the road. Have a taste. And sorry, I'll have to trouble you to get up early and feed it one more time. I handed over the slip. Yang the Fifth grumbled with his mouth, but the creases on his face spread into a smile. Meat delivered. I braced a wooden beam against the gate so no one else would come asking. Went back inside, rubbed salt into the deer hide, and hung it on the rack. 6 hides on the rack, 1 roe deer, 5 hair. 2 hair pelts I'd keep for the kids' mittens. The other 4 I'd take to the county to sell once the firewood was hauled. Only, pelts weren't worth much these days, for together still wouldn't fetch many coins. I frowned at the hides. If only I could get a bit more tomorrow. That dimwit deer in the daytime had run east. At the far end of the pine forest, there was likely a den. Uncle, dinner's ready. Seeching poked his head in. Ma's stewed ribs smell so good. And if you don't come, Ma won't let me eat. I laughed, so he'd come to tattle. Let's go, dinner. As for that den, a look tomorrow and I'd know. In the center of the round table in the east room sat a big basin of ribs stewed with potatoes, 5 coarse flour flatbreads beside it, and a small bowl of pickled mustard root. I took the chair Ying handed me, but my eyes stuck on that bowl of pickle. We pickled vegetables at home. There's not much to eat in winter. If you don't like it, eat this. My sister-in-law pushed the ribs toward me. I like it. I broke off half a flatbread and picked up a chopstick of pickled mustard root. The chewy fragrance of the coarse grain mixed with the crisp, clean snap of the mustard, hitting straight at the taste buds. This was good eating. My sister-in-law looked at the pickle, then at me. Normally when this dish of pickle came to the table, I wouldn't touch a bite, and now in the blink of an eye half the bowl was gone. Shawan, that stuff's harsh on the throat. Eat more meat. My brother reminded me. You didn't used to like this? My sister-in-law still found it odd. Had some elsewhere. Still, the kind pickled at home tastes the best. I grinned. In the last life I'd thought it had a strange tang and never touched it. But after my brother and sister-in-law were gone, I craved this very taste, pickled it 40-some times by my sister-in-law's method, and could never once get this flavor. Now, tasting it anew, the more I ate the more I couldn't put the chopsticks down. If you wanted it, why didn't you say so earlier? Your sister-in-law pickled half a crock. My brother grumbled. This beats the meat. Pickle beats meat. My sister-in-law pursed her lips and smiled. One trip out, and he'd even learned to sweet talk. Sis, did Uncle go dumb from being so tired? Seeching muttered, gnawing a rib. Smack. A clip to the back of the neck. Eat your food. The whole room laughed. After the meal, my sister-in-law took the kids to clean up, wouldn't let me lend a hand, and shooed me off to chat with my brother. Only the 2 of us left in the room. My brother spoke up. Last night, you beat the dimwit up? Did he come make trouble? My face went cold. No, your Uncle 5 told me. What happened? Ran into him delivering fish. He came at me wanting fish, wouldn't be shooed off, so I beat him off. I said it lightly. Yang the Fifth had clearly told him the dimwit had cursed him as a cripple, but my brother didn't breathe a word of it. That man's just like that. Ignore him, not worth raising a hand to. You hurt him bad, and they lock you up, then what? They won't. He cares about face. He won't go around telling people he got beaten. His own father probably doesn't know. If he doesn't come, fine. If he comes, I'll deal with him again. Why won't you listen, you boy? Work hard, find a good match, and start a family soon, and then you'll rest easy. Is that it? I picked up the thread. Then I really will start a family late. My brother choked, reached for the feather duster by the Kong. Quick-handed, I snatched it first. With legs like yours, you want to discipline me? Just rest and recover. Whether I start a family or not, you've got to stay alive for me. If you're not here, I won't even look after your wife. You. My brother glared at me, wordless for a long while. I set down the duster, saw my sister-in-law had finished cleaning up, rose, and went back to my room. That night's business, I only learned about later. The moment I left, my brother and sister-in-law talked it over half the night on the Kong. 1. They wanted to set me up with Uncle Yan, shall we? 2. The firewood would last to spring, but the grain at home was near the bottom of the crock. I'll think of something for the grain, don't tell Shawan. My sister-in-law kept her voice down. The firewood and meat are all his doing. We can't load it all on him. My brother stared at the ceiling, sighed, and didn't sleep easy. And that night, a few households on the team, with their minds on the things I'd hauled back, tossed and turned, and couldn't sleep either. I was up before dawn. My sister-in-law had the meal ready early: ribs, coarse flour flatbread, half a small bowl of pickled mustard root. She moved to pack 2 spoonfuls of ribs into an aluminum lunchbox for me. Don't bring it. The meat smell draws wolves. Then take a couple flatbreads. Won't bring those either. I'll just drink a belly of wind. I'll be back in a few hours. I stuffed the last bite into my mouth and headed for the stable. Uncle Yang was up even earlier than the day before. The mule was already fed. He'd switched it out today. Yesterday's had just worked and needed rest. We hitched the cart, and I drove off toward West Mountain. Yesterday's road had wolf tracks. Today I went around, following the mountain's foot 3 li east, then turning north. The whole way was uneventful, walking and resting, 2 hours before I reached the pine forest. With the change of route, my stopping point was over 800 meters from yesterday's spot. I gathered windfall nearby first, to save sawing on the spot. What I didn't know was that by now the team had erupted again. Zhang Xiaohong had blabbed the cart borrowing business out once more. The card players and the visitors at the little shop, it spread through them in half a day. At the Chang household in the southeast, Chang Yushan leaned on the Kong smoking dry tobacco. Is this team a pack of idiots? West Mountain's got more wolves than trees. No gun in hand. Who'd dare go? Only that reckless fool Fong and watch. Whether he comes back alive is still anyone's guess. Bai Shuzhen came calling at my house again. Yesterday she'd gone to ask Old Yin the way and gotten snubbed. Old Yin not only wouldn't tell her, he'd warned her off running into the mountains. Yanfang, Shaoan's gone out. Tell me where he gets that firewood. He went with someone else. Even he doesn't know? So how would I? My sister-in-law didn't even look up. Bai Shuzhen, finding no fun in it, turned back at the door. How about? Your house has plenty of wood. Lend me some, and I'll pay you back come spring. My sister-in-law nearly laughed out of anger. Whose house burns firewood come spring? Can't lend any. We don't have enough ourselves. Have your old you go haul it himself. It's right on West Mountain, not far. Aight. Bai Shuzhen choked, left with only one line. Old Yin says that mountain's crawling with wolves. Tell your Shaoan to watch himself. Where are there that many wolves? Shaoan didn't run into any yesterday. My sister-in-law shot back offhand. But the words were no sooner out than she remembered I'd said I'd seen wolf paw prints yesterday. She looked up toward West Mountain, brow knit tight. Meanwhile, over there, I'd gathered 6 windfall logs and sawed a full cart, then led the mule east, back to yesterday's spot. I wanted to see whether there was a den in the direction the deer had run. I'd just arrived when there was a string of wolf paw prints on the ground again. This time I didn't panic, figuring they'd been drawn by yesterday's blood. I just scanned carefully all around and quickened my step. But a few steps on, the mule suddenly stopped and wouldn't move no matter how I pulled. My heart clenched. An animal's nose is sharper than a person's. If it wouldn't move, there was almost certainly something nearby. The hairs on the back of my neck stood straight up, like a pair of eyes was fixed on me. I gripped the cleaver and whipped around. Behind me a wolf, baring its fangs in a snarl, forelegs pressed low, hind legs driving off, lunging straight for my throat. Holy! I threw the blade across to block, caught its forepaws and its jaws, and shoved it back along the motion. A wolf that's marked its prey never lets go. Shove it off, and it pounces again at once. And a man simply can't outrun a wolf. I didn't run. Cleaver gripped in my right hand. Half crouched, I kept my eyes locked on it. But the moment that wolf's forepaws touched down, its hind legs met the ground, and it pitched into a tumble. I had no time to wonder why. With my left hand, I flung the mule's rope over a branch. Couldn't have it spooking and bolting, and then feeding something else. Looking again at the wolf, I finally saw it clearly. Its right hind leg was broken, the snapped bone bent outward, nearly bursting through the skin. There was a fresh wound over its right eye too, oozing blood. No wonder the shove had pushed it off so easily. A healthy wolf, and that one move would have cost my shoulder a few claw gashes. But hurt or not, it was still a wolf. I didn't dare let my guard down. We froze for a dozen odd seconds. Then the wolf dropped its body low, hind legs driving, fangs straight for my chest. I'd reckoned on it. I held the blade across to guard my chest, edge out, spine in, just reaching its neck. Thud! The instant it sprang, I went down with the motion and slashed hard, opening a gash across its neck. Awoo! The wolf yowled, twisted, and came again for my throat. But the cleaver was pinned dead under its forepaw. I couldn't pull it free. The gaping jaws were almost on me. I wound up my left fist and slammed it into the wolf's muzzle, knocking the lower right fang crooked, and the instant it flinched, I wrenched the blade out. It wavered on its feet and toppled toward my left. I rolled up, snatched the cleaver, and, edge or spine, didn't matter, wound up and hacked at its head. What cruelty is there to talk about at a time like this? Don't kill it now, and once it recovers it kills me? A dozen odd strokes and the wolf's head was split open, tongue lolling, gone still. I added one more cut to its neck to bleed it, and only once I was sure it was good and dead did I drop down into the snow, all strength gone, the hand gripping the cleaver soaked in sweat. The mule beside me had long since snapped a few branches loose, but now that the wolf was dead it turned docile, though its eyes stayed fixed dead on at the blade in my hand. I ignored it, caught my breath a few seconds, and got up. That roe deer den to the east, no need to check it now. With wolves prowling all the way here, the deer, dim as it was no tiger. It would have been long gone. But turning my head, I caught sight of half a yellow rump showing behind a pine not far off. Long fur, short tail, none of the white spots a roe deer has. A gazelle. Its neck had been bitten through, tooth marks on its hind leg, but the body hadn't been torn open yet. I understood at once. The wolf had just made the kill and hadn't had time to eat before it fixed on me, wanting another mouthful. Grinning, I shouldered the gazelle, and passing the wolf, gave it a kick. Serves you right, greedy. I tossed the gazelle on the cart, then dragged the wolf up by a leg and threw it on too, untied the reins, and headed for the peak, taking the same road down. While I'd been dealing with the wolf, no game had gathered around. It was safe enough here, and I was in no hurry, driving the mule slowly along. The sun had passed midday by the time I led the mule out of Saddle Mountain and followed the road back toward North Big Road. Meanwhile, back home, things had long since boiled over. Seeching came running back from the junction a second time. Ma, didn't see Uncle. My sister-in-law had broken up every dry branch there was to break. Her brow knit tighter and tighter. Oh ho, your Xiaoan still not back? It's noon already. Nothing's happened to him, has it? Wang Baixiang had come visiting at Baishuzhen's, snide as ever. Now Xiaoxiang, don't say that. Xiaoan's a capable one. Even wolves give him a wide berth, right Yanfeng? Baishuzhen came out to put in her piece, shooting my sister-in-law a sidelong look in the bargain. My sister-in-law didn't take the bait. She pulled off her gloves and walked the two kids toward North Big Road, all the way to the far west end. But the street at the far west end had quite a crowd standing about by now, clustered in twos and threes, their eyes drifting now and then toward West Mountain. Even Captain Lu stood at the mouth of his own street, gazing out. The whole team was waiting to see whether Fong would come back alive today and with anything to show for it. In the half day I was gone, home had long since turned into a churning pot. All of this old Lu and my sister-in-law told me about later. The West End street mouth was packed, people clustered in twos and threes, eyes all drifting toward West Mountain. Against the foot of a wall, Chang Yushan's bunch crouched smoking dry tobacco. Brother, that kid hasn't really come to grief, has he? Chang Yuming stood up on a rock to look. What did I say? Chang Yushan's face was stiff. You still going this time? There's nothing up that mountain. You don't know Jack. Reckless idiot. You ever been up there? Is this team a pack of fools? No gun in hand. Who dares climb West Mountain? Only that reckless Fong and watch. Whether he comes back alive is still anyone's guess. West of Old Lu's, Zhang Xiuhong peered north too, leaning to his ear. What do you think Xiaoan will haul back today? If he gets something, won't he have to send you some? Does Xiaoan owe our family? I swear, every single day you get home. Old Lu's face went dark, and he shouldered through the crowd toward the far west end. People hailed him the whole way, Captain, Brother Lu, and he answered each only perfunctorily, going straight up to my sister-in-law. Why'd you bring the kids out to wait again? A grown man in his 20s, what could happen to him? There are a lot of wolves up that mountain. Brother, Yin says he runs into one every time he goes. Old Yin? You went and asked Old Yin. Old Lu blinked. Last night when he'd gone to ask about firewood, the man had been laid up on the calm, barely able to get up, with that bad leg. How could he go running anywhere? No, the woman from the west yard said it. That lot are eaten up with envy that your family hauled back all that wood. Whatever they say, don't take it to heart. Old Lou lowered his voice and consoled her a couple of lines before going back. My sister-in-law brought the kids home, and the moment she turned into their own street, another ring of people had gathered. Old Fong's wife, Xiaoan back yet. Old Zhang from the front yard had a rubber apron tied on, his gloves still black. Plainly he'd dropped his work and come running. Not yet. My sister-in-law didn't slow her step. Lucky yesterday, today's no sure thing. Bai Shuzhen leaned in the doorway with her arms folded. Better have old Lu take people out to look before he runs into something. Xiqing was about to talk back, but my sister-in-law pulled him inside. Xiaoan back. My brother lifted his head. It's barely any time at all, lie down. My sister-in-law's mouth was tough, but Bai Shuzhen's run into a wolf had lodged in her heart, and she turned to send Xiqing west to take a look. Don't go to the far west end. Just wait west of the team. If you don't see him, go find your Uncle Lu. Xiqing hadn't even gotten his coat on properly. At the yard gate, a crowd swarmed up. My sister-in-law's heart pounded. What's all this? The next moment, a mule came ambling around from the west into the yard, the cart piled high with pine. And I sat right at the front. Xiaoan's back. My sister-in-law shoved the door and ran out. My brother's heart, suspended half the day, finally settled. I hopped down and tied up the mule. The crowd went silent in an instant, all waiting for me to name a place. Xiaoan, where'd you get this wood? Still plenty left, I'd wager. Old Zhang fished. There's plenty, but exactly where, I don't know either. I gave a faint smile. TCH, you just don't want to say? The mountains wood isn't your family's. Wang Baixiang rolled her eyes. He already said yesterday, someone took him along. Without somebody, you think he could haul it back on his own? Pan Xiaoyan deliberately pitched her voice up. I didn't take it up, tied the mule, and went to unload. Hey Xiaoan, you've been out 2 days now. No wolves up the mountain? Bai Shuzhen called, standing up on a rock. My sister-in-law's face fell, and she made to snap back. I got in first. Funny you should ask, I said, lifting the dry branches off the top. Ran into one today, as it happens. Ran into one. Get hurt. My sister-in-law rushed over to look. Thud. I hauled the wolf down and dropped it hard on the ground. A wolf. Get back. My sister-in-law yanked me aside, throwing her arms out to shield the kids behind her. The crowd recoiled as one. The women from the west yard shrieked, Mama, and shrank back into their yards. It's fine. It's been good and dead a while. I went over and kicked it twice. Only then did my sister-in-law lower her hands. This wolf, you killed it. Ran into it coming back, hacked it dead with the cleaver. No bullet hole on the wolf, so lying was no use. Get hurt. My sister-in-law pawed me up and down. No, there's a gazelle too. Ing, boil some water, we'll deal with it all in a bit. Old Zhang screwed up his nerve and edged closer. Bai Shuzhen, from a distance, searched the fence gaps for a bullet hole. None. No bullet hole. Hacked it with a cleaver. Look at that head, one young man cried out. Only then did the crowd see clearly. The wolf's head was hacked to bloody pulp. Xiaoan, that's no small skill. You can even butcher a wolf. Old Chin from the front yard stuck up a thumb. Last month a few came through the team and near-gutted Sanbiao from the west end. And here you. Who's to argue? If we'd run into one, we'd have been scared half to death. Old Zhang chimed in, staring at the wolf's fangs, and not bringing up the firewood again. He had no such skill. Running into a wolf, trading his life for a bit of firewood wasn't worth it. Just one. What's there to fear? They don't come down in a pack. I answered offhand. That's your luck. Run into one for real, and we'll see if you're scared. Bai Shuzhen stamped her foot in fury and slammed her door going back inside. Wang Baixiang and a few others dispersed, abashed, eyes still glued to the wolf and the gazelle. But a few at the back of the crowd turned and bolted for old Lu's, a thing I only heard about later. Old Lu had barely gotten home before some 20 people came pouring into his yard, all there to borrow the cart. I was here first. Get out of the way, and they near came to blows. Wood unloaded, I went to return the mule first. Back early today, Yang the Fifth came to meet me with a black leather bucket and lowered his voice. A whole lot of folks went to borrow the cart. That yard's a mob, near a brawl. If you want to borrow, you'd best go early. Not going. There's about enough firewood. Good that you're not. You couldn't borrow one now anyway. He hung up the bucket, beaming. I'm off to the front yard to watch the show. I shouldered the wolf into the east room. Holy hell, what is that? My brother nearly bolted upright in fright. Ran into it on the road. He killed the wolf and snatched the gazelle right out of its mouth. My sister-in-law, proud and chiding at once. Get hurt. It never even touched me. Its hind leg was broken. Took no great effort. I laid down a sheet of plastic and skinned it with the small knife. The gazelle it had just killed hadn't been eaten yet, so I brought it back too. You've got nerve, I'll say that. My sister-in-law's heart was still in her throat. Last month San Biao ran into a wolf at night. Near got his leg bitten through, still laid up now. There's enough firewood. Don't go anymore. Better if I run into one, add some meat. My coworker's dad taught me how to handle the things up there. Without that skill, you think I'd dare go up the mountain? My sister-in-law cut my brother a look, wanting him to talk me out of it again. Shawan, that may be so, but you've got to be careful. Don't go hurting yourself. Don't worry. My sister-in-law glared at him. She told him to talk me out of going, and it had turned into be careful. Skinning along, my hand paused. The big crock of frozen meat in the back room had been full since yesterday with the roe deer. Even its forelegs had to be hung from the roof beam. Leaving them outside, I couldn't rest easy. If wolves came in the night, they'd carry the whole lot off. This wolf, this gazelle, where would I put them? Sister-in-law, do we have a scale at home? A scale? My sister-in-law blinked. We do. Before winter, your sister-in-law sold pork and borrowed it from old Yen. Haven't returned it yet. My brother said, what do you want it for? There's no room to freeze them, so I'll sell what I clean. Sell off the poorer cuts, neck and foreshoulder, and keep the loin and hindquarter for us. If it's not enough, I'll go back to the mountain for more. The neck and foreshoulder are throat meat, full of blood vessels and lymph. The poorer cuts no one cares for. Sell them? At this time of year. My sister-in-law hesitated. The pigs were all slaughtered already. It wouldn't sell easily. But on second thought, not every household on the team kept a pig, and at year's end every house was short on meat. Maybe it really would sell. Sell for how much? Pork's 7 mao in the county. We'll sell for 6, and say straight out it's throat meat. No cheating anyone. The couple exchanged a glance, both stunned. Shawan, isn't that high? Our pork only sold for 55 cents. I nearly went dumb. 7 mao in the county. Here you could sell for 65 and have no trouble, never mind no trip to the county. Right at the doorstep. Then it clicked. People in those days weren't sharp. Prices followed the herd, and they always felt their own meat was inferior to others, talking themselves down. Everything that should have been slaughtered is slaughtered by now. There's nowhere on the team to buy meat. 6 mao isn't high. I didn't bring up the pork. Mention it, and my sister-in-law would fret and undersell. Shawan's right. This wolf wasn't easy to get either. The risk he took. My brother agreed. I finished skinning the wolf, gutted it, broke down the meat, blade falling clean along the bone seams. I skinned and gutted the gazelle too, sawed off the horns, cut it into pieces. My sister-in-law followed with the cleaver, cutting them down further. Look how slick Shawan is, and me all clumsy hands, cutting with jagged edges. She looked at her own pieces, then at my squared-off cuts, and sighed. They're all the same. I picked up the wolf's foreleg. 2 lifetimes, and I'd never tasted wolf. The hind legs definitely stayed for us to eat, never to be given away. The meat went out on the table in the yard. Foreshoulders 6 mao, loin and hindquarters 7. 2 cuts of loin and 2 of hindquarters set aside for us, scale beside them. The roe deer meat was carried out from the back room and laid out alongside. Sister-in-law, you sell to anyone who comes. I'll go find the captain. This meat, will it sell? My sister-in-law was still half doubting. This team's gone half mad wanting meat. It'll be snatched up in minutes. She stood by the table, gazing at the table full of meat in a daze. A few days ago this house was short on meat, and in the blink of an eye they were selling it? At Old Lou's, the crowd had dispersed. Shawan, there you are. I was just about to find you. SSH, what are you bringing now? Killed a wolf, brought a leg to taste. I handed it to Zhang Xiuhong. A wolf? She was too scared to take it. A lame wolf, busted hind leg. Did it hurt me? No. I cut Old Lou off before he could flare up. What did you want me for? The team's carts are all borrowed out. You can't go tomorrow. I wasn't planning to. That's all right then. These brats, seeing you haul back all that wood, they fought over the carts like they'd gone mad. Old Lou let out a breath, still winded from being crushed by the crowd. Brother, can the team's loudspeaker be used? I figure I'll sell some meat. Give a shout, save the hawking. Sell. Old Lou's eyes widened. Then he laughed. Not bad, Shawan. You live better than your brother. I'll holler for you right now. He ducked into the little room and fiddled with the loudspeaker. Hey, got an announcement. Fong Deming's family is selling meat. Gazelle, 7 mao a pound. Also wolf meat and roe deer meat. Anyone wanting some, get over there quick. He called it 3 times running. I walked back, the loudspeaker still blaring behind me. By the time I rounded into our own street, the gate was already mobbed. My sister-in-law and the 2 kids were already hard at it. How much for loin? Loin and hindquarters 7 mao, neck and foreshoulders 6. My sister-in-law held up the scale and called. 2 pounds of neck. I want 2 pounds of loin, 1 of hindquarter. People swarmed the table jabbering, some reaching to paw the meat themselves. My sister-in-law unable to fend them all off. Last time selling pork it was 1 customer at a time. She'd never seen a scene like this. Make way. I squeezed in and threw my arms out to block. Everybody back up, 1 at a time. Uncle Zhang, you first, what'll you have? 3 pounds of hindquarter, the gazelle. Old Zhang dug out his money. My sister-in-law grabbed a roughly right piece and weighed it, 3 pounds 1 ounce. 2 yuan 17. Selling on the spot, no string. No matter, I'll just carry it home. Old Zhang left beaming. Have some sense, line up, no grabbing. Don't get any, there's next time. Old Lou came into the yard and barked. The captain's face had to be given. The crowd obediently formed a line. Old Lou helped keep order while I focused on weighing. Uncle Yang, gazelle loin 2 pounds 3, 1 yuan 61. Antigua, roe deer neck 1 pound 6, 96 cents. The team folks weren't well off. Mostly it was a pound or 2, some only a few ounces, but with so many people it didn't matter. A good amount sold in a blink. I looked up, and Chun Dafa, Chin Yuanyuan's father, had squeezed to the front. Shawan, you've really made something of yourself. I'll buy 2.5 pounds. Give your uncle a discount. He bared his big yellow teeth. No. Flat. Hey, you and Yuan are close, near engaged. Uncle Chun, you can't be saying that. I deliberately raised my voice. Yuan and I never got to that point. You don't want to marry your daughter off, and I've still got a wife to take down the line. The yard buzzed at once. Weren't they together? Fell through, and now he wants to use it to score a deal. Chun Dafa's face went dark. He didn't buy the meat and turned and left. My sister-in-law stood to the side, stifling a laugh. Looked like Shawan really had cut things clean with Yuan. She'd better hurry the shall we matter along. Yanfang, how much for the gazelle liver? Bai Shuzhen had reached the front, eyeing the organs. 7 mao too. 7 mao? Nobody usually wants this stuff. Skip it. Weigh me 2 pounds of roe deer loin. Sell me 6 mao. We're neighbors after all. 7 mao. Not a cent less. Take it or next. No, I'll buy it. She hurriedly dug out her money. The meat was near sold out. The neck was gone. The gazelle all cleared. Only some wolf loin and roe deer hindquarter left. Shawan, selling the hides. Chong Yushan, wrapped in his army greatcoat, sidled up. Meat's all sold, no use keeping the hides. Sell by weight, 7 mao, same as the loin. I nearly laughed. Did he take me for a fool? That roe deer hide hole would fetch 10 some yuan. Hides aren't for sale. Buy meat and I'll weigh it. The hides won't sell at any price. Next. Then the gazelle head? I watched a while. Nobody wanted it. Selling. 7 mao a pound. I lifted out the gazelle head. Chong Yushan took one look and froze. This gazelle. Where are the horns? The horns aren't for sale. I gave a faint smile. Skip it. He left with a dark face. Old Lou watched, baffled. Doesn't buy meat. Sets his mind on the hides and the horns. What's he after? I'll tell you later. I didn't explain. Too many people around. The rest bought a pound or 2 each, and the meat soon hit bottom. The latecomers got none and went home dejected. Inside, the 2 kids flopped face first onto the Kong, fetching meat, weighing meat, handing meat, worn out alongside us all day. All sold. My brother's eyes shone. Not enough to go around. The last few got none. My sister-in-law smiled ear to ear. I stuffed the money into my pocket without counting it, and went on breaking down the legs I'd kept. We'd stew a pot of wolf tonight for a taste. Oh, Shawan, my sister-in-law suddenly remembered. Chang Yushan asking about your hides and the horns. What was that about? Whoever sells hides by the pound, and at 7 mao. I worked at the legs. Yesterday's roe deer. The whole hide fetches 10 some yuan. He wanted to take them cheap and pocket the difference. That expensive. The couple clicked their tongues. And the horns. Gazelle horn is medicine, clears heat, draws out toxins. I handed the horns to my sister-in-law. Keep them safe. When the kids get a cold down the road, shave a little, steep it in water for them to drink. Better right away. Really? Then I'll keep them well. My sister-in-law carefully tucked them into the chest. Old Chang most likely came for just that. My brother saw the light. Shawan, how do you know all this? My coworker's dad told me. The word online had reached my lips. I forced it back at the last second. Brother, didn't Uncle Yan ever tell you? He's a hunter. He ought to know about the things up the mountain. All he knows is shooting. Good hides he keeps to use. Bad ones he just throws out. Never sold a one. Medicine, he understands even less. When Xiaowei ran a fever as a little girl, he hopped about frantic. You think he'd be like that if he knew? My brother shook his head. A thought stirred in me. 3 generations of hunters, half a country doctor. How could he not know even this? Most likely he just didn't care to say. But if that were really so, then that gun, given to him, was a waste all the same. Meat broken down, I took out a hind leg for my sister-in-law to stew and set aside 2 lungs, the wolf liver, and a few lengths of intestine. It'll be dark soon. I'll bring some to Uncle Yang. He gets up early to feed the mule every day. Meanwhile, at home, my brother and sister-in-law were putting their heads together over my marriage again. I only heard about it later from my sister-in-law. The 2 of them had set their hearts on Uncle Yan Xiaowei, a year younger than me, pretty, with several families coming to propose come summer. They had to hurry. My brother finished with a line. Once he's married, when I go over to the other side, I'll have something to answer to our parents with. And my sister-in-law's smile froze on her face on the spot. And on my end, I'd reached the stable. Bringing what now? I haven't even eaten the fish and the roe deer yet. Young the 5th gnawed a flatbread with his hot water. Killed a wolf, sold the meat. This is what's left of the offal. Wolf liver and gazelle intestine for you. Stew them, stop making do. Bah, one man, anything'll do for food. He laughed, the creases full across his face. He'd never taken a wife in his life, and this was the first time anyone had treated him so. Chop these 2 lungs and feed them to the mule. Get out. Are you trying to ruin yourself? Feed good things to livestock. He was put out. I scratched my head, embarrassed. Lungs are a pain to wash, and dirty. In the last life I'd given them to the dogs. And this old man wouldn't even allow that. Oh, he lowered his voice. You didn't see this afternoon. Those cart borrowers didn't get one, and started bidding the price up, some shouting 2 yuan. Old Lu chewed them out, and in the end it still went at 1 yuan 40. Next time you borrow, it might go up. 2 yuan? Bidding it up already? Thanks, Uncle Yang. I'll head back first. Stew the meat. When it's gone, I'll get more. Home again. I cleaned the offal in the yard, turning the intestines with chopsticks to wash them, to spare the house the smell. Sister-in-law, water boiling? Put the gazelle liver on. Sure, you wash up and rest a bit. You've been at it all day. I washed my hands and was just about to take the money from my pocket to count. Shawan, sit. I've got something to tell you. My brother waved. Creak. The outer door opened. Auntie Fong, is Shawan home? Mengming's here. Come in. Mengming? Dr. Shen's Mengming? What was she here for? I came out of the east room. At the door stood Mengming in a white cotton cap and a red padded coat, with a dozen odd people in their 20s behind her, all the crowd I used to run with. Heard you were back. Came to see you. Mengming grinned. My brother lay bare-chested in the east room, not decent for company, so I showed them into the little room. My sister-in-law, watching from by the stove, suddenly noticed. Chen Yuan was wedged in among them, ducking her head, shrinking toward the back. So many hides and a wolf. You've got some nerve. Mengming clapped my shoulder. Got lucky. Mengming had been the ringleader of this crowd since childhood. When I first came to Twin Horse Ridge, she was the one who brought me into the group. And her father was Dr. Shun. If I was going to treat my brother's illness, I'd have to ask favors down the road, and this friendship had to be kept up. How'd you kill the wolf? Ran into it. Hacked it dead with a cleaver. Nothing to tell. Then that cartload of big pine. Where on West Mountain did you get it? Did your dad get a cart? I countered. The whole room pricked up its ears, not expecting that line from me. No. Mingming laughed awkwardly. My dad didn't get one. Even the cart for the day after tomorrow's been borrowed. The day after tomorrow? My heart jolted. The day after tomorrow was exactly when I'd planned to go pick up the wheelchair. Wasn't that a fix? This afternoon while you were unloading, Uncle Lu's place near came to blows. Uncle Chang got one cart and Mingming looked at Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan, didn't your family borrow one too? Huh? Oh, yeah. Yuan Yuan's eyes dodged, not daring to look at me. Later I'd learn. She'd heard I'd made a few dozen yuan selling meat, enough to buy 2 watches, and her heart had turned over. That was why she'd come half reluctantly along, hoping to fish out where the firewood was and patch things up a little. My face stayed blank. Where exactly? I don't know either. Go ask someone else. Mingming looked at me, then at Yuan Yuan, a flicker of displeasure crossing her eyes, then waved a hand. Just asking. I came to see you. You've been in the city so long, and on break you don't come find us either. The crew's busy, a day or 2 off, no time. Fair enough. Not like us, idle all day not knowing what to do. There was a note of helplessness in her words. I gave a faint smile. That was the real reason she'd come. Uncle, dinner's ready. Siqing called from outside. We'll head off then. Mingming rose, and going out east she glanced back at me once, like she had something to say, but catching sight of Yuan Yuan in the crowd, in the end she didn't say it. Yuan Yuan and a few others went west, each to their own home. I braced the gate shut with the beam and went in to eat. That night we stewed the wolf's hind leg, plus a whole gazelle liver. Wolf meat is gamey and salty, gazelle liver a touch rank. Luckily my sister-in-law blanched it long, and the taste was much milder. Each of the kids clutched a leg bone, gnawing with grease all over their mouths. I ladled a bowl of broth, shredded strips of wolf meat, and fed my brother first. Brother, you just said you wanted me. What is it? I was thinking, your brother wants to find you a wife. Don't. I cut in, sending a spoonful of broth straight into my brother's mouth, blocking the words back. I'll find my own wife. The 2 of you, don't trouble yourselves. One whole meal, and in the end my brother never got it said. After dinner the kids went to wash dishes. I called my sister-in-law into the east room and took out the money to count. 35 pounds of gazelle, 30 of wolf, 10 of roe deer, 75 pounds in all. After waste, it had sold for 49 yuan 80. Add the 2 mao in my pocket, and it came to around 50. That much. My sister-in-law's eyes shone. My brother was stunned too. Their pig, near 100 pounds, hadn't sold for as much as this one afternoon. Sister-in-law, take this 40. I'll keep 10. I can't take this money. The meat's all you're doing. There's a lot of places we need money at home. I tucked the 10 into my pocket. I can't go up the mountain tomorrow, so I'll go to the county, sell the hides, make a bit more. To the county? The couple exchanged a look. How can you go alone? Have your sister-in-law go with you. My brother couldn't rest easy. No need. It's not like I've never been in the county. Get to bed early. I went back to the little room and scraped the leftover fat off the hides with the knife, so they wouldn't fetch a poor price. But the moment I left, the couple in the east room knit their brows. Shaoen's never sold anything. Him going alone, will it work out? The first night, my brother had even wanted my sister-in-law to go to the county with me. I only heard about this later from her. With her mouth she said, most of the meat today Shaoen sold himself, he can handle it. But in her heart she had no confidence. In all my years at Twin Horse Ridge, I'd never traveled far, and suddenly going to the county to sell things, she couldn't rest easy. But she had to massage my brother's back, and Ying, a young girl, couldn't take her place, so she could only let me go alone. She took the opening to mention something. She wanted Dr. Shun to give my brother a couple of shots, so he'd recover faster. No shots. That's all money Shaoen earned. Save it for him to take a wife. My brother refused flat out. All of this, I didn't know. The next day, the moment the sky lightened, I was up. I split the stove wood and got the room good and warm. What are you up so early for? My sister-in-law was surprised. Normally, I waited until the meal was ready and the kids came to call me before getting up. Force of habit. I fed broken branches into the stove, and they caught with a crackle. While the meal was still cooking, I went to the back of the house and sawed those big pine logs short, the longer ones, 1.5 meters, for the calm. The stove ones cut to 1 foot. then split in half with the axe so they'd catch fast and the Kong would run hot. Splitting wood is loud, and afraid of waking my brother and the kids, I rushed to get it done now. By the time Ying came out to call me to eat, I'd just finished splitting 3 logs, enough to burn for a day. I'd top it up when I got back in the afternoon. After breakfast, I tucked the hides under my arm and set out, following North Big Road east, then up East Big Road north. 20 or 30 li and you reach the county town. But a few hundred meters onto East Big Road, I turned into a small courtyard on the west side. Dr. Shun, Shawan, come in quick. A woman in a blue long gown came out shaking water off her hands, a washboard still soaking in an iron basin behind her. Her warmth caught me off guard. The year I first came, she'd been so good to me. Gave me anything tasty, had Ming Ming take me along to play. Later, when I ran with the dimwit, she cooled and privately told Ming Ming to keep her distance. And today did she also want to ask about the firewood? Auntie Shun, I won't come in. I'd like you to give my brother a few shots of penicillin. My brother's illness came from overwork. Anti-inflammatories couldn't cure the root, but paralyzed this long there was inflammation in his back, and a couple of shots could ease it and keep it from worsening. I told your sister-in-law long ago he should get shots, but your brother, Dr. Shin fretted. If he won't agree, you just tell him this. I leaned in and murmured a few words. Dr. Shin burst out laughing. Still you, his own brother, who knows him best. I took out 3 yuan. 3 days' worth. Won't need it. Penicillin's only 9 mao. Take this 3 mao back. I know you made money yesterday, but you don't spend it like this. She pushed it back without brook argument. Ma, washing my clothes again. Hey, Shawan, come to play. Ming Ming bounced out in a plaid shirt. I came to have Annie Shun give my brother a shot. Sorry about yesterday. I didn't know about you and Yuan Yuan. If I had, I wouldn't have brought her. Ming Ming was both ashamed and annoyed. It's fine. I've got things to do. I'll head off. Go on. Get dressed. Grab the medical kit. Come with me to your Annie Fong's. Dr. Shun called back at Ming Ming. Still can't give a shot at your age. All you know is play. I'd walked some distance off when I heard that and smiled. I hadn't realized Dr. Shun was already pressing Ming Ming to learn medicine this early. In the last life, when I made money and came back to build up Twin Horse Ridge, Ming Ming was already. Enough. I didn't want to think about it. Another couple came out of a small courtyard by the road. It was Yuan Yuan's second uncle, Chun Eryong, and his wife, shouldering a saw and a blade, heading west. Only now setting out up the mountain. I shook my head. Going up this late, what would they haul? Just a snack for the wolves. But buying grain took grain coupons. We most likely had none at home. If we had, they'd have been spent already, and I had none on me either. Frowning, I suddenly thought of someone, by my memory of the last life. That fellow got hauled in by year's end. I didn't know whether he was still around at this point. Once the hides are sold, I'll go check the black market. I clutched the hides tighter and quickened my pace. Out of Twin Horse Ridge, no one had swept the snow, just a few ruts ground out by cart wheels. I followed the ruts north. The cold made the road slick, but thinking of selling hides and buying grain, I had strength all through me. That bit of theater at home, my sister-in-law recounted to me later. Dr. Shun arrived with Ming Ming. My sister-in-law went to pay, and Dr. Shun waved it off. Shawan already paid. 3 days of anti-inflammatory shots. What? Paid already? My brother froze on the spot. That boy, throwing money around again. Sis, look at your husband. Someone's getting him treated, and he's calling it wasteful. Dr. Shin laughed. My sister-in-law's eyes went hot. The day Shawan came back and saw my brother paralyzed, he'd only asked how it happened and said nothing else. When he gave money, he'd only said it was for the house. She'd thought this brother-in-law didn't care whether his brother lived or died. So all along he'd had it in his heart to treat his brother, just never said it out loud. This boy, she hadn't doted on him for nothing. Sharon, can it be refunded? My brother's mouth was still tough. Refunded, sure. Dr. Shin spread her hands. But your Shawan left word. If you don't take these shots, the moment he's back from the county, he's splitting off the household and leaving you to fend for yourself. My brother glared, eyes round, wordless for a long while. Ming Ming couldn't help snorting a laugh. Take the shots. Split off what household? Split off, and where would Shawan live? My sister-in-law pressed his arm down. My brother stopped struggling, but he kept it in mind. When that little brat's back, I'll settle accounts with him. And on my end, walking along, I sneezed twice in a row. I looked up at the sun and grinned. Dr. Shin ought to be at the house by now, and my brother had surely heard that line of mine and was cursing me in his heart. Once for thinking, twice for cursing, no escaping it. Out the door at 7, with the detour to Dr. Shun's, by a little past 8:40, I reached Lynn County. The Lynn County of those days had nothing to do with the word bustling. Most of the streets were big courtyards. Only the county center had a few 3- and 4-story buildings, with little shop fronts below selling all sorts. No cars on the road, only carts, bicycles, and passers-by. Following my memory of the last life, I wound through this turn and that into a big courtyard west of the county center, the Lynn County Purchasing Station. The gate stood wide open. That meant open for business. Inside it was toasty, the iron stove roaring. Behind the counter, a middle-aged man in a light green sweater and glasses was reading the paper, and his eye fixed at once on the hides under my arm. "Young comrade, got goods to sell?" I handed the hides over. Road deer on the outside, gazelle and wolf within, 3 hare hides innermost. "Oh, quite a few." He set down the paper, but his smile suddenly froze. "These? Where'd you get them?" "Learned a bit of the trade from an old hunter. Got them these past couple days, all fresh hides." He nodded. "Fresh hides can't be faked." Turning to the wolf hide, he paused again. "This wolf hide, no bullet hole? Hacked with a cleaver, you can tell from the head part." When skinning, I deliberately kept a bit of the wolf's crown. The blade cuts showed clear. "I won't lie to you. 8 years I've worked here, and you're the first to butcher a wolf with a cleaver." The admiration in his eyes deepened. "Skinned clean, too." He named prices. The 3 hare hides. One with a cut got 1 yuan 50. The other 2 yuan each. Roe deer hide, small, 12. Gazelle hide, 16. Wolf hide, 30. I knew well that these prices would climb once the household responsibility system came in, but right now, this was the going rate. "Done." Zhang Jianjun wrote out the slip and handed over the money. 3 hare hides, 5 yuan 50. The other 3, 58, 63 yuan 5 in all. Add the 7 yuan 3 left from yesterday after the shop money, and I had 70 yuan 8 in my pocket. "Get more hides and come find me. I'm on duty Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays. I'll get you a good price for sure." I tucked the money away and went out, but didn't hurry to that department store. First, I wound through this turn and that into an alley about a meter wide, found a wooden door painted black, and knocked twice. "Who's there?" A man in a black padded coat poked his head out, first glancing toward the alley mouth a few times. "Buying coupons." "Mute by sent me." "Old bot." He looked me up and down, glanced at the alley mouth again. "Come in and talk." Mute by wasn't truly mute. He just spoke softly and had earned the nickname. He ran with this Zhang the Gimp inside. Usually he'd crouch at the black market and sidle up to anyone without coupons to ask. This trade was illegal, and nobody dared be too brazen. Old Bai had gone in before winter, trotting out his name. The man indeed raised no suspicion. 10 pounds of white flour, 10 of rice, and 10 of cornmeal. Whoa, that much. His eyes lit up, and he pulled out a fistful of coupons. Grain coupons of the day topped out at 10 pounds, which he didn't have, so he made it up with a 5-pound rice coupon and 1-pound coupons for the rest. "Got sugar coupons?" 1 pound. The coupons came to 2 yuan 7 altogether. "Brother, straight up." Old Bai's gone in. "Need coupons down the road. Come find me. I'm Zhang. Everyone calls me Zhang the Gimp." He saw me out warmly, and at the last glance toward the alley mouth again. I shook my head. So shifty-eyed. No wonder he'd get caught. By my memory of the last life, in under half a month he'd be hauled in two. But that was none of my business. 68 yuan 1 left. Time to hit the department store. A few frozen hard donkey dung balls in the road, and I kicked them far off. As a kid newly come to Twin Horse Ridge, Meng Meng would take us little brats, and we'd kick these around the road like a ball. Bad luck got you one that wasn't frozen solid, and you'd get it all over you and a beating waiting at home. A little girl stared at me like I was an idiot. "Mama, what's that man doing?" I rubbed my nose, quickened my step, and ducked straight into the department store. Food, clothes, daily goods, it had it all here. I went to the grain section first, used the coupons to buy 10 pounds of rice, 10 of white flour, 10 of cornmeal, and came out lugging 3 bulging cloth sacks. People around kept glancing my way. Few bought this much at once. Then I weighed out salt, white sugar, 2 pounds of bulk soy sauce, picked up 2 bars of soap and a pack of matches. Passing the daily goods counter, I got my sister-in-law 2 boxes of Wanzi Qianhong skin balm. This stuff worked better than most of what they'd have in a later age. At the clothing section, I picked my sister-in-law a red padded coat, 10 yuan. For Yinging a pair of the little rabbit mittens that were all the rage, 3 yuan. For Xiqing a pair of cotton gloves, 1 yuan 50. I added a new school bag for each and grabbed Yinging 2 boxes of crayons. Just a couple of days ago, the 2 kids had been sucking their fingers waiting for meat, and now, in just a few days, there was a settledness in my chest I couldn't put into words. 39 yuan 11 left in my pocket. I looked around for one of those big red plastic barrels. The crock at home was full, several legs hanging from the roof beam, and I wanted to add something else for freezing food. But after circling once I remembered, in this era, big red plastic barrels didn't exist yet. Just as I turned to go, a row of industrial iron drums against the wall caught my eye, a good 50 liters each. I glanced at the rolled-up plastic sheeting beside them, smiled, and walked over to the old man selling the drums. The big iron drum was 9 yuan, 6 meters of plastic sheeting 2 mao. I asked the old man for 2 gunny sacks to cover the goods and laid a board with a rope under the drum's base. Drag it across the snow, and there was a makeshift sled. It was noon, and my stomach had long been growling. Passing the state-run diner, I bought 2 pork-in-pickled cabbage buns. 50 cents each, 1 bite all meat. The pickled cabbage you had to hunt for. It wasn't pickled cabbage with meat in it. It was meat with a little pickled cabbage mixed in. The pork bits, fat and lean marbled, oozed grease at a bite. I finished them in 2 or 3 mouthfuls and went back to buy 10 more for the kids and weighed out 40-some fruit candies at the little shop along the way. 23 yuan 5 left in my pocket. Everything I'd meant to buy was got. Dragging the sled home, I ran the numbers in my head. The team had only 2 carts, fought over and unborrowable these 2 days, and harder still come the busy farming season. The department store had bicycles, but one was 170 and took coupons too. Couldn't afford it now. I'd make myself a sled at home first, having one beat having none. Walking and trotting. The trip that took 2 hours going took just over an hour coming back, and I reached Twin Horse Ridge. Just as I turned onto our street, I looked west. The far west end had a crowd standing about, all gazing toward North Big Road, like waiting for the mountain goers to come back. I didn't look long, but walking on, a couple darted past ahead, brushing right by without noticing me. Hurry up. They'll be back hauling stuff. We'd better borrow a cart too and lock in the day after tomorrow, or it'll all get snapped up by others. My heart jolted. You had to book a cart 2 days ahead now? I had to get the goods home fast and go borrow a cart. Too late, and the day after tomorrow cart would be booked out, and there was no telling when my brother's wheelchair could be hauled back. That whole morning, home hadn't had any peace either. Dr. Shun had come and given my brother the shot and left. At noon, my brother kept eyeing the wall clock, muttering, "The county's got to be a 2-hour trip." I'd left at 7, and it was near 2 now. He couldn't sit still and was about to send Xiqing to East Big Road to meet Maine. Before he finished saying so, Ying spotted me first. Into the yard, I plopped the iron drum down in the middle. "Shawan, what's this big iron drum for?" My sister-in-law came to meet me. "The crock's full. Bought it to freeze food. You all eat. I'll go to the captain's first to borrow a cart. Going to haul some things the day after tomorrow." "You're going up the mountain again?" My sister-in-law's face filled with worry. "Not the mountain. Going to my co-workers to haul something. Not into the hills." I dropped the rope and ran for old Luz. Xiqing leaned in and sniffed the gunny sack, seemingly catching the smell of meat, and reached to open it. Smack! Ying's hand. "Uncle's things, don't paw at them." I ran to the far west end. Not a soul on the street, but a ring of people crowded old Lou's door, all in a chaotic huddle inside. Too late. I was about to squeeze in when someone yanked me back. "Uncle Yang, what are you here for? Go, hurry, go." Without a word, he pulled me away. "What's going on here? What do you think?" The 3 Chong brothers went up the mountain, didn't haul any wood, and Chong Yumming got mauled by a wolf. They're dressing the wound at old Lou's now. Blood everywhere. Huh? They really ran into a wolf. I scratched my head. This morning, leaving Dr. Shen's, I'd said this lot were going up too late and would feed the wolves, and in half a day it had come true, word for word. If Chang Yuqing hadn't run back for help, all three of them would have left their lives up there. As we spoke, a stir went through old Lu's yard, and a cart rolled out heading east, taking Chang Yumming to Dr. Shun's. I went to borrow a cart, and Yang the Fifth blocked me again. Borrow a cart at a time like this? There's enough firewood. You want a wolf to get you next? Uncle Yang, if I didn't know how to dodge a wolf, I wouldn't have made it back these 2 days. Why else would I get up so early? I turned and went into old Lu's. Brother Lu, any cart tomorrow? The moment I said it, everyone inside and out the yard froze and turned to look as one. You still want to borrow? Chang Yumming just got mauled, and your family's got enough firewood. Don't go. Old Lu urged. It's fine. I won't run into one. If a man wants to borrow, let him. Going knowing full well there are wolves, that's having skill. Wang Baixiang snide. Right? Shaoan went twice without a scratch. Real talent. Bai Shuzhen had come to watch the show too, smirking coldly. Is that human talk you two are speaking? There are wolves up the mountain, and you're egging Shaoan on? Forgotten already that he sold you gazelle? Old Lu pointed at the two of them and cursed up a storm. Captain, didn't we pay for it? Bai Shuzhen curled her lip. A few men beside her snickered, waiting for the show. I paid them no mind, handed over the money, and leaned to old Lu's ear, low. If I didn't know the way, I wouldn't have made it back these 2 days either. Old Lu blinked. He'd been puzzling over it. Chang Yushan went once and got mauled, while I went twice and scathed and hauled back all that pine. You really can do it. Don't worry. I nodded. Come inside. I'll write you a slip. Inside, I came clean with old Lu. Truth is, this trip I'm not going up the mountain. Earlier, at Little Poplar Gully, I had Carpenter Zhang make my brother a wheelchair. I'm going to haul it back. Don't spread this around. Little Poplar Gully. Old Zhang. Old Lu saw the light. That's near the Xiaohu Brigade. Good that you're not going up. Be careful on the road, too. There's no telling when wolves come down. He wrote out the slip, handed it to me, and saw me to the door. The crowd outside was still wagging tongues. One barked from him, and they all scattered. Yang the Fifth walked me back, still grumbling. I laughed. I leave early. The roosters aren't even up. You think the wolves are? He slapped his thigh. Ha, this kid's sharp. But what I didn't know was that this very afternoon, Chang Yushan's bunch was plotting something foul. Chang Yumming came back from Dr. Shun swathed in bandages, and on the cart he heard the neighbors all talking about how I'd borrowed a cart again. Brother, Fong and went again. You've got the nerve to bring it up? I told you not to borrow that cart, and you went behind my back. If Yuqing hadn't run fast, both of us would have died up that mountain. Chang Yushan held the reins, his left hand tucked into his army greatcoat, saving Chang Yumming just now. He'd taken a few gashes from the wolf too. Those beasts chewed up second brother like this. We've got to kill them somehow. Chang Yuqing seethed. Kill them with what? 3 lousy knives? I told you to get a gun, and you wouldn't go. Yin the Gimp's too sick to climb the mountain. What use is the gun in his hands? Half a year, and you still haven't gotten it. Chang Yushan cursed. In autumn, sister-in-law went to propose for me, and Yin the Gimp didn't agree. And I'm not even close with Xiao Wei. That road's probably a dead end. Chang Yuqing lowered his head. Chang Yushan narrowed his eyes and dropped his voice. Yin the Gimp values that gun more than his life. Don't marry Yin Xiao Wei, and you can forget the gun. If it comes to it, find a chance and have your way with the girl. See if he still refuses then. Brother, that's a good play. Chang Yumming slapped his thigh. Yin the Gimp's leg is lame, and he's too sick to get off the Kong. The whole house leans on Xiao Wei. Anything that needs doing, she has to go out herself. Chang Yushan's voice dropped lower still. This afternoon, go stake out her door, wait for the chance, and make your move. Once word of it gets out, who else can she marry but you? Would he still dare turn a gun on you? But Yin the Gimp's got a gun. Push him too far and Chang Yuqing still hesitated. Look at your gutless self. Chang Yumming spat to the side. His leg's lame. He's sick off the Kong. What's he going to do to you? You don't want a good life for your daughter down the road. The more Chang Yuqing thought, the more it seemed right. He went home, changed clothes, and set off. All this foul scheming, I knew nothing of at the time. My head was full of nothing but the small affairs of home. Back home, I first carried the big iron drum into the back room and set it beside the crock of frozen meat. This industrial drum had no handle and no lid, and was dead heavy. I had my sister-in-law stand back and, gripping the rim myself, edged it over the threshold bit by bit, lined it with plastic sheeting for cleanliness, then stacked in the 2 wolf legs and 4 gazelle legs hanging from the beam, and covered it with a wiped clean board. What did you buy plastic sheeting for? Just wash it off when you cook it, no? My sister-in-law didn't follow. The lining keeps it clean, and the stuff's worth next to nothing. I patted the rim. From now on, when we get more meat, we won't fret over where to freeze it. Squared away, I carried the gunny sacks into the east room and pulled the goods out one by one. Shawan, the hides sold? Sold. Else where'd the money for all this come from? 10 pounds each of rice, white flour, cornmeal. The moment I laid them out, both their eyes went round. Grain? You bought grain? How? Ran into someone selling grain coupons at the black market. Bought it on the spot. I went on pulling things out. Weren't we near out of grain at home? My sister-in-law was struck dumb. This morning leaving the house, she hadn't mentioned grain to me at all. Buying rice and flour had always been her worry. I'd never even asked. And this brother had it in mind on his own and bought the grain back. She looked at the 3 bulging sacks on the floor, dazed, like she didn't know me. Just made a bit of money and throwing it around. That rice is dirt expensive. What did you buy it for? My brother put on a stern face. The kids are growing. Let them eat something good. It's a few cents more at most. I pulled out the salt, soy sauce, sugar, and the 10 pork buns from noon. Heat them tonight and have a taste. All meat inside. There's all that meat at home, and you bought buns too. My sister-in-law fretted, heart aching. She really should have gone with me. This boy spent money too hard. Seeching stared at the buns, eyes glued. Ying slipped him some fruit candies. He unwrapped one, but first trotted over and fed it into my brother's mouth, then shared with my sister-in-law and me, and only at the last allowed himself one. I smiled around the candy. The sacks bottomed out, and I pulled out 2 pairs of gloves, Ying's and Seeching's. Wear them when you go out to play, so your hands don't freeze. Little rabbits. Ying's eyes lit up. She cupped them, unwilling to let go. What girl her age on the team had these? Plenty to strut about. Seeching's were plain, but new all the same. Didn't you keep 2 hair hides for mittens? Why buy more? My sister-in-law asked. The hides still need a few days to dry. Wear these for now. Thank you, uncle, the 2 kids said in one voice. My brother scolded me for throwing money around, but from the moment I started pulling things out, the smile never left his face. Grain in the house, the kids happy. Sister-in-law, this is for you. I handed over the 2 boxes of Wanzi Qianhong skin balm. Your hands are cracked all over. Rub some on at night so they don't hurt. My sister-in-law froze. Those hands of hers split into cracks every winter. My brother had told her to go to Dr. Shin for some ointment, but she couldn't bear the few cents and never went. She'd never imagined I'd remember even this. What did you buy me this for? Keep it for yourself? Her mouth chided, but her eyes reddened. She took it and was about to set it in the drawer. Wait, there's more. I stopped her. More. Before she'd finished, I'd torn open a black plastic bag, and inside was a bright red padded coat. This? My sister-in-law froze. Bought for her? The department store had only this one red kind. Try it. If it doesn't fit, I'll go exchange it. I shook the coat open and handed it over. No, this is too expensive. I can't take it. Take it back and return it. My sister-in-law waved her hands. The house had never bought a ready-made coat. They always bought cloth and cotton and sewed their own. She'd been to the city and knew ready-made clothes were dear, several yuan apiece. With that money, what couldn't you do? It's already bought. How do I return it? The receipt's inside. Return it next time you go. It's not like the house has nothing to wear. She bent to pick up the bag. Sister-in-law, hear me out first. I caught her arm. This coat's worth next to nothing. The year I first came, the house was poor too. You and my brother were raising 2 kids and had me on top of it, out before dawn and back after dark, working yourselves ragged. Back then I had no sense, wouldn't work, got into trouble out there. Any other family would have thrown me out long ago, but you never said a single harsh word. I know that in your heart, you'd long since taken me for your own son. I'm not the one you bore, but you're the one who raised me. To me, you're no different from my own mother. Now that I've made a bit of money and bought you a coat, what's so wrong about taking it? Wears out, and I'll buy another. Money runs out, and I'll earn more. You raised me all these years, and I've never once shown you any filial care. My sister-in-law's eyes reddened all at once. You boy, what are you saying all this for? She wiped at tears. In the old days when I wouldn't work, she'd quarreled with my brother over it too. But with their parents gone, I was the only brother-in-law left, still young. Throw me out, and how would I live? She'd never once had the thought, never counted on me repaying her groan, only hoped I'd straighten out and get by down the road. That was enough. Hurry, try it on. All these years I've been here, I've never seen you wear new clothes once. I deliberately cut a sidelong look at my brother. My brother, too, won't even spring for a new coat for you. From now on, I'm not waiting on him. You little brat, you. My brother had just been moved to red-rimmed eyes, and at that line choked the tears back down. When did your brother ever buy me one? My sister-in-law laughed through her tears. He's needling me on purpose. My brother glared at me. In the end, my sister-in-law went and washed her hands, took off the work sweater she had on, and tried the coat on before the mirror on the chest. Fit. Just right and warm. Ma, you look so good in it, Ying said, smiling. My brother stared at my sister-in-law, transfixed, as if remembering the days when they'd just married. Tisk, saying such things in front of the kids. My sister-in-law flushed. I pretended not to hear and pulled out the last two school bags. Ying, this one's yours, that one's Siqing's. A school bag. Siqing snatched his into his arms. In those days, kids went to school with a green cloth pouch. Some just rope-tied their books. Few families would spring for a school bag. Carrying this, he'd be the proudest in his class for sure. But Ying didn't come forward, gripping her mittens, head down. Uncle, this one, give it to Siqing. My brothers and sister-in-law's hearts clenched. I smiled and didn't take up her words. In the last life, at just this juncture, Ying had already dropped out. My brother was paralyzed. My sister-in-law strained to hold the household alone, worn to skin and bone. Ying ached for her mother and wanted to quit, and my brother and sister-in-law absolutely refused. So in the exam right before winter break, she scored 0 in every subject, came home, and said, I didn't learn it. I'm not going anymore, and gave up her schooling to Siqing. The teacher came to the door to persuade her. Whatever he asked, she said she didn't know. Ying, you go back to school come spring. We've got money now. We can afford both of you. Study hard. Get into a university down the road. That's the way to make something of yourself. I rubbed her head. I didn't learn this term's lessons. I'm not going. Her eyes dodged. Didn't learn it and still scored 0? Did you get them wrong on purpose? Learn to lie now, have you? I said it plain. My brother and sister-in-law turned to her as one. They'd always taken it that she just hadn't applied herself. A child who'd always scored full marks. How could she suddenly come home with a goose egg? Only now did it dawn on them. Ying, what your uncle said, is it true? My sister-in-law's heart was cut to ribbons. Ying kept her head down, silent. True or not doesn't matter. Listen to your uncle. I coaxed with a smile. There's grain and meat in the house now. Things are looking up. What I've earned these couple days is enough to put you through to graduation. Come spring, you carry your new school bag to school. Just one rule. No more goose eggs, or the meat I bring back, Siqing eats while you watch. Uncle, that one works for me. Siqing raised a hand in support and took an elbow from Ying on the arm. Whoever scores low doesn't get to eat. Ying glared at him. Then I won't play? I'm not dumb. Siqing shrank to the side. You promise? Tears at the corners of her eyes. Ying nodded hard. Open it and look, there's something inside. She flipped it open, 2 boxes of Hongying brand crayons. Uncle, this. Don't you love to draw? Use these for now. When they're gone, I'll buy more. My sister-in-law watched, transfixed. Ying did love to draw with a pencil, sketching the things around the house to real likeness. Before my brother went paralyzed, the couple had said this child would surely be a painter one day. But all this, how did Shaoan know it? He'd hardly paid Ying any mind before. What she couldn't know was that the house I lived in at the end of my last life had a painting that hung in the living room the whole time, titled Home in My Dreams. Only, from start to finish, there was no me in that painting. Ying wiped her tears, put the crayons back in the school bag, and handed the whole bag to my sister-in-law. Siqing thought a moment and handed his over too. My sister-in-law put them all away in the chest, then folded the coat and set it aside. I bought it for you to wear. What are you putting it away for? You don't wear good clothes to work. I'll wear it going out. My sister-in-law paused. Shaoan, How come you didn't buy anything for yourself? There's nothing I need to buy. I picked up the gunny sacks and went off to the back room. I only heard later from my sister-in-law that the two of them said a great deal that night. Ying had always been a sensible child. They should have seen it coming. Come spring, they'd have to talk to the teacher so she wouldn't be held back, and she could earn her tuition by working more work points in spring. They absolutely couldn't truly let me pay for it. I had a family of my own to start down the road and couldn't be dragged down. My brother listened and said only one thing softly. Yanfang, all these years, it's been hard on you. But at the time, I had no mind to spare for any of this. I couldn't sit still and went to the back of the house to split the 2 cartloads of pine. My sister-in-law shooed me off to rest. I wouldn't listen, so she pulled on her gloves and stacked alongside me, and the 2 kids came to help too. The 4 of us worked till dark, and the split pine plus the dry branches piled the 2-some meters of open ground at the north of the garden higher than a person. Dinner was stewed gazelle ribs, Siching's pick. Chopping the ribs and blanching them, I glanced at a bowl of fish scale aspic on the stove, which my sister-in-law had boiled from the scales she'd saved last time. One look at the scales and I thought of fishing. Tomorrow's cart was borrowed out. I couldn't go up the mountain until the day after. With nothing on tomorrow, I might as well go to East Big River to scoop fish. My sister-in-law had barely stewed any of the last batch, but if I could scoop a lot more and take it to the black market, that was another stack of money. Only, scooping with the dip net was hard work, and you froze. If I had a fishing net, it'd be ideal. Set it in the water at night, haul it up in the morning. More fish and less trouble. I wondered if the little shop sold any. Shawan done? Come here a sec. My brother called from the east room. I wiped my hands and went in. My brother set the feather duster aside and told me to sit closer. I eyed the duster and didn't dare sit. If you've got something to say, say it. Put that thing down first. TSK, what are you holding it for? My sister-in-law snatched it away and tossed it aside. You think I'd hit you? Yesterday, your sister-in-law and I talked it over. You're getting on in years too. Stop. On about starting a family again. You needn't trouble yourself with that. I'll find someone in my own time. This time my brother didn't humor me. Find someone in your own time. What for? Isn't there a good match right here on the team? That yen. Creak. The door opened. Auntie Fong. My sister-in-law had been watching my face, and the call gave her a start. Shall we? What brings you here? Come in, quick. You came alone. My sister-in-law deliberately raised her voice and waved toward the inner room. My brother shut up at once, fright on his face, ears pricked toward outside. Terrified Xiaowei had caught that half-sentence. Xiaowei smelled the meat, paused in the doorway, and was dragged into the east room by my sister-in-law. My dad's sick. Can't get off the Kong, so I came myself. Old Yan's sick? How'd that happen? My brother asked anxiously. He went out this morning without bundling up, sweated and caught a chill, ran a fever. Dr. Shin came and looked, said it's nothing serious, but it's been 2 days with no improvement. Xiaowei kept her head down. I scratched my head. In the last life, Yin the Gimp had fallen gravely ill, and Xiaowei had gone up the mountain alone to pay for his treatment. But that was after the new year. This was just a chill, not yet to that point. My heart eased a little. Auntie Fong, didn't your family sell gazelle yesterday? I figured I'd come ask if there's any left to build my dad up. Xiaowei clutched a small wad of 1 mao and 1 fin notes. My dad wouldn't let me buy any. I snuck out to come. If there's none, never mind. My sister-in-law sighed, not daring to decide. Old Yin had been good to this family. Sick, taking some meat home was only right. But the meat was my doing, and she, as the sister-in-law, couldn't make the call. The two of them looked at me together. The next moment, they both froze. I was staring at Xiaowei grinning foolishly, and the look on my face even carried a touch of glee. From the first time I'd seen Yin the Gimp's gun, I'd had my mind on it, and racked my brain for days with no way in. Now he'd suddenly fallen ill. Wasn't this the chance? Shawan, my sister-in-law hurried over and nudged me. Lucky Xiaowei hadn't seen that show. Sister-in-law, isn't there still meat at home? I'll get it. I threw on my coat and ran for the back room, lifted the mesh sack off the crock, and picked out the roe deer hind leg. The roe deer had only 3 legs left. I'd sent old Lu one the day I came back, and most of the 4-leg meat had sold yesterday. This hind leg was the meatiest. Take it back and have your dad eat plenty. Full stomach, more strength, heals faster. Don't stint. Coming back in, I caught my brother urging, shall we? Roe deer's about the same as venison. I handed the hind leg over. Shall we took one look and froze. Auntie Fong, didn't your family only sell neck and loin? I only brought 80 some cents. I can't buy this much. Buy what? When it's for your own family to eat. My brother's sick and Uncle Yan's lent a hand plenty. Take it. That won't do. A whole leg's worth 10 some yuan. Shall we waved her hands in alarm. If I'd known, I wouldn't have come. Shall we? We're all family. You take it. My sister-in-law took it and pressed it into her arms. I really only meant to buy 2 pounds, and I can't carry this much either. Shall we grasped for a reason to refuse on the spot. Perfect. Have Shawan carry it and see you home. My brother put in. I blinked. I'd become a delivery boy? It's late at night. It's not safe for you to walk alone. Shawan will carry it for you. My brother put on a stern face. My sister-in-law hurriedly stuffed the meat into my hands too. I'd been planning to find old Yin tomorrow anyway, and going tonight wasn't out of the question. All right. I agreed so readily my sister-in-law nearly laughed out loud. No need. No need. Uncle Fong, Auntie Fong. Shall we looked back and forth, not knowing what to do. A wolf came through the team these past couple days. How can you walk alone? The moment my sister-in-law mentioned wolves, Shall we shivered and went quiet. Shawan, take a knife, be careful. Carrying the meat, I led Shall we out the door and straight into the night. I'd only learn later. The moment I left, my brother broke into a grin. Good. Once this little brat starts a family, I can rest easy. The smile froze on my sister-in-law's face on the spot. She tucked my brother's quilt in, came out to watch over the pot of gazelle ribs not yet blanched, gazed out the window, and gave a soft sigh. Once Shawan had a family and a livelihood, would Deming be kept or not? Carrying the roe deer hind leg, the big cleaver tucked at my belt, I walked Shall we home. Tongues being what they are, she went ahead and I behind, a meter apart. Uncle Yin fell all day before yesterday. Did he get a shot? No, my dad wouldn't. She sighed softly. I shook my head with a wry smile. That temper, cut from the very same mold as my brother's. Fongin, the things in the mountains, are they easy to hunt? She suddenly asked. You want to go up the mountain? No, just asking. I was quiet a few seconds. There are a lot of wolves up there. Going into the hills isn't safe just because you have a gun. Uncle Yan's an old hunter, he knows best. She lowered her head, deflated. The two of us turned onto Old Yan Street. But just as we rounded it, a figure suddenly bolted out from the crossroads on the right, rushing straight at Shall we. Ah! She blanched and stumbled backward. Who's there? I gripped the cleaver and barked. The figure, seeing me there, wheeled and ran west. I'd just made to chase when Shall we clutched my coat hem fast. By the time I looked back, the figure was gone. It's over. Don't go out at night anymore. The team's got more than wolves about. I narrowed my eyes toward where the figure had fled. Twin Horse Ridge was close to the mountain, and wolves came into the village now and then, but more to guard against than wolves were the sort who came out in the dead of night to do people harm. Lucky my brother and sister-in-law had sent me to see her home, or there'd really have been trouble tonight. Tach, thank you. Her little face flushed scarlet. Pity the moon was behind clouds and the night dark. I didn't see clearly. The rest of the way went without a hitch. At the house, Old Yin called from the Kong, Shall we? Where have you been running off to in the dead of night? I went to buy meat. Auntie Fong worried it wasn't safe for me to come back alone, so she had Fong and see me home. Shall we said quietly. She didn't want to worry her father. Shawan? Sit. Old Yin forced himself to rise. Uncle Yin, don't move. I set the hind leg and the cleaver on the Kong table and pressed him down. What did you buy this much for? Old Yin glared. Fongin wouldn't take money. Shall we hung her head, ashamed. Take this meat back? I'm fine. What do I need it for? Eat it since it's given to you. As it happens, I came with something to ask you too. I gave a mysterious smile. Old Yan's face fell. He'd guessed what I was about to say. I'll go cook. Shall we tactfully took the deer leg out to stew. You still want the gun? Old Yin came straight to it. Uncle Yin, you really know me. Know my foot. There's everything up that mountain, and you keep going up. If something happens to you, won't your brother and sister-in-law regret it the rest of their lives? Nothing'll happen. Didn't I come back both trips for firewood? Killed a wolf yesterday too. Lend me the gun, and whatever I bag down the road, I'll split you a share. Not lending it. However much that meat's worth, I'll pay you at New Year's. Old Yin flung up a hand in refusal, but his left hand gripped the gun at the head of the Kong for dear life. Won't lend the gun and won't let me eat either? The meat's to build you up. My brother's so sick, the meat can't stop coming. I figured with a gun I could bag more. If not for that, why would I come to you to borrow a gun? I moved him with feeling first. Old Yan's face did ease a few degrees, but his hand gripped tighter. The gun, pressed right there at the head of the Kong. A thought stirred in me. My brother said he treasured the gun, but he wouldn't go so far as to sleep clutching it, unless someone had his eye on taking it. Xiaoyi's question on the way back, are the things in the mountains easy to hunt, plainly showed she'd been moved to thoughts of going up. Old Yin pressing the gun under himself. Wasn't that the proof? Uncle Yin, this time it's a cold. You'll be fine in a couple of days. But just supposing it turned grave, what then? A man eats the 5 grains. How does anyone not fall ill? Curable, then cure it. Not curable, then so be it. You can think that way, shall we? I dropped my voice. When that day really comes, you won't want treatment, and she won't have it. She knows hunting brings in money, but she's never been up the mountain. Her first time she'll understand nothing. How could nothing go wrong? Old Yin stared at me, silent a long while. What I said was no supposition. In the last life, Xiaoyi had gone up Saddle Mountain alone to pay for her father's treatment, and never came back. Lend me the gun. I can't promise to bag something every time, but whatever I bag you'll have a share of. I'll see your house never runs out of meat. You just clutch it, can't hunt with that bad leg, and have to let the child suffer alongside you. Old Yin frowned, his left hand stroking the gun barrel again and again. He knew well, in his hands the gun was no better than a stick of wood, earned nothing, and had to be oiled and maintained besides, but it was passed down from his grandfather, and in the end he couldn't bear to part with it. Quit your nonsense. Can't I watch my own child? Not lending it. I nearly laughed out loud, plainly tempted and still talking tough. Uncle Yin, do you believe that yourself? Yesterday you wouldn't let Xiaoyi come by meat, and you didn't watch her then either, did you? You. Old Yin choked, then heaved a long sigh. Even so, I can't lend it. Something happens to you. How do I answer to your brother and sister-in-law? What's that got to do with you? The first couple of days I went without a gun all the same. Day after tomorrow I've got to go too. The cart's already booked. And yesterday's wolf, if it hadn't been hurt, I couldn't have killed it with a cleaver either. With a gun I'm safer, no? You lending me the gun is to protect my life. How could anyone blame you for that? Old Yin let out a long breath. He pressed again about how I'd never known any of this before, and I trotted out the line. A co-worker I'd met on the construction crew, his father a hunter from the Xiaohu Brigade, the skill learned from him. Only then was Old Yin settled. When old Lu came by day before yesterday, he'd mentioned the same. So Uncle Yin, you agree? Old Yin didn't answer, only kept stroking the gun, his eyes full of reluctance. After a long while, he set his teeth and abruptly thrust it over. Take it. Bag something. Remember to split me a share, or I'll go to your brother for it. Don't worry. I do what I say. I took it in both hands. Only the instant it was in my hands did I see clearly. It was a Type 56 carbine. In the last life, as a forest ranger, this was the very gun I'd been issued. Accurate, powerful, dead on at 300 meters. A boar or a wolf dropped with one shot. For hunting, there was no handier gun in the whole country. Mind it well. This is the gun my grandpa used to fight the Japanese back in the day. Don't go ruining it on me. I nearly couldn't keep a straight face. This gun was only made in 1956. Could your grandpa have carried it through his rebirth? But the gun was in hand now, no point arguing. Shall we? Get the gun oil and cartridges from the chest for Xiaoyin. Xiaoyi came in. Only then noticing the gun was already in my hands, blinked, and slowly took out half a tin of gun oil and a small half box of cartridges, 32 rounds in all. Be careful before you go up. Don't think a gun makes you fear nothing. Some things up the mountain, a gun's no use against. Old Yin cautioned. I know. I tucked away the oil and rounds, picked up the gun to leave, then sat back down. Uncle Yin, do you have a fishing net here? I can't go up the mountain till the day after. Tomorrow I want to scoop some fish at East Big River. The river's frozen over, you'll knock an ice hole? Scoop a few for soup. Sure, a bowl of hot fish soup in cold like this. Take it, just don't drop it in. Shall we? See Xiaoyin off, give him the net. Xiaoyi saw me to the door and dug the fishing net out of the west room. Fangin, just now, thank you. Don't tell anyone about this, especially not my dad. What would I tell anyone for? Latch the door, go on back in. She glanced once more at the gun in my hand, then latched the door and trotted back inside. Gun in hand, net over my shoulder, I headed home. I hadn't brought the iron pick going out, and setting the net meant chipping ice, so I'd swing home first. The meal was probably ready. I'd eat, then go set the net at East Big River. At this season, the fish were oxygen-starved. Set the net by the ice hole and a night would catch plenty. Haul it to the black market early before the fish froze hard, and it'd sell high and fast. Looked like another busy night ahead. The business of Xiaoyi going back in, she only told me later. Her father first scolded her for going to buy meat, then dropped his voice in warning. Don't go out at night these next few days. Lock the door once it's dark. Chang Yuming got chewed up by a wolf, and those 3 worthless punks weren't a good lot, any of them. Chang Yuqing especially. By day he didn't dare do anything, but at night, no telling. Xiaoyi's heart clenched. That figure on the road. Could it have been Chang Yuqing? Earlier the Changs had come to propose, wanting her to marry Chang Yuqing, and her father had turned them down. Her father had said plainly, that was a play for the gun, and a man like that, marry him and there'd be no good life. That Fangin, isn't he the same as Chang Yuqing? Ran with the dimwit before too, she asked. How's it the same? Xiaoan went out one trip and changed. Look how Deming's house has turned around these few days he's been back. If not for that, you could beat me to death and I wouldn't lend the gun. Oldyan laughed. Xiaoyi said no more and pressed her lips into a smile. She used to lump Fang in with the dimwit, yet the one she'd marked as a bad man had saved her tonight. All this, I knew nothing of at the time. Home again, I tucked the cleaver by the backroom door, dropped the net by the door, and went in with the gun. How'd you come back with a gun? My sister-in-law turned and froze. Uncle Yance, he let me borrow it. I swallowed the word swindle. What did you borrow that thing for? She frowned. Without a gun, I'd been burrowing into the mountains. With one, wouldn't I go even harder? It's handier than a knife, bag more meat, and safer to carry. The latter half she took in. Yesterday's wolf, day after tomorrow up the mountain again. With a gun it was safer. She didn't press further, thinking she'd talk after dinner. Xiaoan, come here. My brother called from the east room. How'd you get old Yan's gun? And where's Xiaoyi? Saw her home, what's wrong? I scratched my head. My brother was about to blow up, and my sister-in-law, hurrying over, stopped him. A gun makes coming and going safer. You rest for now. I thought nothing of it, and took the gun back to the little room. That reckless thing. I send him to find a girl, and he brings me back a gun. My brother, exasperated past hope. Lower your voice. My sister-in-law cut a glance at the little room. Did Xiaoan not take to her? Took to her, and refused the meat money for a gun? No wonder he wouldn't take the cash. It was all for this. Enough, he probably never thought that way. I'll ask when there's a chance. These couple of days, don't say a word. My brother sighed, deflated. Fine. This kid, reckless as ever. The buns heated. Siqing came to call me. Sister-in-law, got a clean rag? I'll clean the gun when I'm back. When you're back. Out again this late. Borrowed a net from Uncle Yin. After I eat, I'll go set it at East Big River. It's dark out, and there's still fish at home we haven't finished. It's not for us to eat. No mountain tomorrow, so I'll scoop them and haul them to the county to sell. Sell? You're going to the county to sell fish. There's nowhere in the county that buys fish. Where would you sell? My brother put on a stern face. Buys fish, what for? The black market's full of people buying. I'll go early, be back by noon. I bit a bun and ladled a bowl of gazelle broth. Black market? Isn't there people who'll nab you? My sister-in-law worried. They won't catch me. Right now, everything sold in the county is frozen fish. I set the net tonight, haul it up at dawn and take it straight over. People see it's fresh and snap it up. By the time the officials come, I'll be long sold out. The two of them listened, and it seemed to have some sense to it. How'll you carry them yourself? Lug them on your shoulder. My brother pressed. I'll make a sled when I'm back. I'd had it in mind since coming home that afternoon and forgotten after splitting the wood. There's no boards left at home. My sister-in-law fretted. No need for anything fancy. Logs and branches, a couple of wires, good enough to use. That'll be a pain to drag. Have your sister-in-law go with you. Enough, let Xiaoan eat first. My sister-in-law cut in, pushing the fish scale aspic toward me. Taste it. See how the aspic turned out. I picked up a piece and dipped it in soy sauce. Fresh. Your hand's still the best, sister-in-law. Made it any old way. Good enough if it tastes fine. My sister-in-law smiled, then eyed the buns. What did you buy these pork buns for? You can't find a scrap of pickled cabbage in the filling. Only 50 cents each. How much? My brother was too scared to eat. These be 5 yuan. How much grain could that buy? The hides sold for plenty, more than yesterday's meat. Hare hides 1 yuan 50 apiece, 2 for 2 yuan. Roe deer hide 12, gazelle 16, and that wolf hide 30 for the one. That much? Over 60 altogether. My sister-in-law clicked her tongue. Then she frowned. Shaoan, did you go borrow old Yan's gun because you saw the hides were worth so much? Shaoan, don't you do anything foolish. My brother startled awake. Old Yan broke his leg hunting. Don't you go having something happen to you. I'm not that foolish. Run into something, I shoot it. Don't, and let it be. I won't burrow into the hills. I deliberately told a lie to keep them from worrying. Once I was up the mountain, where I went was my call. I won't go into the hills, and I've got a gun besides. I fed my brother another sip of broth. This meal, the 5 of us didn't even finish the 10 buns, 3 left. Had I known, I'd never have quoted that price. After eating, I went back to the little room, pulled on my coat, chambered 10 rounds, set the safety against a misfire, shouldered the gun, and headed out. What's the gun for? My sister-in-law was puzzled. Didn't a wolf come through the team? Safer to carry it. I shouldered the net. My sister-in-law thought it over and agreed, fetching the iron pry bar and the iron pick. Ying carried the kerosene lamp and the dip net. The 3 of us pulled the door to and headed for East Big River. A winter night at Twin Horse Ridge is very quiet, a dog's bark now and then. Uncle, we won't really run into a wolf, will we? Ying held the lamp and leaned toward my sister-in-law. Don't go scaring yourself. Your uncle's got a gun. Woof, woof, woof. A burst of barking suddenly went up from the southwest corner. Ma, Ying shivered. Last time a wolf came, the team's dogs barked just like this, and from the southwest too. Just someone passing by. Run into one for real, and we'll bag it and bring it home to eat. I gave a faint smile. The 2 of them looked at the gun, and only then eased a little. And right then in that southwest corner, a figure darted from the east to the edge of the big ditch and knocked at the door of the very last house. Who is it? Chang Yushan came out with a coat thrown over him. Brother, it's me. Chang Yuqing kept his voice low. This late at night, did it go through? Come inside. What is it? Chang Yushan lit his pipe and took 2 pulls. It didn't go through. Fang'an screwed it up. Who? Fang'an. What happened? Chang Yushan's brow shot down. That afternoon, Chang Yuqing had staked out at the corner of Old Yan Street and waited till dark without seeing Xiaowei come out. As luck would have it, the moment he stepped off to take a leak, Xiaowei came out heading north. He didn't catch up, and when she came back, he'd run into Fang'an. Is there anything you can do right? Can't even handle a little thing like this. Did they recognize you? Chang Yushan huffed. No. The second I saw Fang'an, I ran. You can't see in the dark. I hid by the woodpile at the west end a good while. Nobody followed, then came to find you. They didn't recognize you. So what are you scared of? I'm afraid old Yen'll guess. Guess in what? Did he catch you? Coward. Chang Yuqing thought it over and reckoned that was right, then frowned. So, what do we do now? Wait for a chance. That Fang'an sure loves to stick his nose in. I've yet to settle accounts with him. If he hadn't hauled back all that would your second brother have gone to borrow a cart and gotten chewed up like that? Chang Yushan said coldly. His business is none of yours. Isn't he going up the mountain the day after tomorrow? The first 2 trips were his luck. I'll see whether he comes back alive this time. Meanwhile, at East Big River, I brought my sister-in-law and Ying to last time's ice hole. After using it last time, I deliberately covered it with snow. In the last life I'd seen on a video that this keeps it from freezing solid, easier to chip next time. Sure enough, it worked. Kick off the snow and the ice was only 2 centimeters. 2 strokes of the iron pick opened it. Ying, stand back and hold the light. Ying took the lamp and the gun and retreated half a meter. My sister-in-law scooped the floating ice with the dip net. Unrolling the net, I realized it was a gill net. It tangles the fish, catches far more than an ordinary net. Single layer, 3-finger mesh, 3.5 meters long. Only it was old and the grip had gone slack, broken in a few places. Usable, just barely. I widened the hole to 1.5 meters with the pry bar, then tied 3 ropes to the 2 ends and the middle of the net. The 2 ends to 2 trees on the bank. The middle one led to the far bank, so the net folded at an angle in the water, catching more that way. Sister-in-law, pack up and head back. We'll just haul it up in the morning. I kicked a layer of snow over the hole's edge. Home again. I took out wire and went to the woodpile to pick logs. Shawan, just these few logs. Will it work? My sister-in-law held the light. Good enough to use. I laid 2 logs with curved fronts side by side on the ground, then set 3 straight ones crosswise on top, fixed them with wire, and that was that. Isn't this just like dragging a board? How much effort does it save? My sister-in-law hesitated. A proper sled needed upright beams to lift the load up off the ground to spare your strength. Didn't I drag a board home yesterday? The road's all snow. Even a mesh sack would drag it along. Make do a few days. I'll get boards later and build a proper one. I tied the rope to the front log and stood it by the woodpile. Inside, Siching still hadn't finished washing those bowls and got another scolding from Ying. I laughed and cleaned the stovetop for him. Shawan's been at it all day. Get to bed early. Got the quilt warmed. My sister-in-law suddenly remembered. Warmed it before dinner. In the night, my sister-in-law lay down, but my brother still couldn't rest easy. Go with him tomorrow. That black market's got officials about. What if he gets caught? Shawan's sharp. These trips out. Hasn't he come back safe every time? It's just you, thinking too much. Sleep. She said it. But my sister-in-law still glanced at the door. She didn't know whether I'd be all right going alone, whether the fish sold was a small matter, but please don't let him get caught. The next day, a little past 3 a.m., still dark. I folded my quilt, bundled into my padded coat and trousers, and picked up the gun to head for East Big River. The moment I stepped out, I saw my sister-in-law and Ying already busy in the outer room. Ying tending the stove, my sister-in-law fixing dry rations. Why are you two up so early again? It's a 2-hour trip to the county. Up late and you won't make it. By the time you've scooped the fish back, the meal'll be ready. My sister-in-law put the buns and a few coarse flour flatbreads in the pot, told Ying to mind it, then threw on a coat and came out with me. I can go on my own. Get going. I couldn't out-argue her. I took the iron pick and the bamboo basket and went to the river with her, lamp in hand. A night had passed, and the ice hole had frozen over again, but thanks to the snow tossed on last night, the ice was under 2 centimeters. I chipped it open, untied the far bank rope and handed it to my sister-in-law, gripped the near bank one myself, and the 2 of us pulled the same way, drawing the whole gill net out. Splash. What's that sound? Fish. I gave a hard pull to get the net away from the hole, grabbed the basket, and went back to gather up the ones that had dropped and were trying to flop back into the water. Only then did my sister-in-law catch on and follow along picking them up. How come the fish keep dropping off? Uncle Yan's net is old. It tangles them in the water, but the moment you pull it out they fall. We'll pick them off at home. It's too cold here. I set the fish into the basket one by one. By the time the whole net was in, the bamboo basket was near overflowing. All this in one night. My sister-in-law couldn't press down the corners of her mouth. Her grain-carrying basket held 100 pounds, minus the room the net took. This was a good 50 or 60 pounds of fish. Oxygen-starved in winter, the fish are starved long, and our river's got plenty to begin with. I answered offhand, not especially excited. If the net had been any good, it'd have been more. But this was enough to sell. I shouldered the basket and walked ahead. My sister-in-law, heart aching, dragged the bottom of the basket to take some of the weight. Home. I tipped the fish out in the middle of the yard and sat on the ground picking the tangled ones off the net. Ying came to help too. Her first time. 2 fish and she poked a small hole in the net. Ma, I broke it. She drew her hand back, eyes already reddening. It's fine. I headed off my sister-in-law before she could scold. The net was broken to begin with. 1 more hole's nothing. Ying, go pick up the ones on the ground. Shawan, the net's borrowed from old Yen. Broken. How do we return it? I've got to buy a net once I've sold the fish anyway. I'll just add one for Uncle Yen. Ying didn't mean to. Don't scold her, or she'll fret again. You dote on her more than your brother does. My sister-in-law chided with a smile. Oh, your brother, after his shot yesterday, any better? Far from it. Before dinner last night, he could shift himself a little and stop crying out in pain. If you hadn't had Xiaorong scare him like that, he'd near have refused the shot. My sister-in-law glanced toward the east room. Good that it doesn't hurt. Watch him close once the 3 shots are done. If it hurts, have Dr. Shun give 2 more. Money enough. Enough. The dozens you left haven't been touched. Left at home, it's there for you all to spend. Lacking anything, take money and buy it. Don't stint. I picked 3 carp of about 2 pounds from the basket and carried them inside. Sister-in-law, stew this big one at noon. Don't wait for me. Those 2, find time to take them to Uncle Yen. Didn't my brother stop you from going to looking on him? A couple of fish make a nice gesture. Besides, we can't borrow that net for nothing. Sure, I'll go after the meal. And the net. If anyone asks, say I'm still using it. I'll return it when I'm done. My sister-in-law took the fish, smiling ear to ear. This boy, 1 trip out, and how he'd grown, even thought of this. I gnawed 2 gazelle ribs and a coarse flour flatbread, drank a sip of broth, then pulled the sled off toward East Big Road. Shawan, take something to eat on the road? No need. I waved a hand. The sky was still dark, but I didn't dare dawdle. Too late, and the black market would break up, and the fish would have nowhere to sell. My sister-in-law and Inging stood at the door, watching me turn onto the north road. An hour or so later, my brother and Siching finally woke. Gone this early? That kid, don't let anyone catch him. My brother gazed out the window. You and your endless fretting. Hurry up and eat. My sister-in-law chided with her mouth, wiping his face. But what she didn't expect was that this time, my brother's fretting wasn't all idle. He'd very nearly called it right. Before the sun was up, I'd pulled the sled to the Lin County Black Market, Jianxi Road, due north of the county town. When I came in the last life, it was already 5 years on. The street had been renamed Meow Lane. Low buildings had gone up, and the morning and evening market was so packed the shop fronts couldn't keep up. Right now both sides were still big courtyards, not a single shop front. But stalls had already filled the street, and there were even more people than 5 years on. I pulled the sled most of the way around. Even the side junctions were full, not a patch of open ground. Young fella, selling fish? An old man selling potatoes beside me called out. I'm sold out, set up here at my spot. Thanks, uncle. I helped him pack up his place, then pulled out 2 whitefish over a pound each and pressed them on him. Couldn't find a spot. These fish would all go unsold. Take some to eat. You're a stand-up young fella. The old man took them, beaming, and leaning in as he left, dropped his voice. I'm not taking these for nothing. A word of warning. It's crowded today. The patrol comes by after a while. Keep a sharp eye out. Don't let them catch you. Thanks, uncle, I'll remember. I'd no sooner taken out the scale and not yet hawked a word than a ring of people gathered. How much? 1 yuan a pound. A yuan? That's pricey. Everyone else sells for 80 cents. Big sister, this is just scooped fresh fish. Take your coupons to the supply co-op for frozen fish and it's still 80 cents. And whether you can even get it is anyone's guess. The woman at the south end selling frozen fish for 1 yuan 20. A man with a red bag pushed up from the back. Give me a big one. How about this big carp? Just shy of 2 pounds, 1 yuan 90. The half ounce I didn't charge for. Fine, fine, fine. He hooked it by the gills and carried it off. Once the first one sold, the rest came surging in. Grass carp, 1 yuan 2 a pound, 1 yuan 20. 3 whitefish, just shy of 3 pounds, 2 yuan 90. I weighed each on the scale and let people check the weight before taking the money and handing over the fish. Bag me these crucian carp. A young man of about 20 reached straight into the basket. I wrapped his hand with the scale beam. I'm picking fish. What are you hitting me for? Tell me what you want and I'll get it for you. Keep your hand out of the basket. You mess it up and how's anyone else supposed to buy? What if you hand me a bad one? Is that any way to do business? Don't buy it then. I paid him no mind and turned. Brother, what'll you have? The young man's face went livid and he stretched his neck and hollered. Everybody come look. This kid won't let you pick your fish and hits you when you do. 2 whitefish, 2 pounds 3, 2 yuan 3. I went on weighing. This spot isn't my house. If he doesn't mind tiring himself out, let him holler. I smiled at a woman in a wool overcoat who found him in the way. The young man hollered all the harder and before long drew a crowd. Who hit somebody? The first one over, a burly, thick-waisted fellow, took one look in the basket and his eyes lit up. "Oh ho, fresh fish. Brother, want a couple? Just scooped this morning. Grab me a couple, quick. Don't anyone fight me for them. This big whitefish, and 10 crucian carp besides. Fresh fish. Give me a couple too." The onlookers who'd come for the show, hearing it was fresh fish, all crowded in. The young man's face went black for good. The stall was packed solid. He couldn't even see me, and he slunk off south, sulking. In half an hour, most of the basket of fish sold clean out. I was about to pack up when an old woman in a headscarf came over and peered into the basket. "Sold out?" I made a round. "And yours is the only place with fresh fish. When are you coming again?" "Day after tomorrow." Tomorrow I was going up the mountain. Soonest was the day after. "All right, I'll come first thing the day after. Save me a big one." I smiled. Most of a basket of fish, and it still wasn't enough to go around. Another netful, and it'd moved just as easy. But I had no plans to scoop more. In these days there was a crime called speculation and profiteering, and scoop too much, sell too long, and there was no telling when you'd be nabbed. Not worth squatting a year or two over a bit of fish. I packed up the sled and had taken just a couple of steps north when a sudden commotion went up to the south, and the stallholders beside me snapped their gear shut in a clatter. "Don't run." I looked toward the shout, and my pupils shrank. At the very south end of the black market, 2 men with armbands were coming. "The patrol here? You there, halt." In a couple of strides, the 2 pinned down the young couple selling frozen fish at the far south end, whipped out cuffs, and clapped them on. The one being cuffed looked a touch familiar. Wasn't that the kid who'd just made trouble at my stall? I had no time to watch the show. Spotting an alley behind me, I pulled the sled and ducked in. 2 more armband men came down from the north and seized a stall holder still packing up his vegetables. I quickened my pace. Lucky the fish hadn't been enough to go around. If there'd been half a basket left, fish and basket and all would have had to be ditched, and I couldn't have run clean either. Luckily, the patrol only worked Jianxi Road and didn't probe into the alleys. I ran out of the alley and leaned on a courtyard wall, panting, and as luck would have it, another familiar face popped out of the alley. "Zhang the Gimp. Don't nab me. Officer, I didn't do anything." He clutched his head and squatted right down. "Huh, it's me." He looked up and brightened. "Brother, you scared me. You're selling here too? Got any coupons? Let's talk somewhere else." He led me into a dead-end alley, ran back to the mouth to scan around, then pulled out a wad of coupons. "How much this time?" £10 each of rice and white flour. "One look and I can tell you've made a tidy sum, brother." He counted out coupons, smiling. "Rice, I've only got 9 1-pound coupons left, so I'll give you 2 half-pounders. Say, brother, this is your first time selling at the black market, isn't it?" Walked right into the patrol the second I got here. "Today's special. The bosses thought it was too crowded over here, chewed them out on the phone, so they came this early. Usually it'd be a good hour later. I figure tomorrow and the day after they'll still come this early. In a couple days the crowd thins, and it'll be fine. You know all that." I scratched my head. In the last life, by the time I knew him it was 5 years on. He rented a shop front in Meow Lane selling prepared food, had taken a wife and gone legit, but never once said how he got nabbed back then, or I really should have warned him. These next couple years buying grain still took coupons, and I didn't know any other coupon dealers. "This is our line of work." He puffed out his chest. "All right, you watch yourself too. Don't be so conspicuous. One look at you, and anyone can tell you're a coupon dealer." I paid the 2 yuan and went out of the alley. Behind me Zhang the Gimp stood dazed a long while, rubbing his face and muttering. "I look that much like a coupon dealer?" At the department store, I used coupons first to buy 10 pounds of rice and 10 of white flour, 3 yuan 20. Most of a basket, 43 pounds 6, had sold for 43 yuan 6. After the hide-selling shopping last time, there was 22 yuan 1 left, 65 yuan 7 altogether, minus 2 yuan for coupons and 3 yuan 20 for rice and flour, and I had 60 yuan 5 left in my pocket. I carried the rice and flour around looking for a fishing net, made a circuit without finding one, and drifted over to where the iron drums were. Yesterday's old fellow called me over. I asked, and he said for nets I'd have to go to the supply co-op at the East End. I noticed a big coil of fine wire by his feet, remembered tomorrow's wheelchair run, and figured I'd buy some lumber on the way and build a proper sled with wire and nails. So I weighed out a pound of wire and a half-pound each of long and short nails, 60 cents. Just as I made to go, I doubled back to the clothing section, my eye on a black padded coat on the wall. How much? 8 yuan. Wrap it up. This morning while scooping fish, my sister-in-law had said that after his shot my brother's back no longer hurt. Tomorrow, once the wheelchair was hauled back, I could take him out for some air. But my brother had spent all these years going out to earn money and couldn't bear to spend on himself. One padded coat patched and worn 4 or 5 years. While I was in the county today, I'd buy him a new one. Tomorrow going out he could wear it. I also picked up 5 towels and 3 rags, 5 yuan 3. Only last night had I noticed the towel my brother and sister-in-law shared had been washed colorless, and the kids hadn't been changed in months. The house had always been pinched, and unless a towel wore out, my sister-in-law couldn't bear to replace it. Buy more, change them often, and wiping your face was cleaner. At the East End Supply Co-op, the gill nets were 3 yuan apiece, and I bought 3, 1 4-finger mesh, 2 3-finger, one of them to return to old Yen. His net had long been in tatters, and picking fish this morning I'd poked a few more holes in it. What I'd broken I naturally had to replace. The net lined the basket, with rice, flour, and clothes pressed on top, and I pulled the sled home. The sun was still in the east, not yet 9, home by 11 at the latest, just in time for lunch. The doings at home this whole while, I only heard about from my sister-in-law later. My sister-in-law carried the 2 big carp over to look in on old Yen. The moment she was in the door, old Yen, of all things, came out leaning on his cane and bracing the wall. "Brother Yen, you can get up?" There was never much wrong. The child just insisted on going around telling people. Old Yen cut a glance at Shall we? "Come in. I'll send these fish back for Deming to eat in a bit. Save some at home. Besides, these aren't from me. Shaoan wanted you to have them. Didn't he come to borrow your net yesterday? Just scooped them this morning," my sister-in-law said, looking deliberately at Shall we. But Shall we had worn a smile since she walked in, and it didn't change a bit. "This boy, it's not even shot with a gun. What's he giving me for?" "Shot with a gun?" My sister-in-law blinked. "Yesterday Shaoan borrowed the gun. Said he'd send me some whatever he bagged. One trip out, and the boys finally got real business. You and Deming can rest easier." My sister-in-law nearly laughed out loud. Shaoan's mind turned fast. She hadn't even thought of it. Sending things to old Yen every time meant more chances to run into Shall we. Back and forth, sooner or later it had come together. And from the sound of old Yen, he thought well of Shaoan. He has gotten sensible, just couldn't keep that job. My sister-in-law deliberately sighed and didn't dare praise along. Last time Yuan broke the engagement, it was Shaoan did something bad out there she'd harped on, and she feared Shall we would think the same. So she watched Shall we's face closely after speaking. But Shall we's expression stayed the same. Gone is gone. Able to earn money and live a good life beats anything. Old Yen waved a hand. My sister-in-law's heart bloomed with joy. Neither old Yen nor Shall we minded. Now she was wholly at ease. She said her goodbyes and hurried home. But the moment she stepped into the east room, she saw Shenrong sitting on the Kong with Ming Ming, about to give my brother a shot. "Cheryl, just got here. Sis, see. I told you long ago to get 2 shots, and didn't it stop hurting by yesterday?" Shenrong cinched my brother's arm, tapped up a vein, and pushed the medicine in. "Oh, Siqing said your Shaoan went to the county to sell fish." My sister-in-law froze, turned, and glared at Siqing. "He just said he'd go give it a try. Whether it sells is anyone's guess." "What's there that wouldn't sell? So many on the team went for firewood and got nothing. Even got mauled by wolves, and only your Shaoan pulls it off." "Who got mauled by a wolf?" my brother asked anxiously. "The 3 Chong brothers. Who else?" If Chong Yuqing hadn't legged it back to raise the alarm, none of the 3 would have made it home. The couple exchanged a look, a chill of dread running through them. Shenrong packed up her kit and left with Ming Ming. My sister-in-law saw them to the door, came back, and gave Siqing a few swats on the backside. "It's that loose mouth of yours. Who told you to say it?" One word from Xiaorong, and the whole team knows. And if old Yen finds out Shaoan borrowed the net to scoop fish for money, then what? "It's fine, the boy didn't mean it." My brother held her off. Siqing darted out into the yard and wouldn't come back in for anything. "How's old Yen?" "Up and about." Only then did my sister-in-law remember the real matter. Right, Shaoan borrowing the gun and saying he'd send old yin something every time he bagged anything. Did you know about that? He said so yesterday. You knew and I didn't. If Xiaoan sends things every time, doesn't that mean more chances to run into Xiaowi? Sooner or later they'll take to each other, and we won't even have to lift a finger. My sister-in-law beamed. But my brother sighed. That may be, but the Changs got mauled by wolves, and Xiaoan going up the mountain. Will it be all right? The smile froze on my sister-in-law's face. Then, when Xiaoan's back, let's talk him out of it. Not let him go tomorrow? Trouble is he won't listen. Stubborn as a mule, day in and day out. Demi. Before he finished, old Lu came in. Brother Lu, what brings you here? Heard your Xiaoan went to the county to sell fish? When he go? Old Lu asked before he'd even sat. My sister-in-law's face fell. Xiaorong's mouth was quick indeed. How long had it been? And already old Lu at the far west end knew. While I was pulling the sled home, the team had long since boiled over about my fish selling. All this I only pieced together later. The moment Shinrong left my house, she chattered to everyone she met along the way, spilling the fish business. She was the team's only doctor. Whoever fell ill came to her, and she knew a lot of people. So it spread, one telling 10, 10 telling 100, and in less than a mealtime most of the team knew. Old Lu was the first to come calling. He'd heard it from Shinrong at the little shop and came specially to ask my sister-in-law if it was true. How could we let him go selling that stuff? Old Lu sighed. Brother Lu, Xiaoan's selling fish. Isn't it easy to get caught? My sister-in-law took alarm at once. Seeing her like that, old Lu changed what was on the tip of his tongue. It's fine. These couple years they're cracking down on speculation, but your Xiaoan's sharp. He came back even from the deep mountains. You think that lot could catch him? He didn't believe it himself. With the crackdown on now, get caught, and it was a year minimum. But he didn't dare say so. Say it, and my sister-in-law would worry herself sick. If he really gets caught, they'd phone the team. The black market breaks up at 8. No call by then means he's fine. He also headed off my sister-in-law, who was about to run for East Big Road. She thought it over and agreed, but her eyes stayed fixed dead on at the gate. And the gossip-hungry bunch on the team had long since swarmed to East Big Road to wait for Maine. Over at the little shop, the moment Shindafa heard, he threw down his cards and ran home. Yuan, Fong, and's gonna sell fish. Go take a look. He can make money. We can scoop fish and sell too. Not going. Yuan turned her head away. Our girl split with him. Why bother with him? Yu Chaoyan jabbed from the side. Bah, who wants to marry him? I want to see whether he can sell it. If he can earn, why can't we? Shindafa wouldn't let it go. Yuan pulled on her coat and went out in a huff. But walking along, she turned toward the corner west of my house. The more she thought, the angrier she got. Back when they were together, apart from drinking and cards, he couldn't do a thing. Split up only a few days, and how had he become the team's man of the hour? Sooner or later he'll get hauled in. Curse as she might, her eyes rolled, and in the end she headed for East Big Road after all. She'd just see how much he could make. Chang Yuqing threw down his cards too and went to find Chang Yushan. What did you say? Fong'an went to sell fish. Chang Yushan, wrapped around his pipe, suddenly laughed. The kid's a reckless fool. You can't sell fish in Lin County. Just that little patch of black market. People get nabbed every day, get caught, and it's a year minimum. A year. Chang Yuqing's eyes went wide. It's called speculation and profiteering, get it? Chang Yushan cursed, turned to go inside, and tossed out a parting line. Tomorrow you don't need to bother with him. That kid won't even make it back today, damn it. And on my end, reaching the east side of the production team, I saw a crowd ringing the crossroads, all looking my way as one. My sister-in-law came to meet me with the 2 kids. Didn't you say you'd be back at noon? Came to meet you. My sister-in-law took the sled's rope from me. Xiaoan's back? Sold all the fish. Shinrong, out emptying trash, asked with a smile. I froze. How did she know I'd gone to sell fish? I was about to ask my sister-in-law when I turned and found the whole crossroads of people staring at me as one, all waiting on my answer. Sold it. I answered offhand. The crossroads erupted. All of it. The kid's that good. Don't listen to his nonsense. The scale's still sitting on top of the basket. And there's a heap of stuff underneath. Not one fish sold for sure. Wang Baixiang pointed at the basket's mouth. I'd set the scale on top after buying the net, afraid it'd get crushed. I'd say so too. Yuan muttered along under her breath. Old Lu heard, just smiled, and turned to go home. Shaoan used to be a mess, but in one thing he was just like his brother. He never lied. He said he'd sold it, then he'd sold it. Whether others believed it didn't matter. He'd made money. Deming's house was looking up, and old Lu was glad along with them. How much could your Shaoan have sold? A fair bit, I'd guess. Shenrong still pressed. Nosing around all day. Get home. I'll give you a shot. My sister-in-law shot back with a laugh and pulled the sled off. Shaoan, a whole big basket. Must have made a pile, eh? Wang Baixiang sneered. Huh? There's no fish in this basket either. A fellow beside her craned his neck. Wang Baixiang stood on tiptoe and looked. A big gunny sack sat in the basket, with a bulging, squared-off something inside. Nothing like fish however you looked at it. Where'd you sell the fish? How much a pound? A few people crowded up to ask. Didn't scoop many, just a few fish. I couldn't be bothered to say more, and turned to go, and looking up, caught sight of the dimwit at the very back of the crowd. The bruising around his eyes was near healed. We met eyes. I ignored him, pulled the sled, and headed home with my sister-in-law and the kids. People behind kept pressing. I answered none of them. TCH, like the rivers his families. Wang Baixiang stamped her foot in fury. The dimwit cut me a sidelong look and limped off. Turning onto the street heading south, I asked, how'd the team find out I went to sell fish? Shenrong came to give the shot, and Siqing told her, that mouth's like a loudspeaker. My sister-in-law glared at Siqing. It's fine so they know. I rubbed Siqing's head. How was my brother after his shot today? So busy worrying about you, I didn't ask in detail. My sister-in-law smiled sheepishly. You didn't run into the patrol over at the black market, did you? I guessed what was on her mind. Didn't run into them. People fought to buy the fresh fish. I was sold out a good while before they came, and there still wasn't enough. All that and still not enough. Only then was my sister-in-law wholly at ease. Only 40-some pounds total. Another batch this size would sell just as fast. Home. I carried the gunny sack into the east room and pulled things out one by one. 5 towels, 2 rags. Change them off and stay clean. There's plenty at home. Throwing money around. This is wire and nails. I'll buy some lumber tomorrow and make a proper sled. This my sister-in-law didn't stop. The house needed it. 10 pounds each of rice and white flour. Why buy the expensive stuff again? Cornmeal's fine. This has more nutrition. The kids are growing. I didn't bring up my brother's illness. The 2 kids, hearing it was for them, eyes lit up. This child just eating that. How much a year does it run? Down the road, every household will afford it. I said it offhand. By the time I left in the last life, no one ate cornmeal every meal anymore. At the last, I pulled out a black plastic bag. Clothes I bought for my brother. I shook open the black padded coat. I never go out. What did you buy me for? Return it, quick, throwing money around. My brother turned his head away. I'd expected this reaction and had my counter ready. You don't want it? Fine. I stuffed the bag into my sister-in-law's hands. Sister-in-law, hold it up and put it away for me. I'll go to the back room for a sack to pack my things. We'll split the household this afternoon. You. My brother glared, eyes round, wordless for a long while. Split what household? Split it, and where would you live? My sister-in-law set her face stern. Back to the old hometown. Where else? Oh, the old place was sold no matter. I'll find somewhere. I made as if to go. Shaoan. My sister-in-law grabbed hold of me and looked anxiously at my brother. Deming, say something. I won't take the rice and flour. Nowhere to cook. Haul less firewood. The quilt in the little room I'll take first, or I'll have nothing to cover with at night. I made a show of musing, looking around at what else I could take. Enough. Split what household? Just stay put. My brother huffed in fury. Not splitting then? Try the coat on. I handed it over, grinning. Puffed. My sister-in-law couldn't hold it in. This child, all he knew was how to handle his brother. How do I try it lying down? True. Sister-in-law, hold it up to him. My sister-in-law got on the Kong and measured it against him. Fits. Sleeves are just right. Fits. Good enough. Not splitting the household this afternoon, then. I folded the sack and went off to the back room. This rotten kid. Splitting the household on me himself. My brother cursed out the window. Shaoan buys you clothes, and you still go at him. He won't even spend on himself. My sister-in-law put the coat away. At noon, the big carp came to the table stewed. How much the fish sell for? And you bought all this? My brother asked, drinking the fish broth. 45 pounds total, sold for 43 yuan 6. How much? My brother's eyes went round. My sister-in-law was dazed too. Last year the team was hit by disaster. At year-end settlement, a single work point was worth only 7 fun, and a month's labor earned just a few yuan. What I'd made in one day topped what others made in a year, and then some. Fresh fish is dear in winter, and I even sold it cheap. Made that much and don't know to save it. My brother set his face stern again. Spend it, and I'll earn more. You still mean to go scoop fish? Don't they nab people there? No one there. I didn't tell the truth. I was sold out a good half hour before anyone came. Then rest a day tomorrow. My sister-in-law ached for me. Since coming back from the county, I'd had a solid sleep only that first afternoon. No fish tomorrow, I'm going up the mountain. Up what mountain? Chong Yumming got his leg bitten through by a wolf. You're not going. My brother snapped coldly. Didn't I come back both of the first 2 trips? I've got a gun in hand now, nothing will go wrong. I'll just work the mountain's edge, won't go in deep. There's no pack here, run into 1 or 2 and I know what to do. You. Enough, go if you want to eat. My sister-in-law headed my brother off and took the chance to caution me. But be careful, there's all that meat at home. Don't go hurting yourself over bagging a bit more, it's not worth it. Don't worry. After the meal, I went back to the little room to clean the Type 56. Left hand on the handguard, right hand drew the bolt, broke it into 2, then took down each part in turn. As a forest ranger in the last life, I'd done this plenty, smooth with my eyes shut. Parts wiped clean, reassembled as before, wrapped in white cloth and set in the chest. Truth was, tomorrow I also meant to haul my brother's wheelchair back on the way, but that I hadn't told the family yet. Shawan, look at my memory. Forgot to give you a rag yesterday. My sister-in-law came in, saw me cleaning the gun, the motion so practiced, and paused. Militia training used this very gun these days. She figured Shawan had learned it then. It's fine. Good timing. I'll use it tomorrow. I was thinking, you should just sell fish in peace. The deep mountains are too dangerous. It really is fine. I'll go with my coworker, won't go in deep, won't run into anything. Besides, I've got the gun. But my sister-in-law's brow knit tighter. I know you can do it. The first 2 trips went fine too, but it's the danger I can't get past. If something happened to you. She trailed off. At home my brother was already paralyzed and couldn't work. If I came to harm too, this family would collapse. Working harder, she could just barely hold up the 5 of them. But if she fell ill too, this whole houseful would be left drinking the northwest wind. Sister-in-law. Clang. A clatter outside, and the sound of something hitting the ground. What's that? My sister-in-law ran to the outer room and ran right into Ying pushing the door open. Ma, Uncle Yu from the west yard got hurt. They say a wolf bit him. What? You the third got mauled too. I cast a glance west through the window. A cart stood in the yard, a few youngsters carrying you the third inside. People crowded at the door talking. My sister-in-law was about to urge me again when the door sounded and old Lu came in, eyes on the west yard. Brother Lu, you the third got mauled? How bad? My brother had heard the stir long ago and asked anxiously. Nothing serious, just damned showing off. Old Lu sat down sour. Yesterday the 3 Changs got bitten, and I warned you the third and Gu the second not to go, but that spendthrift wife of his insisted it was fine, and now look, mauled by a wolf. Is it worse than Chong Yumming? Just a gash. You the third does everything slow, spent half the day up the mountain before he even spotted some wet wood, and ran into a wolf before he reached the trees. Lucky there was just one, and Gu the second was near and came at the sound. The 2 groups beat and scared the wolf off. Nobody else got hurt. Only him, slow as he is, took a gash on the shin. Old Lu glanced out the window. Blood everywhere, and he had someone fetch Xiaorong. Any slower, and the wound would have healed itself by the time she got there. I stifled a laugh. This you the third, in a later age, would have had the makings of a movie star. But my brother and sister-in-law didn't crack a smile, their heads full of Chong Yumming and you the third. Shawan, you don't go either tomorrow. There are a lot of wolves on West Mountain. My brother spoke first. I might not go into the hills, just to the Xiaohu Brigade for some lumber. Isn't that road dangerous too? There are plenty of wolves on North Big Road as well. My sister-in-law urged along. That's about enough out of you two. Old Lu couldn't listen anymore. Shawan's a grown lad. What he can and can't do, doesn't he know himself? He's got someone leading him. What are you two worried about? The three Changs had no gun. Chang Dafa borrowed a cart with 5 or 6 men and got lost halfway. And it was only thanks to Shaoan having borrowed that mule the first time. The mule knew the road, that he led them out. Today's 2 groups, never mind. They didn't even make it into the mountains before the wolves scared them back. Not like Shaoan, one man hauling back firewood and meat both. My brother and sister-in-law found there was some sense to it, but in everything it's the off chance that worries you. Shaoan, don't listen to those 2. Go if you want, be careful on the road. Will you be back tomorrow? Going to the Xiaohu Brigade, back by 1 at the latest. With the gun in hand, taking the shortcut, I figured I'd be back by 12. All right, not back by 1, and I'll take men to meet you. Run into anything on the road, hide first, and wait for me. Old Lu turned to grumble at the couple again. Shaoan wants to go haul some firewood, and you two are blocking him. There's enough to burn. Then tell Shaoan not to go, and when it runs out you go haul it yourself. Let's see what you do with those legs. One line, and old Lu had my brother choked into silence. Brother Lu, then tomorrow, sorry to trouble you. My sister-in-law smiled apologetically. I saw old Lu out of the yard. At the gate, he glanced at the crowd still ringing the west yard and dropped his voice. Go if you're going tomorrow, but be careful. There are a lot of wolves these days. If you weren't hauling a wheelchair for your brother, I wouldn't even want you to go. Run into anything. Hide quick and wait for me to come. Something happens to you, and Yanfeng can't feed this whole house full. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Old Lu headed off to the west yard. I picked up the fishing net in the yard to take to old Yan, but my sister-in-law absolutely insisted on running it over for me. Auntie Fong, Shaoan. Meng Meng came out of the west yard, trotted into the yard, glanced behind her. Shaoan, got a minute? I want to ask you something. Talk inside. I left the net in the back room and took her to the little room, deliberately leaving the door open. A lone man and woman, and word getting out wouldn't sound good, hurting my chances of taking a wife down the road. Where are those hides of yours? Put away. I didn't tell the truth. Her mother was a loudspeaker, and I didn't want the whole team knowing I'd sold hides. Those things on West Mountain, are they easy to get? She probed. You want to go up the mountain? How would I have the skill? These 2 days, several who went up ran into wolves. I just want to learn from you. Get some meat to sell for a bit of money. If I can earn, my mom can't force me to study medicine. It drives me crazy. She glanced at the door as she spoke, afraid Shinrong would hear. I smiled. This would likely backfire. In the last life, by the time I'd made money and come back, Meng Meng had long since become the team's doctor. What are you smiling at? I mean it. Meng Meng puffed out her chest. I don't dare go near wolves, but I can catch a hare, can I? They're all over the fields, and apart from you I've never seen anyone else catch one. Teach me, won't you? You should listen to Annie Shun. Studying medicine is good. For 10 villages around, who falls ill and doesn't come to Annie Shun? What's good about it? One cold, and there's a whole pile to learn. Reading eyes, reading the tongue coding, it makes my head spin. I gave a faint smile. In the last life, chatting with her after I came back, she'd even said it was lucky her mom had pushed so hard back then, or she'd never have made it as a doctor, and even if she had, she wouldn't have lasted. Right? You sold fish today. Did that turn a tidy profit too? She pressed again. Sharon, what brings you here? My sister-in-law's voice suddenly came from the outer room. Sis, heard Meng Meng ran over here. Shinrong peered in. Mom, Meng Meng went out, the picture of grievance. I tell you to learn to give shots, and you run off again. Shinrong's face was stern, then she turned to me. Shaoan's here too. Auntie Shun, how's you the third? My sister-in-law asked. Just a gash, doesn't even need a shot. Big grown man. I spray on some medicine and he howls like it's killing him. Gave me a fright. Shinrong shook her head. I leaned on the doorframe, stifling a laugh. Well, you the third was about to become famous on the team. My brother-in-law's much better. These 2 days he dares shift himself a little. My sister-in-law smiled. Good then, call me if you need anything. Shinrong stuffed the kit into Meng Meng's hands and pulled her along out. Going out, Meng Meng glanced at me once more, but with Shinrong there she didn't dare ask again. Later I heard from my sister-in-law. On the walk home the mother grilled Meng Meng on whether she'd come to see me, and Meng Meng hemmed and hawed. But Shinrong read it wrong. Took it that her daughter had come around and caught feelings, and instead of scolding her, went the whole way pressing her lips into a smile. Ming Ming was utterly baffled. She hadn't taken to me. She just wanted to earn money to dodge studying medicine. My sister-in-law came back from seeing them off, saw me wiping the stovetop again, and snatched the rag away. I told you to rest. How are you busy again? I reached over and picked up the sack of white flour. What's that for? Only 2 coarse flour flatbreads left, not enough. It's fine, I'll start some dough and steam buns. Steam what buns? Just slap a few cornmeal cakes on the pot. It's bought already. Sit too long and it'll spoil. I scooped 2 bowls of flour into a ceramic basin, kneaded it into a ball, covered it with a damp cloth, and set it at the head of the Kong. In those days there was no yeast. To steam buns you first made a flour starter yourself, and it took a day to rise in winter, so soonest you'd have buns tomorrow. Uncle, are we having buns tonight? Sicheng asked, eyes pleading. In years past, they'd only spare the flour to steam them at New Year's, and these last couple of years, not even then. Won't make it tonight. Has to be tomorrow. I finished kneading and scooped 4 bowls of rice into the pot. Tonight we'll cook a pot of rice for a taste. It's bought, isn't it, for eating? I cut off my sister-in-law, who was about to stop me. Cook it once. It won't spoil in winter. Both kids' eyes lit up. By dusk the meal was ready. My sister-in-law reheated the noon fish and stir-fried a little gazelle. Why'd you cook rice too? My brother was surprised. I ladled out a bowl with a bit of fish broth and fed him. Turning, I saw the 2 kids heads down shoveling rice, savoring it. Ma, taste it quick, it's so good. Ying took another big mouthful. Good if it tastes good. I'll buy more when I go to the county the day after tomorrow. What did you buy that for? It's dear as anything. My sister-in-law's mouth ached over it. I smiled and didn't take it up. I was the one going to the county anyway. What I bought was my call. The 2 kids stuffed themselves into hiccups and got shooed out to the yard to walk it off. I went to clean up and got pinned down by my sister-in-law again, so I went back to the little room. Up early tomorrow, haul my brother's wheelchair back early. The next day, a little past 3 a.m., still dark. I folded my quilt, picked up the Type 56 to head for the stable, and the moment I stepped out of the little room, the stove in the outer room was already lit. Last night's gazelle and rice reheated on the stovetop, beside it a small half-bowl of pickled mustard root. Awake! My sister-in-law came in cradling stove wood. Stop fussing. Go back and sleep a while. Sleep what? I got up at this hour before 2. It's habit. Eat quick. Don't keep folks waiting. I ladled a bowl of rice and watched her bustle back and forth, my chest tightening. In the last life, this was just how my sister-in-law went, busy and busy until she dropped. I'd been reborn, meaning to let her rest, and here she was, still like this. Sister-in-law, from now on don't get up this early to cook for me. I'll tell my coworker, go a bit later. Go late, and they won't wait for you. I've got no work during the day. How would cooking one meal tire me out? She was telling the truth. I hauled the firewood. I bought the grain. I earned the money. These few days she kept saying it felt like a dream. But she still couldn't sit idle, running inside and out without stop. I didn't urge further, only quietly noted, if I don't get up early, she won't either. Once my brother's illness was better, this household had to give her a chance to breathe. After eating, I took the gun and saw and went to the stable. Shaowen's here. Just fed. Take it and go. Yang the Fifth let out number 65, the very one I'd taken up the mountain the first time. You don't know yet, do you? This mule pulled off a great feat. Day before yesterday when Chun Dafa got lost, it was this one that led him back. Yesterday Gu the Second wanted to borrow it, and I held it back. Couldn't have it banged up again. That Chun Dafa's no good either. Saved his life and not a peep of thanks when he got back. Not like you, still remembering to feed it something extra. Thanks, Uncle Yang. He helped me hitch the cart, eyeing the wooden stick wrapped in white cloth in my hand. What's this? For protection. Good to carry it. Plenty of folks got hurt these couple days. Go slow on the road. Onto North Big Road. I let go of the rope. An old horse knows the way, and so does a mule. Number 65 found the southward fork on its own and ducked in. Only this side of the road it didn't know. Not far in it stopped and looked about, and I had to lead it and point the way. Looked like it'd take a few more trips before it knew this stretch. A man and a mule, walking and resting. 2 hours, and we reached the pine forest on the north side of Saddle Mountain. The sky was just paling. I tied the mule, tossed it some grass, loaded a few windfall logs, then started sawing the big pines. Only half a cart, since later I'd haul the wheelchair and buy lumber. Loaded full, it'd be hard going. Meanwhile, the team had erupted over me again. This I heard about later. The moment day broke, someone noticed number 65 gone from the stable and got it spreading. Fong and went up the mountain again. Chang Yumming and Yu the third both got mauled these past days. The kids in for it. At the little shop, Chun Dafa slammed down his cards. He shot that wolf? Bah, somebody gave it to him for sure. Over at Bai Shuzhen's, she was still trading jabs with the mauled Yu the third. Who told you to be so slow? Shenrong came with Meng Meng to give my brother his shot. My brother could turn himself over now, and Shenrong kept saying that as long as he didn't strain it and moved often, he'd heal fast. Shot done, she suddenly asked whether Yuan and I had really split, whether I had a girl. Turned out she wanted to play matchmaker, said there was a girl of the right age in her hometown's Mingxing brigade, learning a trade at home. My sister-in-law didn't commit, only said she'd ask when I was back. Last time she'd had me go meet someone and I wouldn't, so she had to gauge my wishes. But she puzzled to herself. She'd been to Mingxing, and girls my age with no job were a dime a dozen there. Yet these few days I'd earned over 100 yuan. On earning, what family could compare? As for one, learning a trade at home, she really had no recollection. Shenrong said vaguely it was my third uncle's brigade, the south end of Mingxing, and arranged to bring the girl by if I gave the nod. After Shenrong left, my brother shook his head. She's introducing someone we don't know the bones of. Who knows how it'd turn out later. I say Xiaoyi's the one. Xiaoan sends old Yin something every time he bags anything. More contact, and sooner or later it'll come together. What are you rushing for? My sister-in-law smiled. It's so dangerous up that mountain, and he keeps going. Old Lou's right. The boys finally got real business. Let's stop always blocking him. And on my end, I'd loaded half a cart of wood in the pine forest, and seeing the sun was still early, I thought of that dim-wit deer the first time. That time I'd guessed there was a den nearby. The second time I'd run into wolves and not dared look. It had been 3 days now. The deer might have come back to the den, so I might as well bag a couple. The iron drum I'd bought was still empty, and I couldn't waste this trip, waste this borrowed gun. Number 65 led me right to the pine I'd tied it to last time. Uncle Yang hadn't been wrong. This mule really had a feel for things. But this time I didn't let it stop. No telling how far the deer den was, and leaving it here, running into something would spell disaster. I led it deeper into the woods. The snow was deep, hard going. Tracing the deer's prints from 3 days back, I found a big, deep hollow. A few windfall logs across the top made a natural roof, blocking wind and snow. I crouched to look. Prints fine and long, pointed at the front, the dim-wit deer's, about 3 of them. The middle-sized one was already frozen in the crock at home, and the prints of the other 2 had a thin layer of snow over them. 3 days old. They hadn't been back in the last 2 days. No new prints anywhere about. I hesitated. Better than searching blind here. Go fetch the wheelchair from Little Poplar Gully first, and come back after. Dawdle more, and my brother and sister-in-law would worry again. Mind made up, I drove the mule north along the eastern edge of the pine woods, heading for Little Poplar Gully. But halfway there, number 65 suddenly stopped. I'd a tree beside it, and even backed up 2 steps. Tired already? I hopped down to help it pull, but it butted its head against me, backing up, dragging the cart toward the fork. Hey, big guy, that way's a ditch. I went after it. Sure enough, ahead was a ditch 5 or 6 meters deep. I let it back, and it absolutely refused, straining backward. Go back and I'll have Uncle Yang starve you. Won't listen for one. Mid-curse, the corner of my eye caught a gray shape rising under a cork tree on the other side of the path. A pair of deep yellow eyes fixed dead on at me and the mule. A wolf? One. And what the hell are you scared of? I drew the Type 56 off the cart, pulled the white cloth away, flicked off the safety, ready to fire. But the gun had no sooner come up than another emerged from under a pine on the left, a size bigger than the first. Brother mule, my mistake. Number 65 backed up 2 steps, shot me a glare, and ignored me. I had no time to coax it. Right index finger on the trigger, left hand pressing the barrel low, I scanned warily all around. Wolves are pack animals, rarely out alone. Last time's wolf was a hurt one cast off. These 2 weren't. A woo. Another howl went up from the woods to the right. Damn, really more. Cursing aloud. In my heart I knew. No more time to think. The howl died, and the one in front drove off its hind legs, fangs gaping, lunging. The one on the left didn't rush, circling to flank my rear, a pincer. Playing tactics with me, are you? I'd dealt with this sort plenty in the last life, and had long expected the split. I didn't rush to fire. I waited for the front one to close, picked the angle, ducked into a roll to dodge, and the instant I landed brought the gun up, sighting by feel on the one sneaking up rear left. Bang! The shot cracked through the woods, startling a sheet of snow loose. Number 65 jolted in fright. The wolf took it in the forehead and pitched into a pool of blood. The one still alive threw back its head and howled long, like signaling. I raised the gun to finish it, but a wolf burst from behind a tree to the right, smaller than the first two, round-headed, soft in the muzzle, a she-wolf. My scalp prickled. That earlier command howl was shrill. A she-wolf's call is low. The one giving orders wasn't this one. Behind, to the right, there was at least one more hidden. I let off the trigger and twisted aside to dodge the she-wolf. In that opening, the earlier wolf changed targets and lunged for the stuck number 65. The cart was snagged on pine branches, and the mule couldn't bolt. Bang! In the moment of my dodge, I'd already sighted its line of charge and put a round through its head. The she-wolf turned to run. How could I let it go? I raised the gun, bang. The bullet pierced its head, and it dropped under the tree. Newborn calves fear no tigers, huh? The words weren't out before the hairs on my back stood up, that marked feeling again. I whipped around, already too late. A bigger wolf was upon me, jaws agape, 5-centimeter yellow fangs straight for my throat. If those bit home, no doctor alive could have saved me. Scared as I was, my hands didn't fumble. In the instant it bit, I dropped straight back, and as I went down brought the gun up against its lower jaw. Bang! The shot rang out, and I slammed onto the ground. The wolf took the round in the neck, died on the spot, and crashed full on top of me, blood running down my right sleeve, the rank stench filling my nose. I shoved it off in disgust. Ryop, a hind claw hooked my padded coat and tore the right pocket open in a long gash. Dead and still tearing my clothes. I gave its head a knock with the gun butt, but looking at the remaining 3 small ones, I didn't strike again. None of them big. Their first time out hunting, and they ran into me. Or the moment my first shot fired, they'd have fled. As for this old wolf, it had seen its pups dead and come back to fight to the death. A whole family I'd put down, so I stopped, and with a smile dragged the she-wolf back and threw it on the cart, loaded the 3 small ones too, and led the mule back. Just onto the path, a gray shape rose on a distant slope, another she-wolf, a scar running clear across her face from forehead to the corner of her right eye, stark and ugly. She didn't lunge, only watched me from afar, glanced at the bodies of her packmates on the cart, rolled a low growl up her throat, and turned to vanish into the woods. 200-some meters off, unhurt. I couldn't catch her and didn't chase. But that scar I marked. For bagged was enough to eat for a good while. This time number 65 didn't shy. Head up, it trotted the whole way, and in 20-some minutes reached Little Poplar Gully. The sun was past east, near 11. I tied the mule at Carpenter Zhang's door, fetched the wheelchair, and head straight back, no turning south. Home by 12, my brother and sister-in-law spared the worry. Young fellas here. Carpenter Zhang came out of the back room, black padded coat, leather apron, padded shoes and trouser cuffs all covered in sawdust. Master Zhang, the wheelchair done? Finished it last night. Come see if it's right. He pushed the chair out. The wheels pieced from squared timber, the seat, armrests, and back all sanded glass smooth. Short on time, didn't get to wax it. Same as I drew, no need to wax, it'll do for a while. This chair was a stopgap. My brother's illness could be cured. How much? 3 days' work, for yuan 50. Done. I handed over the money and helped him lift the chair. But lifting the dry branches off the cart to load it, Carpenter Zhang caught sight of the wolves underneath and recoiled in fright. Near sat on the ground. This? Hauling wood, bagged them. You bagged them. He looked me up and down, his eyes changed. Once the wolves didn't move and he was sure they were dead, he dared edge close, stared a long while, and even swallowed. Young fella, this meat, selling? Every pig that should be slaughtered around here's slaughtered. Nowhere to buy meat. I'll pay you right now. Hearing that, my eyes lit up. You folks here short on meat? Little Poplar Gully to Twin Horse Ridge was over an hour by cart. Twin Horse Ridge to the county town another hour plus. A round trip near 6 hours. This side was close to Saddle Mountain, and North Big Road had beasts day and night, not just wolves. So people here went to town in groups, set out at first light, and the fastest got there by midday and came back after dark. I chuckled inside. No wonder. Master Zhang, this wolf's not even gutted. Can't sell it now anyway. Then when will you come? Carpenter Zhang got anxious. These couple days. Might not be wolf, maybe fish or roe deer. Fish? That'd be grand. Sent someone to the county the other day and couldn't get any. The state-run diner was sold out. All right, I'll find you first when I come. I'd been meaning to buy a few boards and caught sight of 2 sleds in his yard. 3 crossbeams, all mortise and tenon, far sturdier than wire and nails. Master Zhang, these sleds for sale? The one inside is my family's. Take it and use it for now. Just give me word before you next come to sell fish. That won't do. I'll only take it if I'm buying. Buy. Made it last month. The timber's my own. Usually it's 2 yuan. Give me 50 cents. Done. I loaded it on the cart, covered the wolves with dry branches, and steadied the wheelchair with my hand on the way home. It had a lot of parts, and jolting them loose would set back my brother's use of it. Lucky number 65 walked steady, keeping to the flat. Meanwhile, back at Twin Horse Ridge, ever since word of me going up the mountain spread, the street to the west had had a steady stream of people, 3 and 5 to a group, taking turns to look. Past noon, the gawkers simply jammed the far west end. My brother waited inside, fretting. My sister-in-law steadied her voice, but her own heart pounded. Yesterday I'd plainly said I wouldn't go into the hills, and now I still wasn't back. He'd likely gone up the mountain. She took Seeching toward the far west end, ran into Old Lu halfway, and the 2 of them went to North Big Road to wait. The 2 Chong brothers drifted over from the east too, said they were getting medicine and shots for Chong Yumming. After waiting most of half an hour without seeing me, Chong Yuching dropped his voice. Brother, not back by now. He's run into wolves for sure. He won't make it. Chong Yushan sneered. The first 2 trips fine, fish not nabbed. All his luck, and he really thinks he's got skill. But not long after those words. Hey, Fong'in's back. I drove the cart out from the far west end of North Big Road. Old Lu took 2 steps to meet me, his eye fixing on the wheeled chair on the cart. You kid. I thought something had happened to you. So this is the wheelchair you spoke of? Just made it today. I'll have my brother try it when we're home. Come, I'll go back with you. You can't lift him on your own. Old Lu got on the cart happily to help steady it. Chong Yushan saw from afar that the cart was hauling another load of wood, and his face went black. The kid didn't run into wolves again? Chong Yuching scratched his head. Just lucky. Chong Yushan ground his teeth in spite. You go stake out his place, see when he goes up the mountain again. He never runs into them, does he? Then we'll give him a hand. Wolves love meat most. We'll put some on the road, and I don't believe he won't run into one coming back. Home. Old Lu helped me lift the wheelchair down. Shaoan, this wheelchair, your brother's back, it probably won't be of use. My sister-in-law eyed it, speaking carefully. Months ago Shenrong had urged buying a wheelchair, and she'd even gone to the county to look. But for one it was dear, for 2 my brother couldn't even sit up, so they hadn't. Now, seeing me quietly buy one back, she figured it was money wasted again. Take it inside first. In a bit you'll see, it'll be of use. I pushed the chair into the east room. Back? What did you bring now? My brother's heart settled. Then he saw the wheelchair, and his face hardened. What did you get that thing for? My back can't use it, throwing money around. How do you know without trying? I steadied the chair, took off the armrests on both sides, lifted the panel at the front of the seat and locked it with the wooden pin beneath, then released the pin propping the backrest and let the back ease down flat. In a blink, backrest, seat, and panel joined into one flat board, level with the edge of the com. This? My sister-in-law was struck dumb. Old Lu and my brother stared round-eyed too. She'd seen plenty of wheelchairs in the county, all sit-only. Her first time seeing one whose back lay flat. I saw someone draw a design on the construction crew, worked it out and modified it myself. Didn't expect Carpenter Zhang could really make it. Truth was, seeing the finished piece, I was surprised too. Brother, your back can't sit up. These couple days the shots have let you shift, right? Get on and try. The back can be raised. However high we say, no forcing yourself upright. I pressed the flat board snug to the Kong edge. The board was made extra wide on purpose, covering the wheels below, flush with the edge with no gap, easy for my brother to shift across. My sister-in-law hurried for clothes. An old padded jacket laid on the board against the cold. The wool sweater pulled over his head first. The new coat laid flat to put on once he'd shifted across. The padded trousers and the green trousers worked up to his ankles. Deming, can you do it yourself? Shall I lift you? Old Lou couldn't rest easy. No, I'll try myself. My brother threw off the quilt and shifted toward the edge, both hands trembling with excitement. Lifting you risks hurting your back. Go slow. I helped him on the wool sweater at the Kong edge while my sister-in-law got on to move his legs and pull up his trousers. By the time he'd shifted to the edge and was dressed, he was already worn out, sweat sheeting his face. Rest a bit. It's fine, this is nothing. My brother wiped the sweat and laughed, the creases full across his face, not feeling tired in the least. Inging and old Lou braced the chair against slipping. My brother drew a few deep breaths, got his left leg onto it first, then shifted half his body bit by bit onto the flatboard and slowly lay back. I'm raising the back. If it's uncomfortable, holler. I lifted the backrest. At 60-some degrees, my brother called stop, scanning around eagerly. Paralyzed all these months, he'd been holed up on that Kong. The furnishings he could find with his eyes shut, but the view from this height he hadn't seen in so long. The wardrobe, the mirror, that pot of grass on the windowsill. One by one they passed before his eyes, like he was entering this room for the first time. He looked at each, sweat sliding down his face, and yet he smiled ear to ear. Back hurt. Sore. I propped the backrest with a board. It's good. I can finally sit up. His voice trembled a little. My sister-in-law stood at the Kong edge in her slippers, turned away, and stole a wipe at her tears. If not for this chair, her husband might never have had the chance to sit up again in this life. Deming, push you out for a turn? Old Lou gave it a test push. Go? Let's go out. I got my brother's socks and padded shoes on, lowered the footrest, set his knees bent and feet on the pedals, and old Lou gripped the handles, braced the back, and pushed him to the outer room first to let the sweat ease. This big pine. Shawan hauled it. My brother's eye fixed on the split pine by the stove. Who else but him? On this whole team, only your Shawan can haul it back. A flicker of envy crossed old Lou's eyes. There's a whole pile more outside. Inging added. My brother nodded over and over, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. Shawan, thank you. What's family saying that for? I turned to change the quilt, lifted it, and found the Kong mat underneath scorched black. Burn it more, and it might catch fire. Sister-in-law, this mat's done for. Burn less tonight. I'll buy a new one at the county tomorrow. What did you spend that money for? We can weave our own. I didn't press, only quietly noted it. In the last life, the countryside used vinyl Kong mats, sturdy and easy to wipe, good for 3 or 4 years. I just didn't know whether they sold them this era. Bedding laid. I got my brother's hat and gloves on and pushed him out for air. The door opened, and out first, of all things, was my brother in the wheelchair. Old Fong. Old Zhang from the front yard froze, then hurried in. A few men at the door crowded up too. My brother hadn't been out of the house in months. His first time in the sun, he squinted and raised a hand to shade his eyes, and only after a few seconds made out the faces. Old Zhang. His voice was a little hoarse. You can finally sit up. Old Zhang's eyes reddened. Back in the day, my brother had been a top hand on the team and helped this crowd plenty. Now they all crowded round with warm words, asking every which way how he was. My brother answered each. Months without talking to people like this, his eyes went moist with smiling. Didn't Dr. Shin say he couldn't sit up? Wang Baixiang muttered under her breath. Sit up, my foot. Don't you see the chair's not stood upright? There's a board propping it from behind. Bai Shuzhen kept her voice low, with old Lu there, who'd dare badmouth Fong Deming to his face. I went to unload the cart. You hauled all this. Only now did my brother see the cart full of pine, and following old Lu's gesture spotted the woodpile higher than a person, and was along while coming to. He only knew I'd gone to haul wood, the 3rd trip today, but never imagined I'd haul back this much. It's just some firewood. What's there to strut about? Like nobody else has any. Bai Shuzhen curled her lip. This time I didn't indulge her. Not short on firewood. Then why ask me where I hauled it? Who asked you? Running up the mountain every day, no telling when a wolf will chew you up. My sister-in-law made to snap back, my brother to bristle, old Lou to curse. I got in ahead, grinning. Sister you, has that mouth of yours been blessed at a temple? Last time you said I'd run into a wolf, and I really did. Ate meat for days at home and sold a pile besides. If you hadn't said it, maybe I wouldn't have run into one at all. Thanks. You. Bai Shuzhen choked, speechless. TCH, last time you got lucky and ran into a lame wolf. A hail wolf, you think you could kill it? You'd have died up the mountain long ago, and still wanting to sell wolf meat. Wang Baixiang took it up. Right, run into one and you'd still haul wood? You wouldn't even make it back. One was already too much for him last time. A few more, and there wouldn't be a bone left. The women went at it, one line after another, working themselves up. You lot. What the? Old Lou fumed, about to curse. I didn't take it up, turned to the cart, and quietly lifted the top layer of dry branches. Wolves. Old Zhang's face went white, and he let out a yell. Wang Baixiang turned to look, screamed "Mama!" and bolted like mad into Bai Shuzhen's yard. Bai Shuzhen, frightened witless since yesterday, went weak in the legs and plopped down on the ground. The crowd recoiled in a clatter. Old Lou's pupils shrank, and he threw up an arm to shield my brother, who couldn't get away. They're all dead. It's fine. I dragged the 4 wolves down off the cart one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ying's voice cracked. Dad, Uncle bagged 4 wolves. 4.